Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm still not feeling too well. I'm gonna try to present this to you. I'll talk to y'all the best I can. I don't really have a voice, but as we speak, Karoline Leavitt is just on the stage about to go live. We're gonna go ahead and watch her press. I got a few other things afterwards. Hope everybody's having a great day. And let's get this started because she's just out there. Who's in the comments real fast? I don't have much time because I need to say what's up. Who we got in there real fast? Rai, Toshi, good morning. How you doing, Ryan? My voice sound horrible still or what, dude? Gosh. Trying. All right, let's go. Carolyn Levitt.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you. Thanks for coming today, as always. We're going to start with some scheduling announcements. This evening, President Trump will deliver remarks at Union Station for a political dinner. Tomorrow morning, the president will host the second cabinet meeting of the year and the 11th cabinet meeting of his second term. And later tomorrow afternoon, the president will host a Greek Independence Day celebration in the East Room. On Friday, the president will celebrate National Agriculture Day alongside nearly 1,000 farmers who are coming in from across the country for the first event of the season on the South Lawn, so pray for good weather, to highlight the president's successful policies in support of America's farmers, including efforts to lower input costs, open new trade markets, bolster the farm safety net, double the death tax exemption, end taxes on rural property loan interest, and create rural opportunity zones. Also, I'm pleased to announce that President Trump's meeting and a long awaited meeting with President Xi in China will now take place in Beijing on May 14th and 15th. First Lady Melania and President Trump will also host President Xi and Madam Peng for a reciprocal visit in Washington, D.C. at a later date to be announced this year. Turning to the ongoing military operations in Iran, the United States military continues to decimate the terrorist Iranian regime's offensive and defensive capabilities. Just over 3 weeks in, it's abundantly clear that Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding military triumph. More than 9,000 enemy targets have been struck to date. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile attacks and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 140 of their naval vessels, including almost 50 mine layers. This is the largest elimination of a navy over a 3 week period since World War II. Again, let me reiterate, this is the largest elimination of a navy on the face of the planet in a 3 week period since World War II. We are systematically dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, which will prevent future threats to the region. Our military also remains laser focused on eliminating the regime's threat to the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the weekend, we dropped several 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility used to store equipment, including anti ship cruise missiles and mobile missile launchers positioned along the coastline of the strait. Our military efforts grow more successful with each passing day, steadily degrading Iran's ability to terrorize merchant ships. For all of these reasons, we are very close to meeting the core objectives of Operation Epic Fury, and this military mission continues unabated. From the outset, President Trump and the Department of War estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve this critical mission. 25 days in, the greatest military the world has ever known is ahead of schedule and performing exceptionally. Day by day, the Iranian regime is being crippled, and their ability to threaten the United States and our allies is being significantly weakened. Their ambitions of building a nuclear weapon have also been crushed to an even greater degree than they were in Operation Midnight Hammer in June 2025. That's why you're beginning to see the regime look for an exit ramp. They recognize they are being crushed, their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour. Following President Trump's powerful threat on Saturday evening, it was made clear to the United States that Iran wanted to talk. President Trump is willing to listen. As President Trump announced on Monday, the United States has been engaged over the last 3 days in productive conversations, which led the president to temporarily instruct the Department of War to postpone planned strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure only. The remaining elements of the Iranian regime have another opportunity to cooperate with President Trump, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and cease actively threatening America and our allies. But the president's preference is always peace. There does not need to be any more death and destruction. But if Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment, if they fail to understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system. Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to understand they have already been defeated and refused to come to a deal. Here at home, we are now on day 40 of the Democrats' shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Democrats in Congress are forcing American travelers to wait in hours-long lines at airports across the country, robbing TSA officers and other federal workers of their hard-earned paychecks that they use to feed their families, and causing billions of dollars in damage to our economy. A father of 3 recently told CBS News that he felt he had no other choice but to quit his job as a TSA officer and find other work as the Democrats' shutdown of DHS continues. This is the quote from the father, and I encourage everyone to listen. I think the hardest thing is seeing the struggle that my wife was going through and not trying to bring more stress to her, the father of 3 said, but seeing her cry every night. How am I going to feed my family? How am I going to survive? For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began. President Trump, to alleviate this pressure, made the decision to send some of our amazing ICE agents to help alleviate that stress and address the long wait times. And for all of the critics of this solution a few days ago when it was proposed by the president, it is yielding results. Wait times have improved since ICE arrived, and they are doing everything in their power to help their fellow federal service members. But it's important to take a step back and remember, why is this even happening in the first place? For nearly 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have kept DHS shut down because they care more about illegal aliens than American citizens. You have Democrat elected representatives in states across the country who are willing to inflict massive pain on their own constituents to fight for illegal aliens who broke our nation's laws to come here. In recent days, we saw the deadly consequence of this deranged policy of Democrat open borders and an illegal alien first agenda. A beautiful 18-year-old girl, Sheridan Gorman, she was shot and killed in Chicago last Thursday morning while walking in a park with friends. The suspect in custody for murdering her is a Venezuelan illegal alien who was caught and released at the border by the Biden administration in May of 2023. Why would the Biden administration catch and release a Venezuelan illegal alien? That is not happening anymore under this president. But there are still tens of thousands, if not millions, of these illegal aliens in our country who seek to do harm to innocent Americans, like this beautiful young woman whose family will now never be the same because of her death. To make matters even worse, this monster was also released from local custody again after a shoplifting arrest, where in the sanctuary city of Chicago in June of 2023. Again, another innocent American citizen had her life stolen from her because Democrats embrace reckless open border policies and reckless sanctuary city policies, which put criminals back into American communities. How many more Americans have to die before the Democrats end this madness? President Trump's position is very clear. He wants the federal government opened. He wants the Department of Homeland Security funded, and he wants the Democrat shutdown to end immediately. The president will also continue to call on Democrat leaders in sanctuary cities and states like J.B. Pritzker, where this young, beautiful girl was murdered, to cooperate with ICE and stop releasing illegal alien criminals into American neighborhoods. It is for the safety of every American citizen, including all of the people in this room. With that, I will take your questions. And here in our new media seat today, we have Gabe Fleischer.
Thanks, Karoline.
Thanks, Gabe, for being here.
Thank you. I have two questions for you. First, if the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know right now, that formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the president, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25 today. And as a courtesy, nevertheless, the administration did notify Congress, the Gang of Eight, ahead of the launch of the operation 25 days ago. And we've also had our top national security officials go to Capitol Hill to brief lawmakers, again, out of courtesy and out of respect for them. So at this moment, it's unnecessary. But of course, the president and this administration will always abide by the law. Gabe. Or do you have a follow-up?
Yes,
sure, go ahead.
Second question. In my reporting, I speak a lot to young voters, many of whom voted for President Trump for the first time in 2024, hoping to have no more wars and to have lower prices. Now, with the war taking place and with gas prices going up, curious what President Trump's message would be to those voters who kind of swung into his coalition in 2024, but maybe don't feel the administration's going as they had expected.
President Trump is doing this for you. He's doing this for young people so that we are no longer threatened by a rogue terrorist regime in the Middle East that seeks to kill the brave men and women who serve in our country in the Middle East, many of them young people themselves, young men and women who serve this country honorably in uniform and have been threatened, killed, and maimed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime for 47 years. President Trump finally had the courage to step up and do what's right by our national security, our homeland security. As for the temporary short-term fluctuation in gas prices, the president has said once these combat operations are over, this administration is going to continue to unleash American energy dominance. We're continuing to do that every day, and we're going to see prices at the pump go back down, just as we have over the past year because of this president. And don't think for 1 second if the Democrats had their way, gas prices would be as they were under the previous administration, the Biden administration, record highs. This president is keeping them as low as he can during this short-term combat operation, and they're going to go right back down when this is over. Gabe.
Thank you, Karoline. Just within the past few hours, Iranian state TV has said that Iran has rejected the U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war. What's the White House's response to that, and have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However, I saw a 15-point plan that was floated in the media. I would caution reporters in this room from reporting about speculative points or speculative plans from anonymous sources. The White House never confirmed that full plan. There are elements of truth to it, but some of the stories I read were not entirely factual. So I am not going to negotiate on behalf of the president here at the podium. What I will tell you is these talks are ongoing. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty details that have been exchanged between the United States and Iran at this time.
Well, yesterday the president mentioned a very big present that the Iranians had given the U.S. He wouldn't go into detail, but was it that ship that was carrying 2 million barrels of oil that made it through the state of Hormuz?
I'll let the president speak on that at the appropriate time.
And then finally, Karoline, today Iraq's government reportedly is planning to lodge a protest with the U.S. According to the Wall Street Journal. There was an attack in Iraq that hit a military clinic, killing 7 soldiers reportedly. What's the U.S.'s response to that? Was the U.S. responsible for that attack?
I'll have to check in with the Pentagon on that, and we'll get you an answer.
Thank you, Karoline, too, if I may. Speaker Johnson today described the conflict as wrapping up, but the 82nd Airborne Division, they're typically deployed at the beginning of conflicts. So does the White House consider this conflict as wrapping up, or is it changing shape?
As I said at the beginning of my remarks, we are meeting our goals of Operation Epic Fury expeditiously. The president likes to maintain options at his disposal. It's the Pentagon's job to provide those options to the commander in chief. For any specifics on troop deployments, though, I would point you to the Pentagon.
And today, Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner reiterated threats to potentially arrest ICE agents that were sent in to assist with these historically long TSA lines. He said, quote, "The president cannot pardon you." Has the president seen Krasner's comments? Does he have any response?
The president cannot pardon you for what? He's talking to the ICE agents who are handing out water bottles and are helping people move through lines at airports. It's a disgraceful comment. The men and women of ICE are great people. I would encourage this lawmaker, whose name I don't know and don't care to know, to actually sit down and speak with the ICE agents who are on the ground doing this important work, not just in our nation's airports, but again, to remove violent, dangerous, illegal alien criminals from our country, to protect this individual and all of us in this room and Americans across the country from murderers, pedophiles, and rapists who have been allowed into our country by Democrat politicians. Mario, good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Good to see you as well. Just given that the president postponed his original trip to China because of the war, should we infer that the war will be wound down and concluded by the time of that May 15th, 14th visit?
Again, as I've said, we've always estimated approximately 4 to 6 weeks. So you could do the math on that, Mario. But we do look forward. I know the president looks forward to going to China on May 14th and 15th. And of course, as always, we'll provide additional logistical details to all of you in the media for that trip, who I know look forward to coming with us as well.
One follow-up. Was that a precondition? Did the two leaders speak about the conclusion of the war? Was that a precondition for them to have this rescheduled meeting?
No, there was a discussion about the rescheduling of the meeting between the president and President Xi. President Xi understood that it's very important for the president to be here throughout these combat operations right now. He understood, obviously, the request to postpone and accepted it, which is why we have new dates on the books, and I'm happy to announce those to you today. Jennifer.
On the negotiations with Iran, are there still face-to-face talks planned perhaps in Pakistan? And who do you think would probably be going?
Again, I've seen a lot of speculation and reporting about potential talks that could happen later this week. Nothing should be deemed official until it is announced formally by the White House. I would not get ahead of our skis on reporting about any talks this weekend until you hear directly from us.
Does the president think that all of the allies will go along with whatever the U.S. concludes with these Iranians? Are you expecting that Israel and all the other allies will follow whatever agreement is made?
I think the president has shown that he is absolutely the leader of the free world, the head of the most powerful military in the world, and in various examples, so the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza, the president has shown a very unique skill at getting our allies to get on board with what's in the best interest of the United States, but also the world in cases of foreign policy like this. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. So, is there a time frame as to when the first oil tanker can go through the Strait of Hormuz freely?
It's a very good question, Ed. I don't have a specific timeline for you today, but it's obviously something the administration is working towards as quickly as we can. And with respect to oil, as you know, the administration has taken a number of actions to stabilize the markets. We directed the U.S. DFC to offer reasonably priced political risk insurance for takers through the strait. We issued that temporary waiver to allow countries to purchase sanctioned Russian oil to alleviate global pressures. We're working with the IEA to coordinate the release of another 400 million barrels. We issued that 60-day Jones Day Act waiver. And then just today, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, if you missed it, in consultation with the Department of Energy, announced a temporary emergency fuel waiver to allow nationwide sales of E15, gasoline blended with 15% ethanol, to remove all federal impediments to selling E10 gasoline across the country. The emergency fuel waiver will temporarily waive the summer low volatility requirements and blending limitations for gasoline to provide additional flexibility to the fuel marketplace. So as far as tankers through the strait, something we're tracking very closely, but obviously the administration is coming up with creative new solutions by the day to keep the price of oil stable, something the president wants to see. And I know Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, Secretary Burgum, EPA Administrator Zeldin are all working together closely to find ways to do that.
Gave that 5-day timeline for pause in operations. Would a tanker going through the Strait of Hormuz be one of the conditions that he would extend that?
That's only something the president of the United States can answer. I won't get ahead of him.
Can I ask you about the TSA lines?
Sure.
Are the TSA lines, that we've all seen the video of that from various airports, is that going to be what ends the stalemate in Congress to get DHS funded?
Well, look, it's the Democrats who have led to this stalemate over the past 6 weeks. The president and the Republicans' position has been very clear: fund the Department of Homeland Security. And we've attempted in good faith numerous times, both the president himself and lawmakers on the Republican side on Capitol Hill, to go to the Democrats with reasonable offers, with real solutions. They'll ask for something, we'll give them that concession, and then they say, oh, wait, that's not enough, actually. So I think that's why I said earlier, the cruelty is the point. They want this chaos. They want to distract, I think, from the success of our military overseas right now, totally obliterating the Iranian regime. And it's very unfortunate because there's only the only people that are suffering from this are the American people. And I hear that Democrats might be flying out of town tomorrow. How convenient and lovely of them that they get to go to the airport and that they'll get to go home to their families when you have families, TSA workers who are suffering. You have people across the country who are missing flights for funerals and for work commitments because of Democrat politicians on Capitol Hill. Mary, in the back.
Thanks, Caroline.
Glad to see you have a seat now.
I do. Thank you. Is the White House satisfied with Republican leadership's efforts on the Save America Act?
I think the president has made it very clear. He wants everyone on Capitol Hill to move as quickly as possible to get the Save America Act passed. And he wants to see that legislation on his desk as soon as Republicans and Democrats can move to pass it.
But are there any lawmakers in Congress that the president is frustrated with on this matter and feels could be doing a better job?
I think the president wants to see everybody on Capitol Hill move faster all the time. That he wants everyone in this town to work at Trump speed like we do here at the White House. Go to Karen.
Two questions on Lebanon, if I can. Is the U.S. providing support at this point for Israel's ongoing offensive in Lebanon? And is the president concerned that right now there are more than 1 million people who've been displaced and potentially could be for a significant amount of time?
That's not something I'm in a position to comment on for the first question. To the second question, of course, that's something that would concern the president. I think that's why he's again quickly moving to eliminate the threat of the Iranian regime in the Middle East, including weakening their proxies like Hezbollah, who have terrorized Lebanon for far too long. And I know that the president wants to see this again move as quickly as possible as we can over the course of the next couple of weeks here.
Caroline, questions on the Strait of Hormuz. If these negotiations are not successful, is the only option to reopen the strait in boots on the ground, given that all of our allies have essentially said that they are unable or unwilling to help?
Look, that's a hypothetical question. It's a hypothetical question. It's also a decision that would have to be made by the commander in chief, and I'm not going to get ahead of him.
And in addition to that, when it comes to the Vice President, J.D. Vance, what has changed that has made him more of an active participant in these negotiations with Iran?
I don't think anything has changed. The Vice President has always been a key member, the president's right-hand man, and a key member of the president's national security team. He's been part of these discussions throughout this entire course of the administration with respect, again, to the 12-day war that the president and his national security team negotiated a solution to, with respect to the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza and the release of the hostages, which there was a lot of criticism that couldn't get done, and it did. The vice president has been by the president's side every step of the way, and any reporting otherwise is just completely false. I see him in the room. Again, the president seeks his counsel on all matters, both foreign and domestic.
Can you just tell us who exactly the U.S. is negotiating with in Iran, and why the U.S. and this administration trusts that person?
Again, as I said to Gabe's question earlier, we're not going to get into the details of these negotiations and conversations that continue to take place. As of course you can imagine, they are very sensitive diplomatic discussions. And I would reiterate, I do recall giving all of you the same answer when we were negotiating the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. I gave you the same answer throughout the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Gave you the same answer with respect to many of the other global conflicts that this administration has negotiated solutions to. President Trump is going to give his diplomats the freedom that they need to have these sensitive diplomatic discussions without negotiating and litigating them through the news media. Fran.
Caroline, just to follow up though, because you said that some of the information that's been out there about the 15-point plan is inaccurate. Can you say what is accurate with respect to ballistic missiles, the nuclear ambitions, and the Strait of Hormuz, which are things that the president has laid out that he wants to see a couple times in the past?
Look, if you've heard it from the president of the United States, obviously it's true, as well as the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. We've said repeatedly, I've said them from this podium, the Pentagon has reiterated them. That's why we've taken military action to achieve them. So of course, those are goals that we want to see, but this full 15-point plan that's been floating around in many of your outlets, there's a lot of misinformation to that as well. And again, I would caution you from taking things from anonymous sources rather than verifying them directly with the White House. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Two on Iran. First, would the president consider loosening asylum restrictions for Iranians trying to flee the country right now?
Again, that's a question for the president. I won't get ahead of him on that. I haven't talked to him about that.
Okay. And then secondly, you mentioned at the top that Iran would be hit harder than they have been to this point if they don't recognize the fact that they're losing this war. Could those strikes happen before this 5-day negotiating window closes if the president doesn't think they're negotiating in good faith?
You're asking me to tell you if the commander-in-chief would authorize very strong strikes against the Iranian regime. That's not something I would ever reveal from this podium, true or not. Phil.
Here in the back. Thank you, Caroline. I was wondering if you would respond to some of this criticism of the administration from past allies like Joe Kent, who have said that the president's red line shifted from Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon to Iran cannot pursue nuclear enrichment. What is the administration's response to that criticism?
I think the president and I have both strongly responded to the criticism by Mr. Kent, who unfortunately resigned in disgrace and accused the president of basically being controlled by foreign countries and foreign manipulation, which is a ridiculous and laughable assertion. So his accusations have zero credibility as far as this White House is concerned.
The question of the red line shifting from no nuclear weapon to no nuclear enrichment, is there any substance to that argument?
I think the president has been quite clear in what he wants to see from the Iranian regime, which is why he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on the SAVE Act, and I'd like to follow up on the DHS shutdown.
Sure.
First, Senator
The
Mike
Save
Lee,
America Act.
Save America Act. The president corrected me yesterday. That was my fault. Senator Mike Lee said it's essentially impossible to pass the Save America Act through reconciliation. What's your reaction to that? Is the president worried that that strategy might fail?
I think he's willing to try all strategies. I spoke with him about this yesterday, and he said if we can make it work through reconciliation, let's absolutely do that. These, again, are common sense policies that are backed by the vast majority of voters across this country. The only people in this country who don't support them are politicians on Capitol Hill. And you all should ask them why they don't want voter ID, why they don't want proof of citizenship to vote in our nation's elections. Again, these are common sense proposals that are wildly popular, and the president is willing to use any means necessary to get this legislation passed and onto his desk.
And then on the DHS shutdown, do you expect deportations to decrease while ICE is in the airports? And what are the trade-offs of having ICE in the airports right now?
Well, to address this obviously short-term problem and the chaos that has been sowed by these Democrats on Capitol Hill, to address the lines and to get Americans traveling and get them to where they need to be. So the president, I think this was a creative solution, again, that was criticized, but we have seen wait times decrease, not as much as we'd like. Hopefully they will continue to, but at major airports over the course of the last few days, as ICE has been facilitating with travelers in these airports. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. On March 6th, the president said in an interview with Reuters that the U.S. should have a role in choosing Iran's next leadership. Now that we're almost 4 weeks into the operation, is that still the president's assessment of where it should go?
As I've said repeatedly, I think the president obviously believes the United States wants to have someone in leadership position in the Iranian regime that will be much more favorable, that will be willing to work with the United States, that will no longer chant death to America. These would obviously be good common sense things for the United States and for our allies. I think that's what the president meant when he spoke with Reuters that day. Go ahead.
The president yesterday said that he had achieved regime change in Iran because the regime has changed. In terms of...
I mean, has it not?
Well, the leadership...
Their entire leadership has been killed, and nobody has really seen or legitimately heard from this alleged new leader. So wouldn't you say there's been a change in the regime?
There's been a change in leadership. I mean, do
there's
you
been
feel
a change
as though...
in the regime leadership, which is what the president said. So thank you for confirming he was right.
I mean, do you feel as though you've achieved leadership level, or the personnel in place right now in Iran that you're satisfied with? I mean, have you?
I think it's too soon to say.
In terms of highly enriched uranium in Iran right now, is your expectation, I mean, the stated desire of the president has been to prevent nuclear weapons. Is your expectation that the end game here is that eventually Americans will be in possession of that uranium, or you'll somehow have some direct control over the highly enriched uranium that could be used to develop it?
Again, this is a point of conversation that continues. I think you know the means in which the United States would have to take in order to achieve that goal, and that's a decision for the president to make. Brian, good to see you, Brian Glenn.
Good to see you as well. Does the White House have a comment on a letter that was sent from Congressman Raskin to the DOJ alleging that the DOJ recklessly released damning information in regards to President Trump's documents?
Yes, I saw that letter from Congressman Raskin this morning, who I would add has zero credibility, and this letter was clearly a cheap political stunt. What the congressman did here, Brian, and for everyone in the room who's hopefully not reporting on this as fact, is that he took untrue and salacious claims in a memo that was produced by Jack Smith, who has been completely discredited for his lawfare and his witch hunts against this president. And that information was unverified. It never even made it into the indictment because it was so unverified. And what happened to that indictment anyway? It was thrown out. And Jack Smith has been proven, again, to be a prosecutor on a witch hunt against President Trump. He tried to throw him in jail ahead of the 2024 election. The Biden Department of Justice was fully on board with this lawfare campaign. And in fact, this story that was concocted by Congressman Raskin was so ridiculous. I understand his communications team reached out to some outlets in this room who responsibly said, we're not going to write this because this is just too much. However, of course, MS Now did write that story this morning because they continue to be left-wing propaganda for the Democrat Party. But I think Jack Smith has been proven to be a liar and a fraud. And this is, again, a cheap political stunt from a Democrat on Capitol Hill who I think wants to get himself on cable television. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Day for me because I have a lot of confidence in this gentleman. And we're thrilled to swear in our new Secretary of Homeland Security, a great American patriot, to put it mildly, Mark Wayne Mullen. And I want to just say, Mark Wayne, congratulations. Great. You deserve it. Great man. Let me also thank Secretary Mullen's beautiful family, including his wife, Christy. Thank you. His sons, Jim and Jace and Andrew, and daughters, Lara, Ivy, Lynette, and other members of the Mullen family. It's a beautiful family. You know this guy, he's our big top wrestling guy. I won't wrestle him for anything. An all-American wrestler, huh? Good, you have good genetics in that family. Proud of you. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman Jason Smith, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, and many other friends that are gathered with us. It's great group of people. For 13 years, Mark Wayne has represented the incredible state of Oklahoma, a state that I won 77 out of 77 counties 3 times in a row. So they like me there. Second was Ronald Reagan at 56. Did you know that? 56. That's not bad. But 77, it's 77 out of 77, I think, right? That's not bad. But he was there in Congress as a member of the House and then as an outstanding United States Senator. And he really has been outstanding. He's been a close and vital partner in helping us secure the border, stop migrant crime, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again and make America great again. And he's a tremendous player. He worked with Tom Homan, worked with all of our people on the right and many more. and everything he's done has been good. I say everything he touched, he's turned to gold. Now, but even in business, he was successful in all fairness, and he was successful. And he said, I want to go into politics. I hope you're happy. But as the only Native American, I didn't know that, huh? Let me look at you. Well, I think that's all right. He's got great quality, I can tell you. It's the only Native American in the Senate. How many have been there before you? Do you know? Native American?
I think
Three. Well, you're a fantastic representative. Mark Wayne has also been a fantastic advocate for our cherished tribal communities. He's now the first member of the Cherokee Nation ever to serve as a member of the cabinet. I didn't know all these things. I would have picked him faster if I had known. I would have made a quicker decision. Prior to his career in public service, Mark Wayne had a very successful career in business, leaving school at age 20 after his father got sick, taking over his family business and turning it into a multi-million-dollar success story. He's a very successful guy. Mark Wayne has also a career as an MMA fighter. That's why I looked at his ears and I said, I'm not going to fight with him. You can tell a lot about a person by their ears, right? During which he went totally undefeated. He was undefeated during his career, and he's been inducted into the Oklahoma Wrestling Hall of Fame. And the family is made of fantastic wrestlers, especially that guy right there. That's my favorite guy, huh? And suffered bad injury and come back stronger than ever, I think. So good to have you, man, right? I've no doubt that as he takes the helm of DHS, Mark Wayne will fight for Homeland Security, the United States, and securing the country and making it really strong and the way it should be. Our country's come a long way in the last year. We set it up so beautifully, and then we had 4 years of horror. We had 4 years of disgusting horror, open borders, and things that nobody would even think of. You wouldn't even think of. 25 million people poured into our country, and we've gotten a lot of them out, but we have a lot more to go. 11,888 murderers came into our country. People came in from all over the world, from prisons and gangs, gang members, drug dealers, people from mental institutions, insane asylums. That's the mental institution times 2. And what they allowed to happen to our country can never be allowed to happen again, and it won't. With Mark Wayne, we have somebody that's strong, professional, and fair. As you know, the department that Mark Wayne takes over today is currently shut down by radical left Democrat thugs in Congress who have blocked all funding for DHS because they're trying to shield illegal alien criminals, gang members. They want to protect them from being taken out of the country, drug dealers, murderers. They're protecting them all. I don't know how people can vote for these people. You know, I see the midterms are close. I don't know what close means, but I don't know how people can vote for them. You take a look, men, they want men to be able to play in women's sports. They want transgender for everybody. Terrible, but that's the way it is. They don't want to give voter ID. They don't want voter ID for elections. They don't want proof of citizenship for elections. And then they get to vote. They do cheat, but I don't know. It's hard to believe they can cheat that much. Just in the past few days, we've seen the horrifying consequences of Democrats' deadly open border extremism. They want open borders, and they want to open the borders again if they have their chance, because they think they're going to get votes by doing that. On Thursday, a precious 18-year-old college student named Sheridan Gorman was shot and killed while she was walking in a park. She was just walking into the park, didn't do anything. The illegal alien monster charged with Sheridan's brutal murder had come illegally from Venezuela and been released into our country by Sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. And I don't say that because I think he's fine. He's okay. I don't like him, dislike him. I talk about job performance. That's all I care about, job performance. Worst president in history. And Obama wasn't far behind, by the way. But he was then arrested and released again by Democrat governor, a real slob of a governor, J.B. Pritzker, in the sanctuary city of Chicago, which we could make safe in 2 months, I would say. 2 months if we sent in the group, Tom, right? 2 months would be good. 3 months, very good. 4 or 5 months, it would be great. But they would never call because they don't want to do that. All they have to do is call and ask for a little help. The Democrats in Congress do not care how much American blood they shed in their demented pursuit of open borders. From Sheridan Gorman to Jocelyn Nungary and Laken Riley, their quest to flood our country with illegal aliens has left countless American victims in its wake. They never changed. They see what's happening. They never change. That's what they want. They want to get the votes. With sanctuary and sanctuary cities going at levels that they are, and we've ended a lot. We've done a lot. But for some reason, they love it. It's a sanctuary. You know, sanctuary cities are sanctuary for, it's really a sanctuary for criminals. With Secretary Mueller at DHS, we will continue our record-setting efforts to deport these illegal alien criminals from our country, and we are doing at record levels despite a very unfair court system, a radicalized left court system, and others that I'm not too fond of also. And we'll protect innocent American lives. Every single illegal migrant who is a criminal record must be deported immediately. If they have a criminal record, you got to deport them. And there's a lot that came in under Biden. And Kamala, the great border czar, Kamala, who never went to the border, never called Border Patrol, never once called Border Patrol. Can you imagine that, Jim? She's the border czar. She never called Border Patrol. Explain that to me. He's the worst. She was as bad as he was. Going to give him IQ tests next week. Under the Trump administration, we've achieved unprecedented gains on public safety. Yesterday, we were in Memphis, Tennessee, to celebrate the steepest reduction in crime ever recorded. We've been there for about 5 months, and the numbers, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And thanks to our Memphis Safe Task, it's called Safe Task Force, alongside our efforts in Washington, D.C. And what we've done in Washington is amazing. We have Washington as a safe city now. It's been amazing. It's been, if you go back a year and a half to 2 years ago, Washington was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, let alone this country. And now we have a very safe city. And what they've done with all of the people working, many of the people standing right there, has been incredible. And now we're going to see all of our cities take a big step because of Mark Wayne. In 1 year, my administration, we've created the most secure border in the United States history and the largest drop in illegal immigration ever recorded, slashed the illegal fentanyl crossings on our border by 64%, and accomplished the largest decline in the murder rate in the history of our country, bringing it down to 1,900. That's before my father was born. My father was born a little bit after that. He wouldn't be happy mentioning this because he never liked talking about age, but he lived to be a ripe old age. But that's before my father was born. Think of it, 1,900. We have a record, 1,900. Murders last year were at the lowest level in 125 years, and we're making America safe again. We're doing it at levels that nobody, everything we're doing, we're making great. The border is great. The military is great. We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. And we'll see what happens. I want to thank Pete Hegseth. The job you're doing over there is really incredible. You and the general and all of the other generals and colonels and captains and majors and everybody else, right? It's a perfect, amazing thing. We make the best military equipment in the world. Now we're going to make it faster. We want to get it faster, but we make the best in the world. We're doing a job. So I'd like to ask Attorney General Bondi to come and do the honors of swearing in a man who's going to do a phenomenal job for our country. And I tell you, your family has to be very proud. You have to be very proud. Everybody wanted this job. I said, there's one man for this job, and I have no doubt he's going to be fantastic. Thank you, Pam. Come on over. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear,
I do solemnly swear,
Mark Wayne Mullen,
that
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and I will bear true faith to allegiance and do the same.
and that I take this obligation freely,
Take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of
or
evasion,
purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of the office
discharge the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Secretary.
Hey.
Thank you. I think that was the most nervous I've ever been. I don't, it just seems surreal being in the Oval Office and having the President of the United States speak so highly of me and then recognize my family and know my family by name. It's humbling, and I never take it for granted, but I made this very clear that I don't care what color your state is. I don't care if you're red or you're blue. At the end of the day, my job is to be Secretary of Homeland and to protect everybody the same, and we will do that. I'll fight every single day. Today, I got the privilege of meeting so many of the employees at DHS. These employees have been there for 30 days without pay. And if you need anything to know their dedication to show up and still protect the homeland that you and I enjoy and the freedoms that we're experiencing, they're working with for free because of political politics. That's all I need to know. I told them, as you're fighting 365 days, understand I'll be fighting 365 days beside you. No one's going to outwork me, and I'm not going to let any of them outwork me. The president has entrusted me with this, and failure is not an option. And so thank you so much, Mr. President, for this opportunity. I won't let you down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I love that expression. No one's going to outwork me. That's a wrestler's expression, isn't it? Huh? That's a good wrestler's expression. Yes, please.
Mr. President, will the Secretary's replacement in the Senate support the SAVE Act and the use of the talking filibuster to get it through?
Well, it's not the SAVE Act. It's not called this. It's called the Save America Act. There's a big difference because the SAVE Act, nobody knows what that means. Save America means Save America. And I can't speak for him, but I would imagine that Mark Wayne, I didn't even ask him the question because who wouldn't support it? Voter ID with a picture. You want citizenship, proof of citizenship. Ideally, you want to end mail-in ballots because there's tremendous corruption. Then we added a couple of things, Mark Wayne, like I don't think being a great athlete and having a family of great athletes, they have produced great athletes in this family, all-American wrestlers. They especially like wrestling, by the way. And what about baseball? Do you play baseball? Anything? They like wrestling. But I don't think that you would say that his family, and I don't know this for a fact, and I shouldn't say it because I could get myself. Does anybody in your family want men to play in women's sports? I don't think so, Jim, right? I don't think so. I don't think. How would they do? Would they do good wrestling you? They would be in trouble? He said, yes, they'd be in big trouble. It's so crazy. So that would be one. And then we have a few others that we call them the best of Trump. But if you look at transgender mutilization of children, we don't want that. It's the mutilization of children. We don't want that. So generally speaking, I think I can answer that Mark Wayne would be very much in favor of what I'm in favor of. Would you say that's right, Mark? I can't think of too many things. He might be worse. He might be worse than me. That's my look at his wife is saying. That's right. But so, yeah, he's going to be great. Yeah.
Do you believe the Secretary will run DHS any differently than Kristi Noem did? What do you hope to see as his priorities?
Well, we had a good run. Look, we created the strongest border with the help of that man right there. Tom is so incredible. He's going to be a big influence here, too. There's nobody more professional, nobody better. There's nobody better as a human being. You know, he looks tough, but he's got a good heart, but not too good. Don't make it too good. But, you know, we had Tom. We have the safest border we've ever had. We have a lot of assets, but a lot of things we can do, and we're going to do. We have to get criminals out of our country that were allowed in by Biden. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you support what appears to be emerging agreement coming out of the Senate to reopen DHS?
Well, I'm going to look at it, and we're going to take a good hard look at it. I want to support Republicans, and sometimes it's awfully hard to get votes when you have Democrats that don't want to have voter ID. They don't want to have proof of citizenship. They don't want to do anything about men playing in women's sports. That's one of the items we put on, And I did that just because it's so popular. They say that's at least an 80-20 issue. No, it's about a 99-1. I don't think it's, what do you think, Pete? Do you think it's 80-20? Who's closer, 80-20 or 99-1?
Almost 100.
Yeah, I think 100 is really the, so I support that, and I support common sense.
Would you be comfortable with a deal that involves separating ICE funding from the DHS funding package in order to reopen?
Well, they're working on all of that. That's a detail that they'll explain later. Please.
Integrity and DHS measures. Mr. President, since CISA falls under DHS, and given that many credible voices have raised concerns over its premature and possibly likely faulty 2020 election assessment, will you and Secretary Mullen implement reforms at CISA and at DHS to ensure full confidence in future elections, like in the upcoming?
About it. We'll talk about it. Pros and cons. Look, they used it to try and put me in prison, right? So I can't be thrilled with it. They use that very strongly, very illegally. The Democrats are thugs, and I don't want to say that. It'd be nice to everyone get along, but it's a different country than it was years ago. It was very dangerous the way they used it, and they weaponized government. They used that to weaponize government. So I'm not thrilled, but I'll also go along with two groups of people: the military, and I think the military likes it, right? And I'll go along with the senators. I'm fine. But I was a big victim of it. Yeah, please.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out. And now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, their Navy's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. They're pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? If you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant, it collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating.
What do you think was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. Now you want to pursue peace talks.
Your former Border Patrol chief, Greg Bobino, said his only regret is that he didn't catch more illegal aliens. What's your reaction to that?
Who said that?
That's your former Border Patrol chief. He just retired.
Well, I mean, we captured a lot. They were allowed into the country by Sleepy Joe and that group of incompetent people that were, he was the worst president ever, the group of incompetent people. To me, that's the biggest scar. Inflation, they caused the highest inflation we've ever had. We've already gotten rid of it. The biggest scar is what they did, the people that they allowed from prisons all over the world. They came from the Congo, from all over South America. Rough people, really tough people. So, no, I understand what he means. He says, he would have liked to have captured more. I'm not capturing so much as removing. We're removing thousands of people. And many are self-deporting because we're going after them so powerfully that they're self-deporting, Tom, going back. I think that's one of the big unkept secrets. We have thousands and thousands of people, and they're self-deporting. They're going back to where they came from. But what we want really is the criminals. We're really focused on those criminals, getting them out.
What's your message right now to Democrats and also to Americans that are stuck at airports? It's really devastating watching it online because Democrats won't fund DHS.
What's devastating?
Americans right now stuck in airports as we speak because Democrats won't.
Well,
let
they
them
just
leave.
don't, they won't, look, this is a deal that was done in the great big beautiful deal, which gave you the biggest tax cuts ever, including no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security for the seniors. Think of it, no tax on overtime, tax deductions when you buy a car, you take money, pay interest on the money, you deduct it. We've never had that for people buying cars. If it's an American car, only if it's an American car. But they are just they stick together, the Democrats. I tell you, I give them great credit for that. We have some that they're not good stickers. We have guys like Tom Massey in Congress, who's terrible. He's just terrible, terrible person. I call him Rand Paul Jr., but they don't vote. Rand Paul, rarely votes for stuff. Likes me, says I'm a great president. He said the other day, I'm a great president, one of the greatest presidents. But I said, do me a favor, vote for us and don't call me a great. I'd rather have the vote than the statement. But we have people that don't stick together, and those people hopefully will someday be gone. The thing I most respect about the Democrats, even on horrible policy, they stick together. What they do have, though, is horrible policy. Transgender for everyone, open borders, men and women's sports. They have the worst policy that you can imagine. And so whether they stick together or not, they have just this terrible policy. We have great policy. Republicans have great policy. We have common sense policy, but it's great policy. That's our biggest advantage, is our policy is correct. Yeah, please.
President, are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Say it.
Are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Yeah, a little bit, but more NATO. I think our Gulf allies have been pretty good, to be honest with you. UAE's been hit so hard. He got hit by 1,400 rockets, shot them all out of the air with our great Patriot missiles. Think of it, they shot 100 missiles at one of our aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest ships in the world, actually. And out of 101 missiles shot, every single one of them was knocked down in the sea. Think of that. Think of what that means. 101 missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. It's pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking about recently? 101 shot. I said, wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see. It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting, the coolest cucumbers ever. Most people, you don't have a lot of time. When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is, you don't have a lot of time. But I watched them sit down and think. Great students, MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this. They're not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here. And amazing to watch them perform under great pressure, because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, because these were very powerful missiles coming. And so a lot of people choke. They don't choke. These guys don't choke. They're the best in the world. We have the best in the world. Yeah.
Mr. President, what would be your message today to the TSA agents who have been staying home in recent days amid this impasse?
Well, some of them are needing money, because the Democrats cut off their money. I blame the Democrats more than anything else. But some of them, they didn't get paid because they're not funded by the Democrats. This is a Democrat problem. In fact, I actually said to the Senate, why would you say this is a Democrat problem? I think the polls are showing us a Democrat problem. And they'll do anything actually to hurt our country so they can try and win the midterms. And if we ever went back to our old policies, we wouldn't have a country left.
They get a deal, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate, to fund all but enforcement operations of ICE, to get those TSA agents repaid and to open up the rest of the department. Would you sign that?
Well, I don't want to comment until I see the deal, but as you know, they're negotiating a deal. I guess they're getting fairly close. Not happy with it. These guys came in, they wouldn't pay people. You know, they had a deal to pay. They had to break their deal. The Democrats broke the deal that we had. It was all done. Everything was fine. And then they just said, well, we're not going to pay anymore. And they hurt our country. And at a very difficult time because, you know, we are at, as they would say, a war. They call it a war. I call it a military operation, a very successful one, like successful like nobody's ever seen before. Hey, Venezuela was equally as successful. That was a great thing. No, the Democrats had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they said, well, we're not going to pay. And so a lot of people suffered over that and put our country in danger. You have another question? You haven't been here in a while.
Well, on Iran, can you give us any more sense of who exactly in Iran it is either Witkoff, Kushner, and others are speaking with?
Yeah, we had, I hate to say this in front of these young people. They're not children. I spoke to most of them. They sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that. But let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean, that's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone. Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Then why bother talking to them?
Because
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of?
yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait. Yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating on who's going to control the strait from now on?
No, we'll have control of anything we want. Look, if we can end this without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye, I'd like to be able to do that, you know. But they can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that. There won't be any nuclear weapons. They're not going to have, and they're not going to have enrichment, any of those things. But look, I hate to say that we're in a very good bargaining position, and I hate to say that they're defenseless because, you know, until that last missile is fired, they have little power. But we are in about the best bargaining position. We're way ahead of schedule. And again, they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no missile protection, and most of their missiles are gone. Most of their launchers we've killed. You know, we've killed about 82% of their launchers. So even if they had a missile, they can't launch it. We've been very fast. We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody even comes close. We have the best military equipment in the world. Go ahead.
On Saudi Arabia, there's been some reporting that you've been talking to the Crown Prince. Have you been focused on normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel?
Well, no, we have a great relationship with Saudi Arabia. What do you hear with Saudi Arabia?
Just hearing that you've been talking and that he has been encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran. Can you share?
Well, he's a warrior. He does. Yeah, he's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way. Saudi Arabia has been excellent, and UAE, excellent. And I will tell you, Qatar, incredible. Qatar took a hit, a pretty bad hit. Qatar is very close. You know, they're essentially, you can walk right over the border. Qatar took a hit. They've been great. They've been very strong. Kuwait, they had a little mishap. They shot down 3 planes with our missiles. They happen to be our planes, but the pilots made it. Can you imagine the pilots making it? The pilots saw what was coming. And they said, those are Patriots. We're not going to escape Patriots. And they got out of there pretty quick, Pete, right? Pretty amazing that they got out. The 3 pilots lived. They're fine. In fact, they're flying today.
Was the Kuwaitis that accidentally fired the missile?
Yeah, the Kuwaitis made a mistake. They fired. They thought they were firing at the enemy. It was, as the expression goes, friendly fire. But the pilots are great. They're flying today. Pretty amazing, right? When you think of it. Yeah.
Yeah. President Trump, on a human level, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out? Like as a human,
On what?
on a human level, not as the president of the United States. How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated. We killed their Navy in, would you say 3 days, Pete? Gone. In fact, I was a little upset with Pete. I said, why didn't you save the ships? We could have used them, right? He said, it's more fun shooting them down. But the Navy was wiped out in a very rapid order. Pretty impressive for you guys, you champion wrestlers, right? When you hear this stuff. But you don't, if you read the news, you don't hear this. You read like, oh, they're doing wonderfully. They're doing terribly. They're wiped out militarily. They are dead. Yeah.
Is there a new sense of a timeline? Do you want to get something done before the midterms?
Well, we'd like to see President Putin and President Zelensky sit down and make a deal. I think they're getting close, but I've been saying that for a while. I've settled 8 wars. All of them should have been more difficult than this one. This should have been the easiest one. But these are two people that truly hate each other. You'll find out that hatred is not good for making deals. These are people that they don't like each other very much. Yeah.
I know you said there's a bunch of people from the administration who are negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the president of the United States, Tom, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. And if I didn't end the horrible Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal in my first administration, they would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago. They would have used it. I would have never gotten the chance probably to be president. Who knows what it would have been so devastating. And if we didn't send those beautiful B-2 bombers, they took them off my desk. They were right there. I don't know why, but if we didn't have those beautiful, the B-2 hit, which was so we obliterated, despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration said, no, we obliterated it, just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it, and they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including Israel. And you know why you see that? Because unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and elsewhere. And nobody thought they were going to. Were you equally surprised by that, Pete?
Way more than we thought, Mr. President.
Pete, do you want to give about a 3-minute statement on how we're doing in this, as I call it, military operation? People don't like me using the word war, but so I won't. But the Democrats call it a war. How about a little statement? I think he's done a very good job. Do we agree he's done a good job, Mark Webb? Can we take some of your time?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You're spot on. Never in history has a modern military, Iran had a modern military, a modern Navy, a modern Air Force, modern air defenses, leadership, massive bunker. Never has a modern military been so rapidly and historically obliterated, defeated. from day one with overwhelming firepower. The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his warfighters out to fight, he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. This is not a president who's interested in vague end states. He's been very clear with us about what we need to accomplish, creating the conditions for them never to have a nuclear capability. And that's exactly what we're doing in historic fashion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Great job. You know, the only two people that were quite disappointed, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I said, Pete and General Raisin Kane, I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go. Oh, that's too bad. Pete didn't want it to be settled. It's these guys are doing a great job. That's a good attitude, though, Tom, right? They were not interested in settlement. They were interested in just winning this thing. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you, just taking things locally, hopefully not doing international affairs for a second, do you support the construction of the Second Avenue subway in New York City and will your administration?
Wow, that's really far out. You know, the Second Avenue subway has been under construction for, you're a young guy, is longer than you are old, okay? That's been under construction. I haven't heard about the Second Avenue subway in 20 years. What the hell kind of a question is that? I guess they got to get it finished. They spent trillions of dollars practically. No, they spent more money on that than on anything, I think, in the history of our city, in New York City. And it's been under construction for a long time. It's very sad, actually. The only thing maybe worse was Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, his train, I call it his train wreck because it's a wreck. That's been years. It's literally 30 times over budget. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it doesn't go to San Francisco and Los Angeles like it was supposed to. They decided to cut it way short because there was no way they could finish it. But it's one of the worst. I've never seen anything like it other than the worst, the Federal Reserve building for almost $4 billion, little building that's going to cost a renovation for $4 billion, headed by our highly incompetent head of the Federal Reserve. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, would you be open, are you hoping to see the Senate pursue Reconciliation 2.0 to fund ICE and pass the State of America?
Well, we'll see about reconciliation. We're certainly talking about reconciliation, I think, Mark Wayne, right? Do you want to talk about that for a second? Now that he's working, we can get him to do this.
Thank you. Lindsey Graham, the chairman where the reconciliation will funnel through, he is committed to making sure we get reconciliation through. If that is in some form with funding ICE, possibly backfilling from the One Big Beautiful Bill, but also more importantly, the Save American Act. There's a framework that we can do through reconciliation, paying for it, put some of the policies that cost money in, because there's nothing more important than the Save American Act. I mean, that's what the American people want. There's 80% of the population say they want only Americans voting, citizens that are registered to vote, citizens that have done it the right way. And I believe that everybody wants an election integrity. So fortunately, Lindsey Graham has said through reconciliation, he's willing to put the framework out for that.
And I think that was said so beautifully, so concisely, so well, your father, that we should let him have the last word, and that was it. That was the last word. Did he do a good job? Are you impressed with your father?
Never been more impressed with anybody in my life.
How about me? Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. No, you like your father better, okay? Come here. Look at this guy. Come here. This guy, don't wrestle him. We'll steal over here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I want to thank the family because without the family, he's not here. You know, he's a different person. And that goes especially for Mom, who looks like she's about 22 years old. I don't know. I see these kids, but she looks very young. But it's a great couple. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thanks. Come on in.
Hit the like, share, sub. I got 2 more and then I'm probably getting up out of here. This is too much work. Y'all ain't winning though. I see you guys a mile away. You're wondering what's going on.
You gotta have the best to be the best.
All right, fascinating. I hope you can join us again, Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. Very good to have you here, sir. Thank you, Admiral.
Let's bring in Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the United States. He joins us now from Tel Aviv. Mr. Ambassador, always good to have you on. What do you make of the news from the president that the United States and Iran are in talks, potentially to bring an end to this conflict?
Well, if the conflict ends and if the goals of the war are achieved, John, then everybody in Israel will be very, very happy. I just got out of the bomb shelter about 5 minutes ago. We had another 2 very large missiles striking not far from where I'm talking to you. And these are cluster bombs that break up into many, many bomblets and kill people. So certainly the people of Israel who have been in these bomb shelters now for a month, our children, our grandchildren will be very, very happy if this war ends, but it has to end in a way that we don't have to fight it again another 10 or even 5 years. And according to the Israeli reports tonight, there are 5 goals here, John. One is to make sure Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon, as the president said during his press conference, to make sure that Iran can't build these long-range, huge ballistic missiles again, that Iran will stop supporting terror throughout the world, and that it will ship out the nearly 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium, which it has, which can make 11 atomic bombs out of that. Very, very dangerous. So the hope here in Israel that if these talks are serious and Iran is serious about making these concessions, then everyone here will be very happy.
So as far as, this question over whether or not Iran can be trusted and whoever this is that the White House is negotiating with, what do you say about that? President Trump insisting just a few moments ago that they will make a deal while also saying that Iran cannot be trusted. So how do you wrap your mind around that?
Very simple, actually. You trust them, but with supervision. They have to be every concession that Iran makes. Say they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Say they're not going to make these huge ballistic missiles. And you see the size of these things on your screen there. They're huge. They're the size of a bus. You have to have inspectors go in there, and they have to be deep inspections without restrictions. And under the previous JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal of President Obama, there were tremendous restrictions on those inspections, and eventually the Iranians simply cut them off. They can't do that. So, yeah, they can make concessions, but you have to make sure those concessions can be observed and certified by international inspectors.
And those ballistic missiles that they fired at Diego Garcia over the weekend would seem to give a lie to what Iran has claimed, that it was only focusing on short-range ballistic missiles with a range of 2,000 kilometers or less. What do you make of what the president said, Mr. Ambassador, about Iran showing that the United States is talking to the right people by giving them a very significant gift, which the president then put a tiny little bit of meat on the bones by saying it was related to the Strait of Hormuz? Any idea what that could be in relation to?
It could be letting tankers through. There are dozens of tankers that have been waiting to move through the Straits of Hormuz, and that is causing a spike in oil prices worldwide. Certainly Israel would like to see those prices go down as well. And if that's the gift, then it should be accepted. And if it's an expression of goodwill, which is really what this is about, that will be tested in the coming days. The president has given the Iranians till Friday to come up for a solution of Hormuz. in which case, expressions of goodwill. Let's see what happens around the negotiating table.
Yeah, Michael, a lot of what we're doing here at home is watching the market response. There's been so much volatility, especially obviously with energy and the U.S. equity market. There was sort of this wait and see happening with the stock market, but oil prices seem to be hovering in this low $90 range here at home. This is obviously the West Texas Intermediate WTI contract that we watch here. But it seems the markets perhaps are believing and anticipating that an end at least is near.
I think that is definitely the case. There was an immediate uptick in the market today, and markets generally, including the Israeli market. And again, it is the increase of 25 or 30% in gas per gallon is very painful for working Americans. We certainly understand that here. It is, however, about half of what people anticipated. If you read the New York Times, they expected oil to go up to about $180 a barrel. It has not. Mm-hmm. So we hope it goes back down to 60. Right now it's around 90. And again, it's not good, but it could be much worse.
Mr. Ambassador, one big question that a lot of people have, including myself, and I'm sure you might as well, is who is the U.S. engaging with? There have been some reports that it's Mohammad Ghalibaf, who is the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. There was a report in the Washington Post that it's Abbas Araghchi, who is the foreign minister. What's your best knowledge of who the United States might be talking to?
Well, our sources say it's neither of them. Neither of those gentlemen. Araghchi has no power. And the Speaker of the Parliament is an old-time revolutionary. He's not a person who's...
Obviously, what is a very big day, emerging from the bomb shelter to come talk to us just now. We appreciate that. Thank you very much for joining us.
As always, Michael, as always, stay safe.
Now, President Trump Monday afternoon in Memphis making those comments, extending the deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, delaying threatened strikes on Iranian energy plants. This comes as U.S. forces continue to keep the pressure on the regime by hitting key military targets, as well as the Israelis. Lucas Tomlinson back in Dubai for today's update from there. Lucas, hello.
Good morning, Bill. UAE's top diplomat says this country will not be blackmailed by terrorists as the rhetoric heats up against Iran as Iran fires 17 more drones and 5 ballistic missiles at this country as President Trump thinks he's getting closer to a deal with Iran.
They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund.
Now, after initially denying any talks were taking place with the U.S. side, Iran's foreign minister has held separate calls with his counterparts from Egypt, Oman, Pakistan, and Turkey. The same countries reportedly attempting mediation with the U.S. and Iran to end the war. India's foreign minister has reportedly spoken with Secretary Rubio. India now using warships to escort its tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. And as negotiations appear to have taken off, U.S. jets continue picking off targets in Iran, now more than 9,000 strikes since the start of the war more than 3 weeks ago, including Greater Tum Island. This island is one of 3 in the Strait of Hormuz, claimed by the UAE, Bill, but controlled by Iran, and perhaps a destination for those Marines in the future on their way here. And aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, F-18 Super Hornets, F-35 stealth fighter jets, and EA-18 Growler electronic warfare jets with jamming pods under the wing continue to launch day and night from the flight deck. And B-52 bombers now launching strikes from RAF Fairford in Britain with a full complement of 24 2,000-pound satellite-guided penetrator bombs. Those normally need to be dropped 5 to 50 miles from the target. And last night, British forces shot down 14 drones over Iraq and A-10 Warthogs, destroying Iranian-backed proxy forces in Mosul. And more C-17 transport flights have left the United States with paratroopers and likely special operations forces aboard bound for the Middle East, Bill.
Wow, that is a lot. Lucas, thank you. Lucas Tomlinson in Dubai. Dana?
For more on this, Leary Ventures Chairman Kevin O'Leary joins us now. Kevin, welcome to you. It's important we have you here today because I feel like people are looking for guidance on what's happening, on what they should be doing with their money. They're watching these very volatile markets, whether it's the U.S. equity markets, the energy markets. What do you tell people when they stop you on the street and they say, what the heck is going on? What should I do with my investments? What do you say?
What's going on is a huge opportunity to provide stability to one of the fastest growing areas on Earth. You've got to remember, only a week ago, we did not have UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia talking about finally ending the status quo. This is brand new information. Why you should care about that is a lot of people don't understand what that area is. It is the gateway to Asia. So from an investor's point of view, and that's what I'm going to give you now, and what institutional money is talking about today is, are we at a place now where finally, whatever the end game is, it's not about the price of oil anymore. Yes, that's important, but you've seen the volatility of oil go from 88 to 110 based on what the outcome is going to be. And here's what the outcome could be. And this is the optimistic scenario. If there's a coalition of the willing, and I'm talking about the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, coming together as part of this settlement and cutting a deal with its, let's call it, rogue nation neighbor, Iran. You've got to remember something about history. I'm a history buff. It's the only thing I got 100 in college. This nation, only 60 years ago, Iran, was a nation of poets, mathematicians, artists. That's why they were able to basically enrich uranium in the first place. These are smart people. They don't want to be in the place they're in. They've had bad luck with leadership. What the market smells here is a new world order where this is finally settled and capital can go back to work. You got to remember, just the UAE alone is number 3 in AI in the world. It's United States, China, United Arab Emirates. And right now, there's instability. They don't want this. They want this thing over with. They want their tourism back. They want their data centers stable. They want to keep developing AI. And we want to keep investing there. I smell something good coming, and so does the market. It'll happen in the next couple of weeks, and oil will take care of itself.
And that is the message we've gotten from the White House, right, Kevin? They've said short-term pain for longer-term gain. In fact, President Trump has said that he believes that once this is over, there will be a significant drop in prices and inflation and those energy prices. Even I've heard the White House suggest they could come down lower than they were just prior to the war. This is the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, yesterday on FBN saying almost that. Listen.
He understands all the American consumers are suffering right now.
The promise is that those oil and gas prices will come down and prices in general will come down significantly after this is all over. Perhaps that people can live with that, but there's no certainty that will happen. Here's gas prices right now as of today. AAA reporting $3.97, Kevin. That is a full $1 higher than just 1 month ago. How important is it that the administration, while they believe prices will eventually come down, acknowledge the short-term pain that American consumers are living through right now?
They are living through some pain, but it is short term. And the price of oil is based on where you think it's going to be in the future. Oil traders base them, they've got a lot of oil on the water right now they haven't sold. And they're waiting. Do I sell it now today at an inflated $90 price? Or do I take the risk this thing gets settled the next week and watch it go back to $77? That's the kind of trade that occurs. But think of the bigger context of why we should all have optimism, both domestically and internationally. There is no other commodity like oil. It's the input cost for every nation's economy. Very important. Whether you're Russia, whether you're China, whether you're an adversary, whether you're a foe or friend, it doesn't matter. Number 2, everybody has a stake in the game on this one because Europe, they got to get this strait opened up. The Chinese need it. The Asians need it. Japan's got 73% of their oil going through it. So while there's a lot of jawboning going on from the political point of view, everybody knows the end game. Everybody knows where it has to end. Everybody has an interest. There's never been quite a situation like this. Everybody in the region wants to get Iran on board for peace and growth. And even the people there, they want the same thing. You've got 250,000 people making 60 million miserable. That's not a long-term solution either. That's just in Iran. That's why you've got to take the long view. And the long view here could be just 60 days. Remember, to affect the U.S. economy, you need oil. I'm talking about recession talk or hurting the economy or damaging small business. You need oil at above $93 for 3 months. We're only 1/3 into it. So everybody chillax and let this thing play out. There's a really big opportunity here, a huge one. And everybody gets the upside, including all our trading partners. We work this out. We're selling stuff to Saudi Arabia. We're selling it to the UAE. We're selling it to Asia. We're selling it to Japan. This is a huge opportunity. I just see it for what it is. It's history being made.
All right, Kevin, appreciate you being here. There's a lot to watch there, and the markets obviously are super sensitive to any bits of news we get from all of this, and that's why we're seeing all that volatility, which can be hard for people to stomach sometimes. Kevin, good to see you. Thank you very much.
This former assistant to President Trump and special presidential envoy for Ukraine. General, how would you characterize where we're at right now, and what do you think that our Marines could do when they get into theater?
Yeah, Brian, it's good to be with you. You brought up some really great points there on ground forces. Look, I'm a big believer right now. We just need to secure the Strait of Hormuz. And you can do that with 2 amphibious ready groups, Marine ready groups that are headed in that way. They're a self-contained unit. They've got aviation assets. They've got helicopter assets. They've got 2,500 Marines on each one of the ARGs. And they can open up the straits out there and occupy that ground. Look, I'm a big believer in putting boots on the ground, not necessarily into Iran, but taking Karg Island and also taking the Strait of Hormuz. Look, we kind of need to do it the way the Romans used to do it. You need to put your legions on the ground to secure the territory and give them confidence that they can do it, that we can open up the strait. Look, I know there's risk involved. There's always risk involved. But those kids, those young men and women, they understand the risk involved on taking both Karg and opening up the Strait of Hormuz as well. So they've got the ability to do it. The amphibious ready groups of the Marines, they can open up the lower half of the strait, do it. And then I turn around to maybe the 82nd Airborne Division or Rangers or somebody like that to take Karg Island, who's a Speaker of the House of Iran, that gives them more leverage to do it. You basically cut off their economic lifeline. President Trump saw that in 1988 when he mentioned he should take Karg Island. And he's the only president that's had the guts to be able to launch forces into the Gulf region to take control of that. I mean, it controls not us. It controls much of the economies of the Far East and also partially of Europe. And they've got a responsibility as well.
So when you talk about risk, you talk about when you take an island, you also become a target. They know where we are at, and they'll know how to get to us, and they could go try to get lucky once. Would you go to that island with missile defense, with some type of drone defense?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you take it out. I mean, the risk I'm talking about
do
is
we go with
when
it,
you've got
for
soldiers,
example,
sailors,
General?
airmen, and Marines, you understand that.
But General, do we go with the island and be able to deploy some type of anti-drone technology and some missile defense? So when we get there, we have some protection.
Oh, absolutely. But you have protection with the ARG itself, with the ships of the ARG that are there. Plus, you have the air support of the ARG, the U.S. Marine Corps that's got there. I have great confidence in our men and women in the military, and especially of the Marine Corps, that they're able to do that job. And I think it's a two-part effort, though. I just don't think you can only open the strait, but you can also go after Karg Island, which is basically the economic lifeline. See, I'm one of those believers that I know you're talking about boots on the ground and people rub their hands in a negative manner or basically clutch their pearls. But the fact is, over time, over history, the only way you solve a solution is to put boots on the ground and control the environment. You can do certain things from the air, you can do certain things from the sea, but there's time you have to occupy land, like I said earlier, just like the Romans did.
General, I think you agree that we can't leave there with the Iranians thinking, okay, at any moment we can grab the Strait of Hormuz and we'll have ultimate leverage. We've already showed the world that. Somehow they got to be, they have to disassociate themselves with that conclusion. And this is probably the only way to do it, wouldn't you think?
Well, yeah, because look, we've lived over 40 years with Revolutionary Guards. They're going to be in charge out there. And they're an organization and a movement that has subdued the Iranian people over time. And I think they're just going to go back to their roots in 5 years or 10 years out there, just eliminate them. We have to have a different type of government, I believe, get rid of the theocratic government, put the mullahs back in the mosques where they belong, and let some type of government run Iran. It's going. I'm not sure that Galibov is the right person, but he's the one we're going to be talking to. And give President Trump a lot of credit. At least he's willing to talk to him. But he's got that heavy hand of the military right behind him. And he's not afraid to use it.
Absolutely. General Kellogg, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours.
We killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. This is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with. That created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean, that's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone.
Why bother
Why do
talking
you?
to them?
Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Why bother talking to them?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of?
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait. Yeah.
Heritage Foundation senior fellow, retired Navy captain, and former Pentagon official. Brent, welcome to you. So, I mean, this obviously would be a big change in the scope of the war as we have seen it. What say you at this point?
Well, I mean, the potential entry of Saudi Arabia and UAE into direct conflict with Iran, I mean, they've been under blistering attacks for the better part of the last week and a half or so. And so the longer that Iran remains obstinate and resisting, ending this war, the more likely that these neighbors that are getting attacked join it. Whether or not that moves the needle to quickening the end of this war, that'll be to be seen, quite frankly.
General Keane weighed in earlier on what makes him skeptical about these talks. Listen.
I'm highly skeptical. Why? Because this is a regime for 47 years. They are pathological liars and they're cheaters. And it's very difficult to take them at their word. I'm not saying don't try, but I think the president certainly and his negotiators know who these people are.
And the president has given us some sort of indication that the people with whom they are talking are, quote unquote, reasonable. So do you have faith in these talks?
Well, I would side with General Keane on this one. This is not the time to relent at all on the military front. If anything, it's to apply more pressure to ensure that the Iranians are serious about ending their nuclear program, ending the murder of their people on the streets. The key thing, though, is probably good to reflect back on why we are where we are today with this regime. After 47 years, the nature of it's one that they can't live with their neighbors in peace, and certainly not with Israel. That's got to change. And they also have been a threat to American citizens. Well, over 1,000 of American souls have been passed because of this regime's terroristic attacks. And we need to find a place where a new regime is in Tehran that can meet that peaceful coexistence with their neighbors, Israel and the United States. And until that, we'll be back at this again in some near future.
I'll put the New York Times headline up on the screen on the Saudi prince supposedly pushing President Trump to continue the Iran war. In these recent calls, Prince Mohammed bin Salman sees a historic opportunity to remake the region, according to people briefed by U.S. officials on the conversations. And we have heard this before, and we've heard this from President Trump as well, that we could see a whole new Middle East as a result. What do you imagine that looks like if all went as planned?
Well, I think the first observation of that would be the expansion of the Abraham Accords, which even before this conflict was actually growing. Saudi Arabia was a potential joining into that back before the October 7th attacks in 2023. I mean, that's a glimpse of the future without this regime in Tehran spreading discord and chaos and murder across the region, and certainly even on our streets, attempted assassinations here. So definitely it's for the Iranian people to act on.
Have about 30
given an opportunity.
I have about 30 seconds left. I'll leave us off with what you see happening next with all of this.
I think the next focus is going to be trying to restore some level of confidence that ships can pass through the Straits of Hormuz so oil prices can come down. That doesn't require a coalition, a formal coalition, but with the French sending a carrier strike group and perhaps other allies stepping up, I think that's the type of message that'll send to the shipping world and to the insurers that it's safe to go through that strait, or at least safe enough for the shipping to pick up and the prices to come down.
Yeah, just took a quick peek. Oil seems to be holding steady right around $92 a barrel right now. Brent, always good to get you on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Segrid releases immediately and blocks acid that causes heartburn for 24 hours. Feel the difference.
Thank you.
All right, John.
Let's bring in Power Us founder and former Army Special Ops Intel analyst Brett Velikovich. Brett, on the one hand, we have CENTCOM confirming more than 9,000 targets have been struck as a part of Operation Epic Fury. On the other hand, you have President Trump talking about this 5-day pause. Do you expect this?
It's been very so. There's a lot more, obviously, that can also be done from the air to continue that leverage. Air campaigns like this, they don't just destroy targets, they're going to collapse entire systems. You're degrading logistics, command and control networks, communications, resupply chains. And I think what we're already seeing is that Iran's missile and drone output has dropped dramatically because of these strikes. And so continued air operations, they can go even deeper, in my opinion. We can target mobile launchers, leadership nodes, air defenses, stop Iran from
reporting. Senior military officials are weighing a possible deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division and some elements of the division's headquarters staff to support U.S. military operations in Iran. You hear that word support, support, support over and over again. But at the end of the day, do you expect boots on the ground as the inevitable next phase of this conflict if peace is not achieved?
Well, Todd, look, in reality, there are limits to what air power alone can achieve. You can destroy infrastructure, you can degrade capability, but there are certain objectives that require physical control. You can bomb a position all day long, but until you control it, your enemy always has the ability to come back. And I think air power gets us maybe 80 to 90% of the way there, but high impact ground operations, if used correctly, secure that final outcome and close the gap. And that's why you're seeing these discussions about airborne troops, marine elements, potentially moving into the region, not for occupation, but for precision missions. We have to seize key positions. Eliminate in leadership here matters. President Trump's been dealing with a situation that didn't develop overnight. It's the result of years of hesitation of our feckless leaders and strategic drift. And so what we're seeing right now is the United States reestablishing that clarity, that the global economy can't be held hostage, that nuclear brinksmanship has consequences. And our military right now, frankly, is the only thing standing between stability and total disruption in that region. So we need to do whatever it takes to ensure that total victory is secured.
Brett, you mentioned the calculus going on in Iran. Listen to this. The Wall Street Journal is out with a report this morning that Saudi Arabia and the UAE, Iran's neighbors, are getting closer to actually joining the fight against Iran. In about 30 seconds, how would that impact this conflict going forward?
Well, I think our neighbors are tired of it. If anything that these strikes have done has brought our allies closer and closer. Groups that normally would remain neutral are tired of taking Shahed strikes every single night and seeing their tourist centers bombed. Iran's terror empire, in my opinion, is on borrowed time. The mullahs, they've been misfiring. They've tried to sow chaos in the region. Their spokesmen are being silenced forever, and America and its allies are about to end this once and for all.
And now the question becomes, not only who are you negotiating with, but how many different groups are you negotiating with? You've got the secular, you've got the religious factions. Really, the common person like you and I doesn't really know who's in charge. Hopefully, the White House is negotiating with somebody who can actually end this. But to your point, Brett, we will see. Brett Velikovich, is always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Well, the other part of this is
my village is primitive, so I need to prioritize development. First,
we promise a tenfold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can lead to jawbone loss and change your face.
All right, we are 33 minutes past the hour, well into the trading day. It's off the highs of the session, but still way up. The Dow up 673 points. It's a gain of 1.5%. This as oil prices are coming down. Bottom right of your screen, back below $90 a barrel, down about $9.50 on the session. This was President Trump earlier on that. Listen.
Price of oil will drop like a rock as soon as a deal is done. We are in the throes of a real possibility of making a deal. And I think if I were a betting man, I'd bet for it. But again, I'm not guaranteeing anything. They want to make a deal very badly.
All of this is the news the markets are pricing in, I suppose. Fox Business anchor David Asman is here. I mean, obviously, yeah, this is a lot.
You never know. Well,
Volatile
again,
market.
Just think, it's in 48 hours, the gyrations that the market went through. On Saturday, he had his Truth Social post saying he was going to attack the various power plants in Iran, and the price of oil went up because there's a lot of trading that goes on during the weekend. It's kind of informal trading. Trading was up, way up, over $100 a barrel for West Texas oil. And then came this Truth Social post this morning saying, we're going to have a 5-day rest period we're not going to attack the power plants until we see whether they're true or not. And now it's down around $90.
Well, and I'm noting that the Dow just popped 100 points since I introed it. You see that little spike there. So naturally, I checked the wires. And crossing right now is an interview that J.D. Vance gave with Axios. And apparently J.D. Vance, and the vice president, and Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel discussed the components of a possible agreement to end the war with Iran. This is crossing right now. Vance spoke by phone on Monday morning with Netanyahu and discussed efforts to open negotiations with Iran. Obviously, this is all in line with what we are hearing from President Trump, but clearly giving a boost right now to the American stock market.
And look at the bottom right of your screen. It's now below where it was when we started the segment about 2 minutes ago. It's now close to $88 crude oil. That's West Texas. The Brent oil that reflects more about the trading in Europe is up higher, but again, that's coming down percentage-wise about the same. So this market is totally fixated now on oil. That's the only thing.
And Iran.
Everything else, well, yeah, the two go together, but everything else is doing well. The growth is doing well. The corporate earnings are doing well. So the markets are poised. They really want to take off from here, but people are afraid to make this first step. There's a bit of this is nothing, by the way. It was up over 1,100 points earlier this morning. So the potential for growth here is great, but they want to be sure, and there are too many if, ands, or buts to really wholeheartedly buy into this market.
Also, President Trump indicating, obviously, that it could be him in control of the Strait of Hormuz. That was an interesting moment that we heard in that gaggle earlier today. Chris Wright, the energy secretary, revealing that U.S. oil from our stocks started flowing last Friday afternoon. Obviously, all of this is feeding into the market movement. Add to that, crossing right now, New York's LaGuardia Airport is on track to open at 2 p.m. There is just so much for these markets to take in and to react to right now. But this was the president earlier in just a fascinating moment on moving oil through the strait. He said this in that gaggle. Listen.
Be jointly controlled.
By who?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States to be
me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah. Look, and there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change.
Not sure what that tells you, David.
Well, and we're not sure who he's talking to in Iran either. I mean, that's a big point. General Keane was on earlier this morning with Stuart Varney, suggesting that he thinks he knows who they're talking to and that they're not quite as accommodating as the president is indicating. So that's putting some pause in the markets too. Who it is that they're talking to, whether or not they have control. So many of the leaders have been killed by our strikes that it's difficult to tell. But what is not difficult to tell is the world is producing more oil than the world is using right now. The world uses about 105 million barrels a day, and we're producing about 107 million barrels a day. So we're producing more. That's why when you hear the phrase, we're awash in oil, it's not just hyperbole, it's true. We produce more oil than we're using. The problem is getting that 20% of what is produced every year through the Strait of Hormuz, and you gotta knock that out. All of the defense forces and the offensive forces of Iran, you got to knock those out and make sure before these vessels feel good about taking the strait into open waters. Now, remember, Iran is still sending its oil out on these tankers. So Iran is getting their boats out. We know that it's possible to do it. It's not like the whole thing is blockaded. There is a passageway. The problem is a lot of the independent, the 100 or so tankers that are waiting in the wings to go through are afraid that they are going to be attacked by these drone attacks. And that's what has to be nailed down.
Gotcha. All right, David, thank you very much. What a day for the markets.
Yeah, indeed.
Thank you, sir. All right, John.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligram generic Viagra.
Welcome back to the show. U.S. and Israeli forces carrying out fresh waves of strikes against Iran. It comes as President Trump says the U.S. military is postponing strikes on the regime's power plants after claiming the two sides held productive talks on ending the conflict. Steve Harrigan is in Armenia. He's near the border with Iran for an update. Hi, Steve.
Dana, President Trump announcing a 5-day pause on any U.S. attacks on Iran's infrastructure. Posting on social media, the president said, I've instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants. Iran, for its part, has denied that there have been any direct negotiations with the U.S., and they've also threatened to retaliate against any strikes on their energy infrastructure. They said they would attack any and all energy plants across the Mideast, including the Barak nuclear power plant in the United Arab Emirates. The Revolutionary Guard posting a chilling note on state television saying, do not doubt that we will do this. Dana, back to you.
Steve, thank you so much.
So, Dana, we talked about this at the end of last week, and a lot of this information has changed over the weekend, but these were the military installations in addition to the energy installations that were hit or targeted anyway by Iran. You had a refinery north of Tel Aviv near Haifa. You had a refinery here on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, a long way away from Tehran, just across the Strait of Hormuz in Kuwait, Qatar, and UAE. But that's just some of them, okay? So this is what we tried to do on this map. All these little different colored dots, all right? Red represents a plant, yellow is a port, green is storage, and blue is a field. And what I see here, well, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, all this is on the west side of the Strait of Hormuz, which essentially, it could be less than 100 miles for a drone or a missile launched by Iran to go ahead and target some of these energy facilities in these Gulf countries. This, however, is the thing to keep in mind. Strait of Hormuz, that choke point, 20% of the natural gas and the oil that comes out of that part of the world goes to Europe. Another 80% goes to Asia. So you see, it is the engine in a lot of ways for these countries around the world. General Jack Keene's with us now. And sir, good morning to you. Let's get caught up on this. It's great to have you on. We heard from the president last hour. If the U.S. were to take action against these power plants in Iran, basically knocking out the electricity for 92 million people, that would take the war to a next level. What can you add about the reports of communications and talks with senior officials in the Iranian government at this hour, General?
This one easy trick will save you thousands when buying a used car. Did you know that some dealerships will clear the check engine codes off their cars? And then you'll end up buying that car without realizing.
Well, I don't know what's taking place in terms of the negotiations. I do know that the likelihood of talking to someone is who they believe is a moderate, but most intel people regard that someone that they're talking to as another hardliner in the Iranian administration and part of the regime. I mean, listen, what we have seen in negotiations in the past is the Iranians are willing to promise something and then cheat, and lie. That is one of the reasons why we're in this in the first place, aren't we? Because we came to the realization there's no really dealing with this regime. And we have to take away their capabilities to attack us and do harm in the region. That is what this whole campaign is about. And we're well on our way to achieving all of that, Bill, to absolutely include plans to open up the Straits of Hormuz. There's no doubt we're going to open up the Straits of Hormuz because we're going to take control of it. And we'll be able to hold on to that reality over time. What we can't do is, through negotiations, open up the Straits of Hormuz, enter into some deal with the Iranians. Yeah, they'll back off. And then we'll end hostilities prematurely. And what happens as a result of that? One, they still have capability to attack us, even though that was our goal. Two, they can blackmail and use the Straits of Hormuz as hostage in the future. I think we're going to stay on path here. I have complete confidence that the American president, President Trump, knows what our plan is, knows how far along we are in achieving that plan, and that we can achieve that plan and achieve reality. If we're talking to this regime and some member in it who maybe is willing to undermine the rest of the regime and make a deal with us about what I would refer to as more terms of surrender, that's attractive. But if this is just another diplomatic effort for us to stop hostilities before we achieve our military objectives. That doesn't make any sense. I don't see our president succumbing to anything like that.
It's a very insightful answer, sir. What did this announcement 2 hours ago about a 5-day delay mean to you?
Well, I think it's predicated on the fact that there's some kind of negotiations taking place. I never thought the power plant deal would actually stop their behavior that much, because the Mossad has blew up power plants in the past through the years. I mean, if we're trying to do something to gain some leverage over the regime, in addition to the military capabilities we're displaying, I would tie up all of the Iranian export shipping that's coming through the Straits and deal with the countries it's going to, China, Russia, Pakistan, and India, and tell them, I got no choice but to stop this. And in other words, you're shutting down the Iranian trafficking through the Straits of Hormuz, and you go into those countries to put pressure on Iran to open the whole Straits of Hormuz as a result of it. To me, that's more attractive than dealing with power plants. But I'll leave it to the plans that are already in place here. I just know this, Bill. Our military objectives, we are achieving them, knocking them down one at a time, and the Israelis are as well. And we're in a very good place to achieve all of those objectives over time. And listen, no one's even thinking that this would go likely beyond 60 days. Can you imagine conducting a campaign in several weeks to achieve the military objectives that we have assigned to ourselves? It is condition-based. And it's the reality of those conditions that we're dealing with. The Straits of Hormuz are blocked. Okay, that's a condition that we're dealing with. And that will be opened up. That's a fact. Their ballistic missile program, longer range than what we had expected. This is the adversary taking a vote here. We adapt to that. And the answer to that is take all their ballistic missile programs down. And we're about the path of doing just that. Okay. We have to adapt to the enemy as well as the enemy trying to adapt to us.
We get it. Jack Keane, thank you, sir. Let's talk later in the week. I know we will. Maybe even later today or tomorrow. Jack Keane, thanks.
Security military analyst, also senior fellow for the Lexington Institute, and joins us now. So Iran has maintained, we're specifically developing short-range ballistic missiles, less than 2,000 kilometers, or about 900 miles, I guess. And we're not going for the intermediate range stuff. This would seem to put the lie to what they were claiming yet again.
Yes, and we saw their space launch capability. The IRGC popped up a rocket back in 2024. So you lighten the warhead, you put in some more propellant at another stage, and you've got that reach towards Diego Garcia. What was so scary, John, is that is one of our biggest forward bomber bases. Our B-52s, B-2s, B-1s have all operated out of there. Of course, they're tankers and occasionally fighters, too. So that was Iran trying, but failing, thanks to that U.S. Navy sea-based ballistic missile intercept.
And we should also point out that at the beginning of this conflict, the UK had denied us permission to use that base, but then reopened it after President Trump, I think, took a strip off of Keir Starmer. The Council on International Mediation said this about the attempted missile strike. The real story is not whether the missile was intercepted. It is that Iran may have demonstrated reach far beyond what much of the world believed it possessed. A 4,000-kilometer capability changes the map. Major European capitals begin to enter the conversation. Paris comes into range. London moves much closer to the edge of vulnerability, depending on launch point and payload. If confirmed, Diego Garcia was not just a target, it was a message. Now, hitting an island that's only 15 by 5 miles wide in the middle of the Indian Ocean is a pretty hard target to hit. But if you fired one of those at Paris, which is about 7 or 8 miles across, even if you missed, you're likely going to hit something.
Well, that Diego Garcia attempt was a message that Iran will go after critical infrastructure. Now, the U.S. and the Europeans have known all along that Iran had this possible rogue missile capability. Why? That's why we have early warning radars in Poland and Romania set up for that, and why we have an entire destroyer squadron based out of Rota in the Mediterranean. Right now, our primary defense against Iran's long-range missiles is sea-based shots with the SM-3 and family from our destroyers.
So the stock market and the oil markets, like what President Trump said late yesterday on Truth Social, and that is that the United States is engaged in talks with Iran about potentially bringing an end to this conflict. Here's what he said under the wing, or I guess he was under the fuselage of Air Force One earlier today.
We're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the
the Supreme Leader? No, not the Supreme Leader, but the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
I can't.
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
Because I don't want them to be killed.
That people were asking for the name. He said, I don't want him to be killed, so I'm not going to tell you. But it seems, according to some reports, that it's the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Ghalibaf, though he is saying the following. Our people demand the complete and humiliating punishment of the aggressors. All officials stand firmly behind their leader and people until the goal is achieved. No negotiations with America have taken place. Fake news is intended to manipulate financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which America and Israel are trapped. But if anybody is a do one thing, say another, it's Iran.
Well, whoever it is we're talking to you, I can tell you this. Iran's escalation has failed. So, oh, yes, Iran wants to talk about how they get out of this mess. But we got to destroy the rest of their military capability first.
Yeah, well, we've seen video of those underground missile cities, as they call them. And they seem pretty formidable. And I know that the U.S. and Israel are trying to knock them out as best they can. But that's buried deep in granite.
But they're doing a tremendous job, and it's about finding those targets, using the bunker busters, and then looking for any additional targets that have popped up, and of course, getting after the rest of that anti-ship cruise missile threat in the Strait of Hormuz and putting that great maritime surveillance over the strait so that we can think about getting more shipping traffic moving.
Yeah, got to get that moving again as well. Rebecca, always great to see you.
Moments ago, President Trump confirming progress in talks with Iran, adding, quote, I've instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period. Meanwhile, growing concerns over Iran's missiles over the weekend, how far they can actually go after Iran launched ballistic missiles towards Diego Garcia, a U.S.-UK base in the Indian Ocean, 2,500 miles away. So now we know that we've been accusing them of this. They've denied it. And now we know their space program has produced a missile that can go 2,500 miles. So what does that mean? Let's take a look. 2,500 miles, it's the lighter lavender color. First off, what is now in target? I don't think they're going to be targeting Moscow, but it's now targeted. Obviously, all these states are going to be targeted and have been targeted. Now let's expand it a little. Look what goes 1,811 miles, 1,864 miles. You got the capitals of Rome, Munich, Paris, of Italy, Germany, and France. Suddenly they are paying attention, I imagine. Maybe it is their fight. And of course, in London, where they've decided to just let their military wither. And then we have Oslo and Berlin. Besides that, I think every NATO capital is now under watch. No longer speculation. You can't say America's making it up because we just watched 2 missiles go 2,500 miles. The first one went the length, knocked down. The other one failed, but was heading that direction. What else can I tell you? How about what the rocket looks like? I'm pretty sure this is not going to bring any astronauts to the moon, but this is what the rocket looks like that goes that far and that long. We know they've made great progress with drones. Now we know they made great progress with missiles. What does that mean about the danger and the imminent threat? Let's bring in retired Air Force Brigadier General Robert Spalding. General, were you surprised that they elected to show what they can do with intermediate range missiles?
Absolutely not, and I'm not surprised they went after Diego Garcia. We use that as a staging base for, strikes, bomber strikes in Iran. So I think they're trying to project power. Obviously, it wasn't successful, but what that means is they can have that range. They can someday get to a longer range, and when you pair that with a nuclear weapon, it's not just Berlin; it's New York.
So we've been saying this for a while. Weapons inspectors go back and forth, and we hear rumors and thoughts depending on the president. We decide to approach it differently. Does this actually give the president clarity in order to tell our allies why they need to be involved in this on some level, why it involves them?
Well, and you can imagine why they're not doing anything. They're worried that those missiles are going to go raining down on their capitals, and they should be worried. Quite frankly, the biggest thing that I fear is that we'll cut this off before we can actually end it. And I think that's the challenge we face. Are we going to allow Iran to continue to develop nuclear weapons and continue to be the biggest state sponsor of terror and grow their missile capability?
So if you allow them to cut up the Strait of Hormuz and then say, okay, sign this document, it's over, they know at any moment they can use that choke point to choke us out again.
Absolutely. And I think if you look at that geographic area, the strait is really kind of reminiscent of the Battle of Vicksburg. You know, the South was blocking shipping going down the Mississippi River. And in this case, that's what their Iranians are doing. So we're going to have to set up something like Southern Watch, but also with an emphasis on drones to protect that area in order to keep shipping flowing while this goes on.
So where would you be targeting? We have 7,000 targeted. We have a lot of success. AI and precision. What would you do? What would you be focusing on, General?
I would be focused on the areas where are the shipping choke points, which is the Strait of Hormuz. And if you route the shipping in a way that you minimize the threat, perhaps we can get the ships flowing again.
What do you mean by that? How do you go through a small strait in a way to minimize risk?
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, they're using small drones. Those have a range to them. So if we look at what are the range of the possible weapons they could use and look at where the choke point is, which is primarily around the Strait of Hormuz, then we can probably create a safe zone that we can get shipping through. And I think they're going to have to be escorted. We're going to have counter drone systems in there, and we're going to have aircraft overhead that can take targets out as they pop up.
So, yeah, you would keep them. Would you take an island, or would you take Karg Island, or there's some of the smaller islands around there where a lot of the fast boats dock?
Well, if you look at Karg Island, it's kind of ways up from the Strait of Hormuz. So I would be focusing around the strait, which is a strategic choke point for the Persian Gulf.
All right. So you would not focus that. You would look for the other islands.
Yeah, right. There's a big island right there next to the strait, and some smaller islands. But really, I think what we're looking at is escorts that have counter drone capability, and then also aircraft overhead, reminiscent of Southern Watch, that is there to take out targets as they pop up.
Right, General, how long have you thought about the threat of Iran? And in a way, is this an opportunity for you to see America take down maybe one of its top enemies?
Brian, what's funny is I was on the other side of the screen in 1979 watching the hostage crisis. This has been stuck in my craw since then. I think, Iran has been horrible for the world. It's certainly been horrible for America, and it's a problem that we need to finish.
Finish the job. That's what I get. General, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
This is a Fox News alert. Moments ago, President Trump confirming constructive talks with Iran, adding, quote, "I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period."
It comes as the administration works to get those oil prices down.
All right, here to break it down with us and what this all means for your wallet and your oil and your gas, Fox Business host Charles Payne. Charles, we scrambled you early for a reason to give us an idea of what the implications are, being that it looks like the infrastructure will not be targeted.
Right.
And there might be not targeted in response.
Right. Well, it's an instant reaction kind of tells you what you need to know. I was upstairs, getting ready, taking notes, all red on the screen. Looks like we were going to be down at least 1 percentage point, maybe more, all the major indices, oil pressing back up toward 98, 99. And wrote a few notes, look back up. What the heck? It was like a surreal world, right? So you can see the Dow futures are up 800. At one point, they were up 1,200. That was the instant knee-jerk reaction. Like the market, obviously, wants to exhale, wants it to be over with. I consider the stock market right now as sort of a coiled spring. It's compressed by artificial things like this. But let's, until it's resolved, it's a major dark cloud.
So do you think that I know you say until it's resolved, would the market respond favorably for the rest of the day as long as the talks continue? Or does the war need to completely be over?
Well, the bias will be to the upside for the rest of the day. But already one of the reasons we were up 1,200, now up 800, is immediately everyone's coming out. Well, it's only 5 days. It's only this. It's only that. One of the worst things for the market hasn't been the war. It's been the media's coverage of the war, right? And all the doubters and all the negative stuff. And we're supposed to win a war with one of the largest countries in the world in 2 days. And so that kind of stuff, that kind of chattering keeps a cap on it. But obviously, there's a sigh of relief, and there's a sense that, okay, the needle is moving. And it's
the bottom line is the clock is ticking. Either Iran tries to resolve this with some sort of diplomatic fashion, or listen, they had I heard you guys talking about the 2 missiles that were launched toward Diego Garcia. They've got a great rail system in the mountains. It's hard to blow it up from top. You know, the bunker blasters only go a certain amount of kilometers down. It's only a matter of time before we get to all of it. It's only a matter of time before we get to all of it. And they have to see that happening. They have to see the clock ticking. And in the art of war, you leave your opponent a way out. And right now they're trying to give Iran a way out to get out of this thing, you know, without it being even more detrimental to their people.
Right, Charles, I was thinking about the immediacy of this. How will it affect gas prices today? And also, it's amazing that Donald Trump, he puts out a tweet or Truth Social, and instantly the markets change.
Yeah, because the markets are oversold. Our economy was, I mean, I can't even describe how we were really on liftoff, and every aspect of our economy was going like this, ready to take off like a rocket ship. And so, you know, it'd be great to resume that, to take the attention off of this and to resume what we're trying to achieve here. And so markets responded quickly to that, but gasoline prices aren't going to respond quickly.
But we were addressing a problem that was existing. We were ignoring. We were putting some ointment on it and putting a Band-Aid on it. But now we're addressing it, and hopefully forever, because this has always been the threat. Now, the effect, give us an idea of the threat on the Saudi oil fields, the natural gas fields in Qatar, what Bahrain has. So we're looking to see if they're still going to be targeted today. So the market will react if they're hit today, correct?
Sure. Yeah, the great point. That's a great point. Also, remember, though, we've heard some, in the last 24 hours, really harsh rebukes that sound like almost the drumbeats of war coming from UAE, coming from Saudi Arabia, all their Middle Eastern nations outside of Oman, right? Outside of Oman, all of these nations are saying, hey, we're at this point now where, you know, we're going to get involved in this. And they're going to help with the Strait of Hormuz. And their demands are similar to the United States. No nuclear power, you know, no nuclear firepower to be able to bomb anywhere. Everyone's getting on the same page, and you can just keep hitting these folks just enough.
That's never been done, by the way.
Never.
The Muslim world and the United States on the same page. Iran normally has leveraged that with the other these other Gulf state countries, but they're on our side now.
It was a huge gambit on their part. You know, you say to UAE or Dubai, okay, we're going to start hitting some of these, you know, buildings and some of these, you know, because last year, of all the billionaires that fled everywhere in the world, most of them went to Dubai. The second largest amount came to America. So they understand that they're trying to say, listen, we're going to force you to pick a side. Well, they picked a side. It's called the United States of
America. The Wall
America.
Street Journal had a story over the weekend that Iran wants the U.S. out of these other Gulf states. The result has been just the opposite.
Right.
They
It's
want
not gonna
more
happen.
American defense, not less.
It's not going to happen.
Nice try.
And if they didn't open up the strait tonight, Donald Trump had already threatened that he was going to go after their power plants. So
Right.
maybe this was a move. They were scared about that. They decided to negotiate or talk to the president at least.
I think they've been talking as much as they could, and I feel like the talks have improved, have gotten better. And they will get better because Iran each single day will have less bargaining power.
And thank goodness we have a color wheel, because I had the same suit on and I changed it the very last minute.
Actually, I had your suit on. I had to change before I came down.
That's right. All right, so I owe you a favor.
More blood. Thanks a lot. All right.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming.
Towards $3 million in damages to Karoline GM. Now, this was a single plaintiff case as opposed to the New Mexico one, which was sort of a more generalized case, which was $5,000 penalty per violation, adding up to $375 million. So this is a single award of damages. Meta apparently liable for 70% of the damages, which would leave 30% to YouTube. So a $3 million award for Karoline GM. How does that strike you, Josh?
Well, as far as, writing checks for these two huge multi-billion-dollar companies, it's nothing. But it's huge as far as what it means for all of the other plaintiffs. This is now blood in the water. They now understand that these companies are vulnerable, that Section 230 is not going to protect them, that these arguments work, that even with a plaintiff who had other contributing factors, they can be found liable. I mean, remember, too, what we said about this plaintiff, that she was dealing with many other things that could have been contributing to her damages. So I realize that that figure may not seem large when you're comparing it to the size of these companies, but it is large when you're considering that they're holding them responsible for $3 million in damages to a person who is already dealing with a lot in her life. So to me, it's a resounding verdict, even though the money itself is probably not a check that's going to be all that difficult for these companies to write.
Carrie, it's interesting. The judge confirmed that the jury had been notified, that the jury had notified the court. They reached the verdict. She reminded the members of the public and the media that they should not visibly react to the verdict, whatever it may be, which we now know, both liable. No crying out, no reactions, no disturbance. As you can imagine, though, Carrie, the emotions in that room.
Yes, I can't imagine the emotions in that room. And as Josh was saying, it's really not about the money here. The money's nothing, right? Meta is valued at something like 3.1 trillion. So this is pennies to them, but it's everything in terms of all the other cases and the implications. You know, look, I think in some ways this is the beginning of the end in terms of how social media companies have been operating and designing their platforms up until now. Now, look, there are very smart people at these companies, and I'm sure they'll find other ways to make sure their user base stays engaged. But they are officially on notice that they could get in very serious trouble if they continue down the path that they have been on for this time. And now we look to see what happens in these other cases.
So there's a couple of the verdicts, negligence, liable, both Meta and YouTube, both of them liable of failure to warn, which was that question that we talked about earlier, which could lead them down the road of this award. Josh, just as a former prosecutor and as a defense attorney as well, you know, Meta really tried to blow a lot of holes in KGM's case as to why she might have been suffering the mental challenges that she was suffering. I'm not exactly sure what the extent of her proof that she was amounted to, but I'm wondering when we look at all of these other cases out there, I mean, anybody now can come forward and say that they were harmed by these platforms. And I would think without having a great degree of medical evidence could probably get in the same sort of lane that KGM was in.
Well, that's what the point we were talking about earlier, where she is not exactly what I would say is the strongest plaintiff that is in the line of plaintiffs ready to bring lawsuits or bring these cases to trial soon after this. And that is, again, pretty shocking to realize that for the people waiting in the wings, that she didn't have as much proof that these companies directly harmed her, yet she was still able to prevail. And to Carrie's point, this is not only going to change social media, it goes to the core of the way that they design these platforms. I mean, the entire idea behind these platforms is to keep you on. To some extent, they want it to be addictive. They want you to continue to return, to enjoy that experience. They want your eyeballs on their platforms as much and as long as possible. And now, essentially said, in doing that, you're creating harm, and you're creating it to young people to the tune of millions of dollars in this case, but who knows, multiply that by the thousands of other cases that are waiting for their turn that might have even more significant damages than what we saw in this case.
It's interesting. We heard in this trial from the Meta leaders, including Mark Zuckerberg, of course, one of the most recognizable faces. But Carrie, the YouTube CEO, Neil Mohan, was not called to testify. And if we go back prior to the verdict being reached in just Monday of this week, jurors were indicating that they were having some trouble reaching a consensus on one of the defendants. It was Meta, and Google owned YouTube. You just really wonder where was it? Where was the jury facing its biggest challenges in this decision? I guess we have yet to know.
Yeah, it could have been there, Sandra. It could have been that, for instance, maybe they found the testimony regarding Mark Zuckerberg and what he knew and what Facebook knew more compelling than, say, what was going on at YouTube. Because I have to say, when I was reading through the trial notes and following along, that's kind of how I felt.
And when you think about some of the other roles that Facebook has played in bad things throughout the years, while the self-harm that the teens are experiencing, and even suicide in some situations with respect to their use and what they're seeing and how it affects them. Facebook, I think the United Nations at one point found Facebook responsible or part of helping to incite genocide in certain parts of the world. None of us will forget how the role that Facebook played in political elections and the insidiousness in which they operated with the information that they were targeting people with and what they did there. And so, again, this is a jury made up of human beings who has been probably somewhat aware of all of these things all along. So they went into this courtroom maybe not with the best perspective of some of these executives, given their past behavior and the fact that the behavior didn't necessarily change. It just took on a different face.
The social media platforms are hugely influential, not just here in the United States, but all around the world, as you point out. We should recall as well that in addition to the awards against YouTube and Meta, both TikTok and Snap settled this case.
Yeah. That's right.
Before it went to trial, but we don't know the details of that.
We don't. And, it was interesting with the timing, especially with the settlement with TikTok. I mean, we all know what they had to go through to even be operating here in the U.S. And their new CEO of the U.S. operations for TikTok had just started. I think it was the week before or like 3 days before the trial began. I remember thinking, I wonder if there's a correlation there. This guy comes on to TikTok, he sees this and says, I'm not dealing with this. Let's settle and make this go away. Now, I don't know that, of course, but I did think that was interesting that he had just begun and they settled right after that.
Josh, it's interesting, just sort of going through the details as we do await more to come out of that courtroom, having reached the verdict. Lawyers for both platforms were consistently pointing to their own safety features and guardrails that they have available for people to monitor and customize and keep track of their use. We know those are out there. So you wonder why they weren't able to prove that makes these social media companies safe to use.
I think in this case in particular, realizing that the plaintiff is now 20 years old, and we were talking about events that were close to 10 years ago, that maybe some of those safeguards hadn't been in effect at the time. So it's particular to this case. It may not have been the arguments that won the day, but also there's a counter argument to be made that if you're putting these safeguards in place, aren't you in fact acknowledging there's a problem with the product itself? Aren't you in fact acknowledging that the product itself has some sort of inherent algorithm or built-in mechanism that is causing people to continue to come back if you in fact need to warn them or let them know that they need to monitor their own time? And we're dealing with young people who don't deal with safeguards and guardrails and even have the self-awareness to understand the harm that their continued use of these platforms.
Talk about this all the time. All right, guys, check this out. I am going to have to mute it when she walks out because they're playing music and I don't know what the music is. But check this out, guys. Hold on. Check this out. Melania suggests humanoid robots for teaching, and she makes an entrance with the robots and does a speech. So get ready, yo, for real. Now I'm gonna have to mute it just until she hits the podium. But look at her entrance. Watch her entrance, you guys. Look, she's walking out with the bot right now. Oh, I'm playing the wrong one. Oops. Hold on, y'all. I am playing the wrong one. This is the one, but this is just the clip. This isn't the actual speech with it. Hold on, guys. I gotta switch this out. I'm sorry. I gotta switch it out. It's the same thing, but it's just gonna be like her actual speech. That was just her talking for like a few minutes at the beginning, just showing you guys.
Great day for me because I have a lot of confidence in this gentleman. And we're thrilled to swear in the new Secretary of Homeland Security, a great American patriot, to put it mildly, Mark Wayne Bullen. And I want to just say, Mark Wayne, congratulations. Great.
I'm messing up all over the place, guys. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Okay, muted. Boom. 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 Here she comes. All right. I'm sorry. Here we go. Podium. I will stop it. Or I will put the sound on. I'm sorry. I think this is absolute wildness that she wants to suggest AI bots after the story I did yesterday of the robots in China, like not listening and started smashing the tables of the restaurant eaters and like going complete ham. I don't trust them, especially with our kids. You want robots teaching your kids? We already have robots teaching our kids. Look at this bot, bro. You're kidding me, right?
Thank you, First Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House. It is an honor to be at Fostering the Future Together's Global Coalition inaugural meeting. I'm Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America. I am grateful to be part of this historic movement to empower children with technology and education. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Yokoso. Bienvenue. Bem-vindos. Ahlan wa sahlan. Shagatam. Mogisalmabit. Bruchim abaim. Laskavo prosimo. Dobrodošli. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to the White House. Figure 3, thank you for joining me at day 2 of Fostering the Future Together. It's fair to state you're my first American-made humanoid guest in the White House. But moreover, it is my distinct honor to receive such an impressive group of leaders today. 45 of you have traveled from every corner of the planet to represent your nation as a part of this new coalition. Also a first. I hope you found yesterday 4-part working session at Tech Expo at the State Department insightful. We are fostering the future together. Our mission to empower children through technology and education is achievable. I encourage each of you to take a proactive step after this inaugural summit. Pledge to host a regional meeting. Collaborate with the private sector. Unlock access to tech for those who require assistance, draft groundbreaking legislation to protect our children, collaborate with another member nation, form a committee, and be a catalyst for discovery. Indeed, our world is transforming, and through the use of AI, we can now access centuries worth of humanity's knowledge base. The future of AI is personified. It will be formed in the shape of humans. Very soon, artificial intelligence will move from our mobile phones to humanoids that deliver utility. Since our environment is designed for people, humanoid systems are uniquely suited to navigate and operate within our world. They fit well. Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato. Access to the classical studies is now instantaneous. Literature, science, art, philosophy, mathematics, and history. Humanity's entire corpus of information is available in the comfort of your home. Plato will provide a personalized experience, adaptive to the needs of each student. Plato is always patient and always available. Predictably, our children will develop deep critical thinking and independent reasoning abilities. The AI-powered Plato will boost analytics skills and problem solving and adapt in real time to a student's pace, prior knowledge, and even emotional state. The byproduct, a more well-rounded lifestyle for our children, freeing up time for being with friends, playing sports, and developing interests beyond school. A more complete person. But as discussed yesterday, we must balance our tech optimism with caution. The safety of our next generation is always paramount. Knowledge is the foundation of civilization. But although academia is interesting, business is compelling. For real growth in technology and education, I encourage you to bring the private and public sector worlds together. Yesterday's meeting at the State Department was an impressive showing of how tech innovation is modernizing our communities. It's powerful to be part of our future in the making, particularly with best-in-class companies like Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, X, Palantir, Google, Zoom, and Adobe. Each serves as a catalyst for discovery. We can accelerate civilization's march forward when enterprise delivers innovation, government creates scale, and our capital markets finance the distribution of these emerging technologies. Fostering the future together is built on the theory that efficiencies derived from artificial intelligence will improve various parts of society, such as commerce, healthcare, and food security, ultimately lifting all economies. We stand at the turning point because of artificial intelligence, the age of imagination. Humanity has witnessed historic times like this before, during the Industrial Revolution, the dawn of electricity, the race to the moon, and the birth of the internet. This technology may reset the modern world order and rebalance power. Your children must be prepared to ascend with fire this framework. Our coalition can make this vision real by supporting concrete initiatives that equip young people with the skills they need. Invest, expand access, and foster new opportunity. America, We are obligated to ensure that our children become the most technologically fluent and highly educated generation in the world. In doing so, the United States will secure long-term and economic superiority. This will drive GDP expansion, attract global investment, and put our nation in control of arguably the most important asset in the future, intellectual property. Let's inspire our children to build new platforms, create new industries, and optimize production across all sectors, from media and fashion to health and defense. Let's foster the future. The nations represented in this room reflect great human potential. We are here today to advance ideas and solutions. So let us proceed in the spirit of collaborative dialogue. It is now my pleasure to give a floor to Mrs. Brigitte Macron, the distinguished representative of the French Republic.
Merci. Thank you very much, Melania. Thank you for bringing us here together. We had dreamed of this actually in 2018. We had talked about it during the state visit with the Minister of Education, and here we are again meeting again, and you were there at all of these great moments once again. So we are mobilized against the deep fakes, against false information. But already during your first term of your husband, we talked about the deep fake environments, and these were absolutely remarkable issues. So thank you very much. On behalf of the French presidency of the G7, which will take place in June in the city of Evian. So thank you to all of you for being here. It's wonderful to see you all this morning. So thank you. So I am a teacher, so I'll say 1, 2, 3 quickly. Screens. What are we doing about screens? Limiting. We need to limit them for young children. Ban to expose under 3 to screens. For example, at daycare and all public spaces, you cannot expose a child under 3 years old to screens. We not recommended to children under 6 unless they are with adults. Now, cell phones. Let's talk about cell phones. With or without internet, none of that before 13. Starting on September 1st in France, primary school and middle school will be banned as well, also in high schools. No cell phones. Now, when it comes, that's for cell phones. In one way or another, we need to limit somewhat exposure to screens, because we had a committee on addictions, and we already noted that there's very early addiction to children to screens. So from when does addiction start? Well, we have to talk about all of this together. What do you look? What do they do there? But I'm in a classroom and I ask these children, oftentimes in high schools, it's minimum 5 hours and sometimes up to 8, 9, 10 hours a day. So that's a deep personal involvement. So how can we limit exposure to screens? So this recommendation will be implemented in many schools. What we're trying to do is also educational support other than screens. In some screens that were all screens are now pulling back. They want to go back to books in one way or another. The best way to return to books, well, there's a very serious study that shows that when you read stories to children between the ages of 1 and 3, they sort of capture this moment at the greatest moment of the day. It's the great part of the day. So if we integrate this joy of reading, well, they will listen. So if you have kids, don't deprive them. Please read to them, tell them stories. So progressive exposures and supported. This is another experience that we're conducting among sick children in hospitals. When children are suffering from long diseases, we can have robots or tablets, and the tablet and the robot is there with them. When they want to be connected, they can connect. So if they have to have tests in school, but these media can help them very much. I've seen very wonderful performances where young children bring their robot to recess. So I think this robot is a real innovation. So this is what I have to say about screens. This is what we are doing, limiting exposures. Now social media, we are much more involved in regulation because we have the Digital Act, which is a digital regulation which is aimed to fight effectively against all illegal contents. And it's also about the use of algorithms. Here, we must admit it's not working so well. So we need your own experiences about algorithms. Verification of the age also, so that's important because we need to check person's age based on facial recognition. That works more or less well. It's not so easy to recognize a person's age based on their face. So we're trying to use other types of tools. And here we need your own feedback. Once again, we need you. Now, the Ministry of Education is adapting programs where you have mandatory classes in schools to the use of social media. So you don't watch just anything. But that can never be told to them enough. Really, that has to be part of our.
Bro, what is that thing talking next to her? I've been sitting here modding and listening. I haven't really been. Is that a bot? Is that a dude? What is that thing? What is that? Is that a dude or a chick, y'all? What the heck?
Education. When we met the first time, the two of us, at the time we were talking about bullying. The Ministry of Education had a key program.
What is going on?
So voluntary denunciations, voluntary involvement of teachers, and you can be recognized in a high school or middle school. The management of a school or a high school, middle school has to create programs to fight against cyberbullying. We're continuing, of course, to fight against bullying, cyberbullying, and we fund a toll-free number. And thanks to this toll-free number, you can suppress content. At any time of the day, you can suppress content that you launched yourselves, sending pictures. The trauma to young people is then when they can't delete these pictures. So how can you delete things easily? We also have programs for high teenagers. We have public spaces in France. And so you can go work with professionals who support them. So I met many platform managers, and they're really nice with me there, but it's not always followed through. So it's really important for them to hear us today, to have more moderators. So
Okay, no way will I make us listen to this any longer. Some dude dressed up like a chick sitting in our White House with AI in front of him talking about teaching our kids. What are we talking about here? Bro, I should have just played the 10-minute clip. I didn't need to see this. I didn't need to see this. Yeah, even Melania's bored. I'm bored. I don't got time for this. When I was reading your comments, y'all, when you all were like, that's a dude, I thought you guys were talking about Melania the whole time. And then I looked at my other screen and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's not a chick, that's a dude. What am I watching right now, dude? I mean, there's a reason Corky isn't selling me my Ferrari to speak. I mean, let's be real. Bro, it looks like the dude from Dumb and Dumber. It looks like the guy, like, bro, you look like a hot mess, dude. That hair is just, put it back, do something. You look horrible and you sound nothing like a woman. This is embarrassing. I don't know what to say, y'all. I am very embarrassed, but I wanted to just show that they're trying to advocate robots literally robots teaching our children. I mean, they already are robots in theory, right? And the one thing I thought about was, well, at least the female ones won't try to get our little kids in the car. I mean, this is crazy, bro. Honestly, I can't believe that we got the dude from Dumb and Dumber over here talking about AI teaching our kids. All right, let's go to this before I get out of here. This is going to be a good one, too. I think. Let's try it out. I want to watch this. This would be more. This is more up our alley. All right, there we go. Let me get this up because I'm sorry, I didn't realize that it would be like carry on to be boring, but it's a damn good topic, right? We could all agree. It's a good topic if it wasn't with so many weird things going on. All right, let's get this popping because this is my last one. I got the Cavs game to watch at 7.
Modern Watergate. 50 years ago, Watergate exposed a simple but profound abuse of power. Operatives tied to a sitting president broke into a building to secretly gather information from their political opponents by bugging offices and seizing documents. And what followed was just as troubling. Efforts to use the powers of government to conceal it, to pressure investigators, to shut down inquiries, to avoid accountability. Even though that operation failed in its ultimate objective, the American people did not treat it lightly. The consequences were swift and severe. The President of the United States resigned in disgrace, facing near certain impeachment. And dozens of officials, more than 40 individuals connected to the scheme, were indicted or jailed because the attempt itself was the offense. In our law, we recognize a simple truth. A failed crime is not an insignificant one. A man who pulls the trigger and misses is no less guilty than the one who hits his mark. The intent is the same, the danger is the same, and the crime is the same. And if Watergate taught us anything, it is that even a single abuse of power carried out by a handful of individuals can shake the foundations of our republic. But what we confront today, the Biden administration's Arctic frost scheme, is not a single act. It is a modern Watergate, trading a break-in at one office for a digital sweep into approximately 100,000 private communications, more than a dozen senators, and thousands of individuals' lives. But even that comparison falls short. It is something far broader, an operation that aligned Democrats across all three branches of government. The Biden executive branch, through DOJ and the FBI, wielding investigative power against political opponents. Democrat-appointed judges in the judiciary, through warrants, secrecy orders, and deference, failing to serve as a meaningful check. And members of the legislative branch, who should be the first line of oversight, choosing instead to look the other way. And just like Watergate, these officials deserve to be investigated, tried, impeached, and brought to justice. So let's examine how this operation was carried out step by step. In early 2022, senior leadership within the Biden Department of Justice made the decision to open an investigation targeting President Trump and his campaign apparatus. Attorney General Merrick Garland, Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco, and FBI Director Chris Wray all personally approved the opening of the investigation. On April 4th, 2022, they signed a confidential memo with each of their signatures. That fact matters because Watergate was carried out in secret by operatives who were not brazen enough to act with formal written authorization from the highest levels of the Department of Justice. Arctic frost was fully authorized, formalized, and executed through the official powers of bipartisan Democrats. Then, in the fall, came the nearly 200 subpoenas. We're talking about information pertaining to hundreds of entities and individuals. Over 400 personal data gathered, retained, and in some accounts shared across offices. Watergate was about a handful of files in a single office. This reached into tens of thousands of private communications, emails, records, and personal data, toll records, bank records, donor lists, law firm records, and other personal files relating to every major conservative organization were subpoenaed. Who were the targets of this? Donald Trump's campaign, the RNC, the Conservative Partnership Institute, Save America PAC, America First Policy Institute, and even MyPillow, because God knows we have a national security threat from rogue pillows threatening our country. Watergate broke into an office. Arctic frost reached into the private lives of thousands of Americans. Meanwhile, conservative leaders found themselves equally violated. The Biden administration sought the phone records of nearly 20% of the Republicans in the Senate, including multiple members of the committee, including myself. Without our knowledge, the FBI took the cell phone data of nearly 20% of the Republicans in the Senate, including information about with whom we were talking, how long we were talking, and from where we were calling. Toll records are not trivial. They are a map of your life, giving insight into your relationships, your movements, your patterns. Such invasive subpoenas were granted by Judge Boasberg, a Democrat-appointed judge, on the premise that any one of us, or to be clear, all of us, as duly elected United States senators, would destroy evidence, tamper with witnesses, or obstruct justice. And Judge Boasberg signed those orders like he was printing the menu at a Denny's. One after the other, facts be damned, every member of the Senate is likely to destroy evidence. Such invasive subpoenas are an abuse of power. Recently, even more troubling facts continue to emerge. Biden's Department of Justice subpoenaed the toll records of now FBI Director Kash Patel and now White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. They were not aiming low. They were trying to take out everyone on the other side. Both were at the time private citizens and key members of President Trump's 2024 election campaign. Now imagine the reverse. Imagine for just one moment that President Trump's Department of Justice had secretly obtained the phone records of Senator Schumer, and Senator Whitehouse, Senator Durbin, Senator Hirono, and Senator Padilla. My Democrat colleagues would be losing their minds right now in this hearing if the Trump Department of Justice had done that. Imagine if a Republican Attorney General, a Republican FBI Director, and a Republican appointed judge had all signed off on a covert effort to sweep up the communications, locations, data, and call history of every Democrat-affiliated organization and individual in the United States.
Thank you, bro.
Imagine if a judge, a Republican appointed judge, signed an order that said Senator Durbin will destroy evidence if he is aware of this subpoena, because that's what this judge did. Would anyone in this hearing room call that routine? Would Democrats call that normal law enforcement activity? Would the press shrug its shoulders? Of course not. There would be wall-to-wall coverage. There would be cries of authoritarianism. There would be emergency hearings, demands for resignations, and talk of impeachment before the sun went down. Instead, my Democrat colleagues can barely get their heart rate above 60 beats per minute.
Building your custom home is now easier than ever. And with America's Home Place, we can show you how. During our 50 years as a custom home builder, we've built homes for nearly 40.
Arctic frost is the culmination of a gross pattern of abuse by Democrats for partisan ends to elect and re-elect a Democrat president. In 2016, Obama's FBI began spying on the Trump campaign just a month before Election Day. In 2020, Biden's FBI met with Senators Johnson and Grassley in an effort to throw off their investigation into the now infamous Hunter Biden laptop, calling the laptop disinformation, a claim we now know was false. The FBI went to the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee and lied to him in an effort to change the outcome of a presidential election. Democrats for years have exhibited the pattern of abusing public law enforcement powers for the sake of politics. A pattern this committee, under the leadership of Chairman Grassley, is now working to uncover and expose. Because no administration, Republican or Democrat, has any business turning the surveillance powers of the federal government against its political opposition. 50 years ago, this nation was confronted with an abuse of power. And it responded not with indifference, but with accountability. And I'll tell you one of the big differences of Watergate versus Arctic frost. When Richard Nixon and his corrupt attorney general and his corrupt administration abused their law enforcement powers to go after their political opponents, Republican senators stood up to the president of their own party and defended the rule of law. Where is even a single Democrat senator who has said one word about this abuse of power? Is there not one? There are 47 Democrats in this body. Is there not one who can come forward and say, you know what? Turning the Department of Justice into the Oppo research and attack machine of the DNC is not what the DOJ is supposed to be. We were tested then, and there was accountability. We are being tested again now. The question is really simple. Will we uphold the same standard? Will we defend the rule of law? Or will we abandon it? Ranking Member Whitehouse.
Last month, Kash Patel fired roughly a dozen agents and analysts from the FBI's CI-12 unit, a counterintelligence unit dedicated to protecting Americans from foreign espionage. One of the foreign actors that this unit specializes in is Iran and its proxies. According to CNN, this unit was, and I quote, instrumental in tracking potential threats after the first Trump administration killed a top Iranian official in 2020. Just days after Patel fired these agents, President Trump started a war in Iran that has already led to the deaths of at least 13 American service members. If it seems like a bad decision to fire career law enforcement professionals who specialize in defending against Iranian threats, just days before we start a war with Iran, that's because it is. And it's even worse when you consider why Patel fired these agents. These agents had been assigned to Jack Smith's investigation into Donald Trump's illegal hoarding of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. Patel claims that as part of that investigation, Jack Smith issued grand jury subpoenas for toll records for Patel and for Susie Wiles when they were private citizens. Patel also insists that the FBI recorded one of Wiles's phone calls, which her own attorney has denied. If you ask anyone with law enforcement experience to react to news that the FBI may have sought these toll records? The response is simple. Of course they did. Virtually every investigation involves subpoenas for toll records for any number of reasons. Sometimes it's to construct a timeline of events. Sometimes it's to rule out wrongdoing. Sometimes it's to prepare for a witness interview. Sometimes it's to help understand the scope of a conspiracy. In fact, the first Trump DOJ did the same thing Republicans have criticized Jack Smith for doing, getting the toll records of members of Congress, following the DOJ policies then in place, and getting non-disclosure orders. Here's what Chairman Grassley said at the time. Investigation into members of Congress and staff are nothing new, and the Justice Department has specific procedures for such sensitive investigations. Apparently, when the Trump DOJ does it, it's nothing new. When Jack Smith does it, it's a modern Watergate. With Patel, we have known for years that Smith was looking into Patel's role because Smith subpoenaed Patel to testify before a grand jury. Where is Patel's grand jury testimony? Why is that still hidden? The same goes for Ms. Wiles. Wiles is referenced in the indictment against President Trump because Trump showed her classified documents when she didn't have a security clearance. The same month that indictment came out, the PAC Wiles ran received its highest payment ever from the Trump campaign. That's another thing that any investigator worth their salt would take a close look at. The same goes for the rest of the subpoenas my colleagues on the other side want to talk about today. Jack Smith was investigating a massive conspiracy by Trump officials and their allies to overturn an election and attack the Capitol on January 6. Is anyone surprised that he issued subpoenas as part of that investigation? And why? As Smith told the House Judiciary Committee under oath, his investigation, quote, involved interviewing and subpoenaing records of Republicans because that's who Donald Trump sought to prey on to stay in office. Somebody geared up the Republican Attorneys General Association, or RAGA, to sponsor the rally that turned into the riots on January 6 and pay for robocalls, urging people to march to the Capitol building and fight to protect the integrity of our elections. Jeffrey Clark, who worked at DOJ at the time, tried to convince the Department of Justice leadership to send a letter to try to overturn the election results in Georgia. President Trump almost made him acting attorney general because Clark was willing to help Trump try to overturn the election. Pretend for a minute that Jack Smith and all the DOJ and FBI officials who helped his investigation did do something wrong. What would real oversight look like? Well, first, Republicans would accept Jack Smith's offer to testify before this committee under oath, instead of holding a series of hearings on conspiracy theories without anything new to say. Why not call him? Hear it from the man himself. Second, Republicans would let us see Jack Smith's full report on his investigations into President Trump. We only have volume 1, which explains the subpoenas he issued in the 2020 election interference investigation. We still need volume 2 on his classified documents crimes investigation. Democrats on this committee have asked DOJ to give us Volume 2, but Republicans have been silent as President Trump and his MAGA DOJ have fought to bury the report. Third, Republicans would oblige Kash Patel to tell us what he told the grand jury in that classified documents investigation. They might also hold Patel accountable for misleading this committee in sworn testimony. I've asked Patel multiple times under oath to describe his testimony to us, as Rule 6E plainly allows. First, he said he couldn't because it was under seal by the chief judge for the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. Turns out that very chief judge later said that nothing was preventing Patel from divulging his testimony to this committee as the rule allows. So that testimony was false. When Patel came back, he told another lie, this time that he had already released the transcript of his testimony. Here's the transcript he might have been talking about. As you can see from reading it, oh, wait a minute, you can't read it because it's almost completely redacted. And it's not even from the right hearing. This is from the time Patel appeared before the grand jury in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents crimes case to assert his Fifth Amendment rights because he was afraid of being prosecuted. The testimony that he actually ended up giving once his Fifth Amendment plea was accepted and he was immunized, we have never seen. If this committee is so interested in Jack Smith's investigation, it should want to know what Patel had to say in that investigation, why he was so afraid to say it, and why he's so afraid to tell us about it now, and instead repeatedly lies to this committee. I'll close by talking about what this hearing should be about. Those counterintelligence agents Kash Patel fired aren't the only career law enforcement officials forced out by this administration, nor are they the only ones purged because they were assigned to investigate President Trump's crimes. Here's what has happened at the FBI since President Trump took office. The FBI has lost at least 300 agents working on national security matters, transferred agents out of the domestic terrorism operations section, disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force, and instructed joint terrorism task forces to work on immigration cases. At DOJ, more than 6,000 employees have left. The National Security Division has lost up to 1/3 of its leadership, half the line prosecutors in the counterterrorism section, and half the workforce in the counterintelligence section. Attorney General Bondi disbanded DOJ's Task Force Capture, Kleptocracy Team, and Kleptocracy Asset Recovery Initiative. It is the same story throughout the administration where conspiracy theories and obsessions with revenge are decimating the career law enforcement who protect us against national security threats. Major cuts at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Laura Loomer forcing out the heads of the NSA and U.S. Cyber Command. DHS gutting its Office to Prevent Domestic Terrorism and putting a 22-year-old with no experience in charge. And cutting the workforce of CISA, which protects us from cyber security threats from bad actors like Iran. Americans are made less safe every time this committee holds a hearing promoting fake outrage about Jack Smith and denigrating FBI and DOJ professionals. Every time MAGA influencers like Laura Loomer convince the president to fire agency heads. And every time Kash Patel fires FBI experts because he wants to distract from his own incompetence his wasting of taxpayer dollars to fly around the world on a private jet, his partying at the Olympics, or his undermining of the FBI's own investigation. Instead of chasing conspiracy theories down rabbit holes, that's what we should be focused on.
Chairman Grassley.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Cruz, for your strong leadership, but more importantly for the outstanding statement you gave this morning that reminds us a lot of history as well as what's going on right now.
He has to be
Today
an
is the second in a
astronaut.
series of Arctic Frost hearings that I've authorized as chairman. I started my investigation into Arctic frost in July of 2022 based on credible whistleblower disclosures. Senator Johnson has since joined the investigation, and I appreciate our joint work. Our goal is to publicly release as many records as possible. The public has a right to know how the taxpayer dollars have been used and who was involved up and down the decision-making chain. Today, we're making new records public. Some records are dated January 2023 before Jack Smith's team secretly sought most member tolling data. The records include a wish list created by Smith's team naming 14 members of Congress for whom they wanted to seek tolling data. Some of those members are senators on this very committee. But the list notes that Smith's team already knew these members had communication, so include text messages for some members with individuals associated with President Trump. And Jack Smith was certainly aware of this effort. To quote from the emails we're making public today, quote, before we tell Maine, meaning Maine Justice, we're going to fire off subpoenas for so many members' tolls. I should make sure that Jack's aware. Another record states that, quote, unlikely the many of these members will cooperate with, unlikely many of these members will cooperate with our investigation. The same record also says the members, quote, likely have a valid speech or debate privilege, immunizing them from compelled testimony, end of quote. I've already publicly released other records showing Smith's team was warned that subpoenaing congressional information could violate the speech and debate clause. I've also publicly released 197 subpoenas seeking sensitive financial information from over 400 Republican groups and individuals. Some of the information sought included legislative branch communications. Even with these constitutional concerns, Smith's team secretly sought and obtained member of Congress tolling data. And when one phone company pushed back, Smith backed down. That calls into question the necessity of obtaining member data. Another record calls into question Jack Smith's assertion that the House January 6th committee materials, quote, comprised a small part of the office's investigative record, end of quote. This new record states that of the January 6th report, quote, leadership teams fully read and reviewed. Last weekend, we went over it page by page and incorporated it into our investigative plan, end of quote. Indeed, these same records that we're making public today says that Smith's team will be, quote, logging all information contained in the report, end of quote. Also, the record states Smith's team will, quote, leverage, end of quote, the report to, quote, avoid needless interviews and focus the interviews we perform on underdeveloped topics, end of quote. Overall, the records create additional questions about Smith's conduct, need for member data, and candor to the court and the public. The Democrats have criticized us for not bringing Jack Smith before us at the beginning, and you've heard that again today. If we followed the Democrats' premature and ill-advised strategy, we wouldn't have had a great deal of information we now have that shows Jack Smith misled Congress and the public, if not outright lied. And lastly, today, we're also making public 2 subpoenas for toll records of FBI Director Patel, along with non-disclosure orders that kept them secret. This committee's work will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Ranking Member Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, America lost a man who devoted his life in service to our nation. Robert Mueller earned a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart serving as a Marine and risking his life in Vietnam. He led the FBI after 9/11, helping to secure our nation after the worst terrorist attack in American history. Mueller was an amazing man. A registered Republican, he was appointed and reappointed by not only Republican President George H.W. Bush, but Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama. He holds an historic distinction. He is the only FBI director, other than J. Edgar Hoover, who had his tenure at the FBI extended beyond the 10-year limit by a vote of 100-0 in the United States Senate. He was given approval to serve an additional 2 years under President Obama. I worked with Robert Mueller for many years. I remember reaching out to him after 9/11 and the news that the technology available at the FBI was so ancient on the day of the attack of 9/11 that you could buy more modern and effective technology at a Radio Shack. I said to him, I am not an expert in this area in any way whatsoever, but I want to help you if I can. I want it to be a bipartisan effort, and we worked together for years. I never, ever questioned Bob Mueller's devotion to our nation or his personal integrity. How did President Donald Trump respond to news of Robert Mueller's passing? I quote the president, "Good. I'm glad he's dead." Let me repeat that. The president said, when notified of Robert Mueller's passing, "Good. I'm glad he's dead." Those reprehensible words should be condemned by every member of the committee on both sides of the aisle. Unfortunately, under Republican leadership, this committee has been complicit in the attacks on Robert Mueller, spending years spreading debunked conspiracy theories about his investigation into Russia's interference in the 2016 election. We're here today to attack another special counsel investigation led by another honorable public servant. As the title of this hearing makes clear, the majority is wasting this committee's time and resources on another baseless, partisan witch hunt. President Trump spent months attempting to unlawfully overturn his 2020 presidential election loss. It was known as the big lie. We heard it over and over again. It culminated in a deadly attack on the Capitol, which many of us lived through on January 6th. Then President Trump removed hundreds of pages of classified documents from the White House, and as a private citizen, held them at his Mar-a-Lago residence, some next to a toilet, refusing for more than a year to return these documents. Despite this unprecedented and egregious conduct, my Republican colleagues claim the Watergate level scandal is the actual investigation into Trump's brazen transgressions, not his historically dangerous action. It would have been a dereliction of duty for any prosecutor investigating the effort to overturn the 2020 election, not to subpoena organizations like Turning Point USA, an organization that helped plan the so-called Stop the Steal rally that led to the January 6th deadly attack on the United States Capitol. Similarly, any prosecutor worth his salt would have subpoenaed Kash Patel, who was a material witness in the classified documents case. Patel even infamously claimed to be the sole witness of President Trump's supposed blanket declassification of classified documents. Now, if my Republican colleagues were serious about this issue, they would have called Special Counsel Jack Smith to testify under oath before this committee. The Democrats on this committee notified the chairman in October of last year, 6 months ago, that Smith was not only available to testify, he would do so under oath and answer the questions raised in this hearing. What has happened in the last 6 months? No action by the Republican leadership of this committee to bring the sole major witness of this event before the committee under oath to ask specific questions. Why? Why is this committee afraid to bring Jack Smith before it under oath? For 6 months, they have avoided it. You want to know why? They can continue these sham hearings over issues that don't exist. The majority has also refused to support committee Democrats' request to release Volume 2 of Special Counsel Smith's report, which Senator Whitehouse noted. Let me draw attention to the issues the committee should be addressing.
Sham hearings like the hearing that you put Trump through, Russia, you're standing up for? Is that what you're talking about? Boo this man. This guy is horrible. I've watched him in how many now hearings, and this guy has never done anything. You've not said nothing, dude. You've talked in every single thing about Iran, Epstein, ICE, everything, dude, and you just talk like a slow dinosaur. You never get anything done. You voted against releasing the names of the people that were predators in your own Congress. You're a bum, bro. Boo this man. Boo. Boo.
Instead of this farce today. Over the past year, President Trump, Attorney General Bondi, and Director of the FBI, Patel, have systematically dismantled the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the premier law enforcement agency in the United States, if not the world. These purges are making every American less safe. Most recently, Patel reportedly fired at least 6 agents and several other FBI personnel who'd been assigned to work related to President Trump's mishandling of classified documents. These terminations were seemingly to save face with President Trump in response to the negative press Director Patel received for his embarrassing appearance chugging beer at the Olympic Games. Several of the fired agents were reportedly part of a global counterintelligence squad, which Senator Whitehouse has referred to, particularly appropriate at a time we are at war with Iran. In other words, Director Patel's political retribution has weakened the FBI's ability to counter Iranian threats at the exact time that not only America, but certainly the men and women in uniform needed them to keep themselves safe. Watergate is the story of a president who engaged in a vast illegal conspiracy to remain in power and uses control of the levers of government to obstruct investigations into his own misconduct. Back then, the Senate stood up for the Constitution and the rule of law, exposing Nixon's corruption by investigating the serious allegations against him. Today, Senate Republicans waffle between indifference to outright celebration of President Trump's brazen misconduct, despite the real dangers it poses. We cannot continue on this course. The American people face real challenges from citizens being summarily executed for exercising their First Amendment rights, into the skyrocketing price of the cost of living under this administration. This hearing will not help a single person other than Donald Trump, and the Republican majority should do better for their constituents. A senator from Texas should know a dead horse when he sees one. This hearing is an attempt to throttle a dead horse to a gallop. There aren't enough giddy-ups in the world to accomplish that goal. I yield.
For a Chicago man, that was an awful lot of rodeo references.
Chairman, I don't quite know how to do this, but I would like to ask that this transcript be made an exhibit in this proceeding. It's 22 pages of examination of the witness in which only these words are public. So upon the advice of counsel, I'll be invoking my Fifth Amendment privilege. The whole rest of it is redacted. I assume that it can go in as an exhibit with the image of all the redactions. And if that's the case, I'd like to ask that it be made an exhibit in this proceeding.
Without objection, it will be admitted. Also, on behalf of Chairman Grassley and Senator Johnson, Chairman of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, I enter into the record 30 newly uncovered and significant investigatory documents regarding Arctic frost that shed light on the decision-making of the Biden Department of Justice. This includes 197 subpoenas targeting over 400 Republican individuals and entities that former special counsel Jack Smith and his team issued as a part of the indiscriminate election case against President Trump. These are not routine materials. These are internal investigative records that shed light on how and why the Biden Department of Justice authorized and carried out this operation. They detail the scope of the subpoenas issued, the categories of the 400 individuals and organizations targeted, and the decision-making process inside the department at the highest levels. In short, they allow us to see clearly and for the first time how this investigation was conducted from the inside. This new information would not have been known but for congressional oversight. I will now introduce the witnesses at this hearing. First witness is Mr. Will Chamberlain, who currently serves as senior counsel at the Article 3 Project. Mr. Chamberlain graduated from University of the Pacific in 2010 with a BA in economics. He received his JD magna cum laude from Georgetown University Law Center in 2015. After graduating Georgetown, he joined Quinn Emanuel, Urquhart, and Sullivan in Los Angeles as an associate, where he practiced complex commercial litigation. Mr. Chamberlain later worked as an attorney at the Competitive Enterprise Institute, focusing on class action litigation. In 2019, he revived Human Events, the nation's oldest conservative magazine, where he served as publisher and editor-in-chief. Mr. Chamberlain is also vice president of external affairs at the Edmund Burke Foundation, which organizes national conservatism conferences around the world. Christopher O'Leary retired from the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a member of the Senior Executive Service in September 2023, after 2 decades of leading counterterrorism investigation and operations. Mr. O'Leary's last assignment was serving as the U.S. government's Director of Hostage Recovery, where he led an interagency task force dedicated to the mission of safely bringing home Americans taken hostage by terrorist organizations. Mr. O'Leary is also a former United States Marine Corps gunnery sergeant and Iraq War combat veteran. Thank you for that, sir. Mr. O'Leary holds a bachelor's degree in Middle Eastern Studies from Rutgers University, a master's degree from Georgetown University's McDonough School of Business, and a master's degree in Government and National Security from Harvard University. Our third witness is Margot Cleveland, an attorney, legal analyst, and investigative journalist and former academic. After graduating from the Notre Dame Law School, where she earned the Hoynes Prize, the law school's highest honor, Ms. Cleveland served for nearly 25 years as a permanent law clerk for a federal appellate judge on the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. Ms. Cleveland is a former full-time university faculty member at the University of Notre Dame, where in 1998 she received the Frank O'Malley Undergraduate Teaching Award, the highest award for undergraduate faculty members. Ms. Cleveland currently serves as the Federalist Senior Legal Correspondent, where she helped lead the Federalist's reporting on the Russia collusion hoax, which won the Dow Grand Prize for Investigative Journalism in 2025. Ms. Cleveland is also counsel for the New Civil Liberties Alliance, where she practices constitutional law and has co-authored several Supreme Court amicus briefs and a petition for certiorari. And Mr. Chamberlain, we'll start with you. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Whitehouse, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity.
And actually, hold on a second. Before we do that, I need to ask each of you to stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give before this subcommittee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All of you have answered affirmatively. Please be seated. And now, Mr. Chamberlain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Whitehouse, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. On February 26, 2025, Reuters broke a remarkable story. They reported first that in 2022 and 2023, Jack Smith and the Biden Justice Department subpoenaed toll records of calls from Kash Patel and Susie Wiles as part of the now infamous Arctic frost investigation. Both were private citizens at this time, and the surveillance continued while Wiles was co-managing President Trump's election campaign. This was troubling, but sadly it wasn't shocking. This committee has been investigating Smith's abuse of his subpoena power against a slew of Republican senators, alongside Judge James Boasberg's unlawful non-disclosure orders that hid the existence of those subpoenas from those senators. But Reuters, if anything, buried the lead. The article also revealed that in 2023, the Biden FBI had surreptitiously recorded a phone call between Susie Wiles and her attorney. This was a remarkable breach of attorney-client privilege. The Reuters article, relying on 2 FBI sources, claimed that Wiles' attorney had been aware of the surveillance on the phone call, which, if it were true, would have been a shocking ethical breach by Wiles' lawyer. The following day, however, Wiles' lawyer denied having ever consented to any such recording, stating correctly that, quote, if he ever pulled a stunt like that, he wouldn't and shouldn't have a license to practice law, end quote. His denial is in line with secretly consent to law enforcement recording a privileged phone call with their client. But the lawyer's denial raises more questions than it answers. Why then did 2 FBI sources tell Reuters that the lawyer had consented? Were the sources lying, or were they relying on false records created by FBI agents working with Smith? It wouldn't be the first time FBI personnel have falsified records in their pursuit of President Trump. Remember that Kevin Klein-Smith, a former FBI lawyer, pled guilty to intentionally falsifying information to obtain a FISA warrant in the Russiagate investigation. The scandal isn't merely that this phone call was recorded, it's also about how the records of the recording were hidden. The FBI's primary digital case management system is called Sentinel. Within it, investigators can apply a special designation to a file called prohibited access. Files coded this way become completely invisible in standard Sentinel searches. If an agent runs a keyword search that should hit these documents, the system returns a false negative. It reports no responsive documents, even though they exist. While this prohibited access designation might make theoretical sense for files dealing with the most sensitive classified matters, it clearly does not make sense that records of Susie Wiles' phone call being surveilled would qualify. The agents who marked those records prohibited would have known that. If Wiles' lawyer had been aware of the recording, it would have constituted consensual monitoring. Monitoring such a call would likely require DOJ approval, but it could be lawful. But if Wiles' lawyer did not consent to the recording, we are likely looking at an illegal wiretap of a phone call between a presidential campaign manager and her own lawyer, one where the agent or agents who conducted the wiretap lied about Wiles' lawyer's lack of consent and then coded it as a prohibited file in the hopes that no one would ever find out about it. This would be a more brazen FBI intervention into domestic politics than anything during the Russiagate investigation, which is certainly saying something. We often hear liberal law professors complain about the Trump administration undermining the DOJ and FBI's independence. Sophisticated listeners should immediately translate independent as unaccountable. Illegal wiretaps and inappropriate prohibited file classifications are the fruits of an independent FBI that acted with impunity because it was not subject to the democratic accountability that our Constitution demands. The president is tasked with the responsibility to take care that our laws be faithfully executed, not to submit to the FBI and DOJ, transforming themselves into an unaccountable fourth branch of government. And this body can help by providing essential oversight and scrutiny. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Mr. O'Leary, you're recognized.
Chairman, Ranking Member, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. In his farewell address to the nation, President George Washington warned that the health and survival of a republic required leaders who exercise virtue and resist the pull of partisan division. It is in that spirit that I offer my testimony today. I come before you not as an advocate for any political party or position, but as a nonpartisan former special agent of the FBI where I served for over 2 decades. My intent is to provide the committee with a clear, experience-based understanding of how the FBI operates, its investigative standards, institutional culture, and the professional norms that guide its work. The men and women of the FBI have long stood as a quiet bastion between order and chaos, guided not by politics or public acclaim, but by an enduring commitment to the Constitution and the rule of law. Their character is forged in an environment where integrity is not aspirational, it is required. Every day, often without recognition, they make decisions that demand moral clarity, professional restraint, and personal courage. These are not abstract virtues within the FBI. They are lived expectations, reinforced through training, supervision, and deeply rooted in institutional culture. The FBI's investigative process is grounded in predication, facts, intelligence, and evidence, not ideology or affiliation. Agents are trained to clearly articulate and document the factual basis for opening and continuing investigations. And those decisions are subject to multiple layers of supervisory and legal review. Equally important is the internal culture of the FBI. The bureau I served had no tolerance for political ideology or personal bias influencing investigative work. This was not simply a matter of formal policy. It was an expectation reinforced through leadership, peer accountability, and institutional norms. The credibility of the FBI, both in court and in the eyes of the public, depends on that neutrality. And FBI professionals understand that their work must withstand scrutiny, not only in the moment, but years later. Allegation that the FBI has engaged in broad, coordinated conspiracies to investigate individuals based on political affiliation or ideology are inconsistent with my experience and unsupported by evidence or reason. Yet the absence of credibility to these claims has not deterred Director Kash Patel from pursuing what can only be understood as a campaign of retribution against his own personnel. When agents and analysts are removed not for misconduct, but for their lawful participation in duly authorized investigations, the conclusion that such actions are politically driven is self-evident. This form of retaliation against the dedicated professionals of the FBI has eroded trust in leadership, damaged morale, introduced uncertainty across the workforce, and disrupted the continuity of ongoing operations. Equally concerning are the national security implications, with the loss and marginalization of experienced personnel and diminished institutional knowledge, drastically impacting the FBI's ability to effectively confront threats from terrorism, espionage, and cyber adversaries. Left unchecked, Director Kash Patel's actions risk inflicting generational harm on an institution central to the safety and security of the nation. In closing, I would emphasize that the strength of the FBI and our broader system of justice depends on its independence from political influence. It's a principle that those who serve within the Bureau understand as fundamental to their duty. Being an FBI agent is neither a job nor a profession, but rather a vocation. Service to the nation is not a slogan in the FBI, it's a calling, a steadfast commitment to the cause of freedom, democracy, and justice. This ethos is rooted in a tradition of excellence that spans generations. The legacy of the G-Man is not merely a cultural artifact, but a standard, one that reflects professionalism, discipline, and an unyielding pursuit of truth. Each new generation of G-men and women inherit not only the responsibilities of the role, but the weight of that legacy and the obligation to uphold it. Day after day, the men and women of the FBI answer the call and choose duty over comfort, principle over expedience, and service over self. Their work is often unseen and their successes unheralded, but the nation is safer because of their steadfast commitment, their adherence to the rule of law, and their fidelity to the ideals that define the FBI. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland, you're recognized.
Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Whitehouse, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify concerning the grave constitutional violations inflicted as part of Arctic frost. After the 2020 election, an anti-Trump FBI agent named Tim Tybalt attempted to use the Justice Department to destroy the president. Tybalt's efforts led to the launch of Arctic frost. Soon after, Merrick Garland tapped Jack Smith, a hyper-aggressive prosecutor known to overstretch the meaning and intent of the law, to serve as special counsel. Smith proved himself true to form, indicting Trump for allegedly violating a statute enacted in the aftermath of Enron, based in part on a theory of criminal liability the Supreme Court would later hold invalid. The Supreme Court would later also halt Smith's efforts to prosecute Trump for actions that fell within the president's official duties. Beyond being a partisan in his own right, Smith stacked his team with partisan Democrats, such as J.P. Cooney and Ray Holzer. Cooney and Holzer served as Smith's top deputies, and in them we see the clear double standard and political bias that permeated the DOJ and FBI. Before joining Smith's team, Cooney crafted an outrageous sentencing memorandum that sought to send Trump advisor Roger Stone to prison for 7 to 9 years. Cooney's sentencing recommendations were so unhinged that the then Attorney General William Barr intervened. Cooney responded by spreading unfounded rumors that Barr and the acting U.S. Attorney were being improperly political, with media leaks furthering that narrative, eventually leading to an Inspector General investigation. The IG cleared the Trump administration, but chastised Cooney. Holzer, for his part, demonstrated his partisan proclivities when he headed up the public integrity section and refused the FBI's request to open an investigation into the Clinton Foundation. But Holzer's partisan protection racket went further when he withheld a 6-page timeline of the Clinton Foundation investigation from the then U.S. Attorney operating out of Little Rocket. Instead, he provided an abbreviated 2-page summary that omitted all references to interference from the DOJ and the FBI leadership. In contrast, when the target was Trump, Holzer, along with Cooney, drafted a memorandum to justify subpoenaing the toll records of about a dozen members of Congress, notwithstanding internal email discussions acknowledging a clear speech or debate clause problem. They then hid the details of those subpoenas using the prohibited access functionality of Sentinel, which ghosted the FBI records. As this committee well knows, because many of you were victims, Smith approved the subpoenas and obtained the toll records of Senators Blackburn, Graham, Hagerty, Hawley, Loomis, Johnson, Kennedy, Scott, Sullivan, and Tuberville. Only Senator Cruz escaped the invasion into his privacy and the violation of the speech or debate clause because his cell phone provider questioned the subpoena. From this subcommittee's January 7th hearing, you also know that Smith's team saw a non-disclosure order from Chief Judge James Boasberg, apparently without informing him that the targets were members of Congress. I say apparently because Chairman Cruz's request for the non-disclosure application to be unsealed has been ignored. Yet again, we see the double standard and the weaponization. Judge Boasberg has still failed to order Smith and his prosecutors to show cause for why they should not be held in contempt for concealing the members of Congress were the ones who were being targeted. This fact should not be ignored if you are to believe Smith and the administrative office of the court's testimony that Judge Boasberg did not know that your identities were involved. It makes absolutely no sense that Boasberg would not enter a show cause order to hold Smith accountable for violating your rights, given Judge Boasberg's nearly year-long crusade to hold a member of the Trump administration in contempt. We now know that Smith violated the speech or debate clause, rubber-stamped by Judge Boasberg. He went further and he subpoenaed the toll records of Kevin McCarthy, former Speaker, and Chairman Jim Jordan, again, under cover of a non-disclosure order. Add to that the hundreds more served on individual Republicans, including Trump's attorneys, Republican organizations such as Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. And they didn't seek merely toll records, but also bank records, which revealed the donor base. The breadth of these constitutional intrusions is unprecedented. But to recap, Smith unconstitutionally was appointed special counsel in violation of the Appointments Clause. The subpoenas of the toll records violated the speech or debate clause. The vast and unjustified subpoenas to Republicans and the organizations that were connected to them violated the First Amendment associational rights. The targeting of Trump's attorneys implicates the Sixth Amendment right to counsel. And using prohibited access to bury records is a huge due process violation that raises potential violations of Brady. Smith and his team must be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with the foundation. Ms. Cleveland, Jack Smith issued nearly 200 subpoenas. Is that correct?
Yes,
Those subpoenas targeted over 400 Republican individuals and organizations, correct?
correct.
Many of whom had no connection to those who entered the Capitol on January 6th, correct?
No, Ryan, don't repeat that. Don't erase that stupid message. Hey, Timothy, it is the Republicans that are the problem. Republicans are a bunch of idiots. How about they both are, stupid? You're an idiot. Honestly, Ryan, now you can get rid of them completely. Bye. Come in here acting stupid. We don't got time for you, bro. Sorry.
Absolutely.
And in fact, some of those organizations didn't even exist on January 6th. Is that correct?
It is.
So we're not talking about a narrow investigation. We're talking about a sweeping operation targeting virtually the entirety of the other side politically.
It was a fishing expedition.
So let's turn to the Constitution. Subpoenaing the toll records of members of Congress, does that raise serious constitutional concerns?
Absolutely. And in fact, we have the PIN who notified the special counsel's office of those concerns. And Jack Smith had apparently said that he was going to consult with the Solicitor General, according to the release of the information from Senator Grassley this morning. Yet when he was deposed by the House and was specifically asked if he spoke with the Solicitor General, he said,
Pensamos que esto era una estafa. 87 centavos por Viagra genérico de 100 miligramos. CBS.
On this discrete issue, no.
Among other issues, it raises significant issues with the speech and debate clause, correct?
Absolutely.
So much so that, as you noted, when Jack Smith subpoenaed AT&T to get my toll records, AT&T refused to comply with the subpoena because they concluded that it violated the speech and debate clause. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct. And they backed down.
Jack Smith did not try to enforce that subpoena, did he?
He did not.
He did not go to court and litigate the matter, did he?
He did not.
Does that suggest, as it does to me, that he knew damn well what he was doing was illegal and would not be upheld in court?
It does suggest that.
When the federal government subpoenas donor lists, internal communications, organization records, does that implicate the First Amendment and also freedom of association in particular?
It does, and the Supreme Court made that clear in the NAACP case.
Ms. Chamberlain, aside from
Ted said, or somebody, what was your name in the chat? What is it? Little Throat Baby Jeff said he loves throat babies. He said, Ted Cruz has no testes. Nah, because they're deep down your throat right now, buddy.
From the legal violations, what specific crimes, if any, were actually uncovered as a result of the Arctic Frost investigation?
I'm not aware of any crimes that were uncovered.
would the senators, donors, organizations, and individuals who were surveilled and subpoenaed have ever learned about the Arctic frost investigation had Trump not won in 2024?
Probably not, mainly because of these non-disclosure orders, but also, I mean, the fact that a lot of these records we're now just learning about them because they were in these prohibited access files only available to the FBI director. So if the FBI director was a Democrat, there's no reason to think we'd know about them.
How would you compare the scope of the violations in Arctic frost to Watergate?
I think, if anything, it might even be greater. I mean, the scope of this in terms of the sheer number of people and organizations affected. And as I discussed, I mean, this brazen violation of attorney-client privilege, wiretapping a phone call between Susie Wiles and her lawyer, these are egregious offenses. And you know, if Watergate was just about a single break-in, I mean, this is effectively, you know, compound that by 200.
All right, Mr. O'Leary, I appreciate your service. One of the things you testified is you said, quote, "The effectiveness and legitimacy of the FBI depend on its independence from political influence." I very much agree with that, and I will say, as an alumnus of the Department of Justice, I am deeply saddened, and frankly, I'm angry that under President Biden, the Department of Justice and the FBI were weaponized and its integrity badly, badly compromised. You are right. That's how the FBI is supposed to behave, and that's how the Department of Justice is supposed to behave. So Jack Smith was not investigating a crime based on evidence. He issued subpoenas to get the toll records of the following senators: Mike Lee, seated to my right; Josh Hawley; Lindsey Graham; John Kennedy, seated to my right; Marsha Blackburn; Ron Johnson; Rick Scott; Bill Hagerty; Dan Sullivan; Tommy Tuberville; Cynthia Lummis, and myself. That's over 20% of the Republicans in the United States Senate. Mr. O'Leary, is it consistent with the obligations of the Department of Justice and the FBI to issue subpoenas with no factual basis and no legal basis?
Senator, it is not, and in my experience, FBI agents would never approach a matter without the proper justification and articulable facts to open their investigation.
Okay, good. So you said they would never do that. Judge Boasberg signed an order, I'm holding the order right here, in which he concludes, and I'm going to read, "The court finds reasonable grounds to believe that such disclosure," in other words, notifying the senators on that list, "will result in destruction of or tampering with evidence, intimidation of potential witnesses, and serious jeopardy of the investigation." Are you aware of any factual basis whatsoever that a dozen senators will destroy evidence?
I am not, but I will tell you that non-disclosure orders are a routine part of investigations.
Based on facts. Give me any hypothetical fact. By the way, do you know any facts that I will destroy evidence? Let's take it me personally.
I cannot,
because Jack Smith went into court and said, "I will destroy evidence if I know about the subpoena." And this clown signed the order one after the other after the other. Are you aware of any basis? Look, I'm a member of the bar. I take my obligations seriously. The FBI signed off on that. Mike Lee concluded he would destroy evidence. John Kennedy, well, Louisiana, maybe. I will say, I'll give a special dispensation for the great state of Louisiana. But there is no basis. By the way, is it consistent with DOJ's obligation to also ask a judge to violate the law and not inform the judge of it?
No, it would not be.
Well, 2 U.S.C. section 6628 explicitly bars non-disclosure orders applying to the Senate. And yet, in the lawless Department of Justice, I assume they didn't tell Judge Boasberg, "Hey, we're asking you to violate the law. Would you sign this?" Do you assume that as well?
You would have to ask the DOJ that, but you make a good point, Senator.
Thank you. Ranking Member Whitehouse.
Just to follow up on that point, Mr. O'Leary, is the reason that a prosecutor would pursue a non-disclosure order for a toll record subpoena necessarily that it is the subject of the subpoena who would attempt to interfere with or obstruct the investigation, as opposed to the subject of the investigation who would attempt to interfere with and obstruct the investigation?
Senator, it depends on the investigation. It could be the subject of the investigation. It could be associates. The idea of a non-disclosure order is to not really let an individual know that they're under investigation.
But one cannot infer from the existence of a non-disclosure order any accusation that the subject of the order was intending to interfere or obstruct. It could just as easily be that it was actually the subject of the investigation, one of the conspirators, for instance, who the court was concerned about, who the prosecutor was concerned about.
It certainly could be, but as I was communicating to Senator Cruz, non-disclosure orders are a routine part of FBI investigations.
Understood. So in your view, what has happened to the FBI and DOJ's national security capabilities in the last 15 months?
They've been decimated. There's been generational damage done.
And with respect to the quiet bastion you referred to, and the standards of virtue and integrity that you spoke so passionately about, were those standards of virtue and integrity, the fidelity, bravery, and integrity of the FBI, met by agents who Kash Patel then turned on and fired?
There is rampant morale, degradation, uncertainty amongst the ranks, and really disheartened career federal public servants who've been dismissed without cause. And
because, in fact, their colleagues understood that they, in fact, met those standards for fidelity, bravery, and integrity, and were nevertheless fired, correct?
Correct.
DOJ and the FBI run under close institutional checks and balances designed to protect the integrity of the organization. Were those applicable to special counsel?
I would assume so. I wasn't involved in that investigation at all, but I can speak to the process that Washington Field Office would follow, and those are the agents that supported that investigation.
And they would follow traditional, regular FBI guidelines.
The documents that I was able to review demonstrated that.
Are you aware that the Trump Department of Justice in the first term subpoenaed information from members of Congress and members of Congress's staff, including toll records?
Senator, the FBI conducting public corruption investigations has been part of its mission for years. I know it's probably disconcerting to any member of Congress or public official, but the FBI does it with the same integrity that it conducts any investigation. I would say to a fellow Irishman, we would probably work with them on an investigation, but you know, the FBI pursues these despite what side of the aisle you're on.
And they did in the first Trump term of office, and that included getting non-disclosure orders so that the members of Congress did not know their toll records had been subpoenaed, correct?
That is correct. It's routine.
Tell me a little bit, as we wrap up here, about the work of the CI-12 unit and what condition it is now in as hostilities with Iran exist.
So CI-12 is a foreign counterintelligence squad in Washington Field Office, and the agents that were dismissed from there and from the counterintelligence division at FBI headquarters work a variety of counterintelligence priorities. Iran is one of them, and dismissing some of these people just days before the war with Iran kicked off creates problems with sustained focus and could impact operations.
And in fact, some of the FBI's institutional knowledge is contained in the knowledge and experience of senior FBI agents. And so when they are purged for political reasons, that component of the Bureau loses something fairly significant.
That is true, Senator. So there were some senior leaders at headquarters that were removed. And then in this last year alone, 2 assistant directors from Washington field office were both removed.
My time is up. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Without objection, I'd like to enter.
With respect to the question of the NDOs and the reason for that, I'd like to put into the record the letter that I wrote to Speaker Johnson, giving what I consider to be the accurate background related to that, dated January 15, 2026.
Without objection, will be entered into the record.
Thank you.
Also, without objection, I want to introduce into the record a November 2nd, 2023 letter from Chairman Grassley to the DOJ Office of Inspector General, raising concerns that in 2017, DOJ subpoenaed personal phone and email records of Republicans and Democrat congressional staff. I'm also entering into the record a November 8th, 2023 letter from me, Chairman Grassley, and Senator Lee to Attorney General Garland, raising similar concerns and requesting information on the subpoenas of congressional staff. Contrary to what Senator Whitehouse said in his opening, Republicans did raise concerns about the DOJ obtaining records from congressional staff of both parties. And I will say, just a minute ago, Mr. O'Leary, you were being asked by Senator Whitehouse about investigating members of Congress, and it is certainly true that DOJ has a long tradition if there's evidence of particular misconduct. For example, our former colleague, Senator Menendez, is currently incarcerated in prison for corruption. And if you've got evidence of criminal conduct of one individual, the Department of Justice has an obligation to investigate that. Would you agree that's qualitatively different than a fishing expedition targeting 20% of the Republicans in the Senate? Would you agree that's qualitatively different?
I'm not familiar with the details of either investigation, so I wouldn't want to speculate.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you be troubled if tomorrow the Trump Department of Justice issued a subpoena for the phone records of every Democrat that sits on the Judiciary Committee?
Not if it was based on factual evidence, specific and articulable facts.
Well, let me be clear. I'd be damn troubled. And that would be an abuse of power. And I'm going to predict not a single Democrat's going to say even a word about the abuse of power on their side. And that double standard is troubling. Senator Lee.
Thank you very much, Senator Cruz, for convening this hearing. It's an important topic. About a half century ago, President Nixon resigned. He did so under pressure on the basis of public outrage that stemmed from a break-in at DNC headquarters. It's an act of lawfare, you might say, or maybe better said, political espionage. Today, the media and my Democrat colleagues have fallen conspicuously silent when confronted with a scandal that in some ways is of much larger proportions because it involves the official law enforcement apparatus of the U.S. government in a much more direct way than that one did. President Biden's systematic weaponization of the Department of Justice and federal law enforcement against his political opponents is a development of staggering proportions. And by development, I mean scandal. Just like the Watergate break-in, Arctic frost was ultimately an attempt to sway the results of a presidential election. But this comparison may even be unfair to President Nixon, who never attempted to quash dissent by putting the opposition candidate in prison for trumped-up charges. Now, thankfully, the Biden administration failed in that misguided effort. President Trump was elected by the people to become the 47th president of the United States. But we have to ensure that this kind of lawfare can't occur again. Mr. Chamberlain, I'd like to start with you. Your testimony focuses, among other things, on an FBI recording of a 2023 phone call between Susie Wiles, who was at the time managing President Trump's presidential campaign, and her lawyer. Now, according to the FBI, the lawyer was aware of the recording, but isn't it true that the lawyer denied that he had ever consented to that arrangement?
That's true. That was widely reported.
And if in fact the lawyer did not consent, your testimony today is that this would have been and was an illegal wiretap by the FBI in the absence of her lawyer's consent with the FBI.
That's correct.
And the FBI designated this as a prohibited file to prevent anyone from finding out about it.
That seems to be correct, yes.
Okay, so they did something they weren't supposed to do, then they designated it as a prohibited file to cover it up. Now, in general, should the president be able to direct the FBI to spy on the campaign of his political opponent?
Probably not.
And isn't listening to a private conversation between a presidential campaign manager and her lawyer in many ways much more serious as an abuse of government power than an attempted wiretap of the DNC headquarters in Watergate?
Correct, because there's two interests being invaded. First, it's just the wiretap generally, but then it's doubly invasive because it's supposed to be a privileged conversation.
A privileged conversation, which regardless of who's involved in it, is supposed to be privileged. And that takes on additional flavor, additional degrees of seriousness when that person happens to be a client represented by a lawyer who happens to be managing the presidential campaign of the then incumbent president's lead and exclusive challenger, effectively. Ms. Cleveland, you referenced the FBI's use of protected access tag for Arctic frost subpoenas. What is this functionality and why does it raise due process concerns in your mind?
So prohibited access is a functionality which makes the records invisible. So when there's an investigation going on, the FBI agents are doing searches maybe by keywords of names, it will come back and say there are no results. They will believe there are no results. We already have evidence that this has been used in the investigation of Trump. We also have evidence that has been used in other investigations that were high profile. From the due process concern, a lawyer is entitled to have evidence that is exculpatory to their clients. If there is exculpatory evidence or even evidence that calls into credibility, that the credibility of one of the witnesses, that has to be turned over. It can't possibly—
For Brady and Giglio purposes. Yep.
Exactly,
Right.
Brady Giglio. It can't be turned over if they don't know about it. That's a huge problem from the due process perspective.
Right, so you're forestalling up front what would be part of the defendant's due process in the event of eventual criminal proceedings. Now, really quickly before my time expires, tell me whether to what extent Judge Boasberg knew or would have had reason to know what the NDOs were actually covering.
So without seeing the application, it's impossible to say he should have known. But this morning when Senator Grassley released his documents, it indicated that Smith's team was speaking with the prior chief judge of the DC District Court about subpoenas and executive privilege. So that raised the concern of, was this conversation going on with Judge Boasberg as well? If not, did Smith's team actually decide not to have the same kind of conversations because they were concerned that Judge Boasberg wouldn't go along with it? So we don't know what Judge Boasberg knew, but we do know he didn't demand Smith come in and explain himself, as he has done time and time again with the Trump administration in trying to hold someone in contempt there.
Okay, so this would be outside the norm, not only for this type of action, but out of norm even for what Judge Boasberg has done in other cases.
In the contempt, in calling them in for contempt, absolutely.
Thank you.
My turn.
Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Ms. Cleveland, you've given a pretty lengthy bill of particulars in reference to the special prosecutor, Jack Smith. I tried to keep up with your statement. You've accused him of being a hyper-aggressive prosecutor, partisan, deputies who are politically partisan, running some sort of partisan protection racket, unconstitutionally appointed, a litany of constitutional misconduct, guilty of a fishing expedition, and on and on. Would there be value for you to be able to ask Mr. Smith questions about your assertions?
Only after I've seen enough background information to pose good questions, such as Senator Grassley's release this morning revealed for the first time that he had.
No, I'm just asking in general terms, and that gets specific.
Well, as a lawyer, I have to give you the specific answers.
Well,
to the
I'd like you to
question.
do it very briefly because I have a limited period of time. I'm just asking you if you had a chance to ask Jack Smith questions.
Not until I've seen the documents that will inform the questions and be able to confront him. You don't do a deposition until you've done
Well,
document
of course,
review.
I think that goes without saying in the practice of law. But let me ask you if you could ask him questions under oath, whether that'd be more value than just general questions.
Again, after I've seen the documents.
You don't
So-
think being under oath puts any special obligation on a person who is asked a question?
You can be under oath, and if you're not confronted with the evidence, the answer is not going to be as informative.
It sounds like you're afraid to face him.
Not at all.
Well, good. Let me ask you this question. If you could do it in the setting of, say, the Senate Judiciary Committee, and you had a chance to ask those questions under oath, do you think that might be of value?
After I've reviewed all of the relevant documents, including the ones hidden in prohibited access.
How about we make sure that that meeting of the Judiciary Committee is public so America can witness the questions and answers? Would that be of value?
After all of those documents have been released, yes.
Oh, you wouldn't want to testify, you wouldn't want to question him until all the documents have been released?
The relevant documents that are hidden in prohibited access, absolutely need those before you question him.
That may be a luxury which most attorneys and others would not have access to.
Well, they shouldn't have been hidden in the first place.
Well, it isn't a question of hiding as much as legal.
What can disqualify you from getting a life insurance policy? With us, nothing. If you're age 45 to 85, we help cover you with no medical exam. Whole life insurance from United of Omaha Life Insurance Company. Get a quote now.
Legal access. The point I'm getting to is that for the last 6 months, the Democrats on this committee have said to the Republicans on this committee, bring Jack Smith into this room, sit him down in front of that microphone, put him under oath, and ask whatever questions you have. All these assertions, the bill of particulars has been issued by some of the witnesses today, would have to be confronted by him directly under oath in a public hearing for the America to see. Of course, any lawyer who's been around a law school more than 15 minutes know that there's value to the circumstances of asking those questions, but they won't do it. For 6 months, the Republican majority wants to hear hearing after hearing of what's wrong with Jack Smith. And the one person they should ask that of directly, Jack Smith, they won't call before this committee. What are we waiting for? If this is worse than Watergate, as some senators have asserted, isn't it about time that we get to the primary source, Jack Smith under oath, under penalty of criminal perjury or perjury, if he fails to testify? I don't get it. What are they waiting for? They'd rather have the hearings than have the answers. That to me doesn't help. Mr. O'Leary, how many years of service did you give to the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Over 20, sir.
Did you retire?
I did. Yes, sir.
And you said quite a bit about what the Federal Bureau of Investigations means and what they stand for. One of the things that I noted that you didn't have time to read into the record, I want to make sure is noted, and that is your statements about Robert Mueller. What you had to say about him is amazing. You say, the example set by Robert Mueller established a standard of quiet professionalism, integrity, and disciplined leadership that permeated every level of the Bureau. That is high praise. I feel the same way about him. I hope I made it clear in my opening statement. Where are we now? We're 15 months into this new president, 48-month term. Damage has been done to the Federal Bureau that you've described as generational damage. What's the future of the FBI?
What the FBI deserves and needs is an unbiased leader, somebody with investigative and operational experience and leadership experience and a commitment to public service and justice. Unfortunately, I do not see that in the current director. He does not have any background or experience, and he lacks the character and the disposition to carry out the duties that the American people deserve, and the country is less safe under his leadership.
I agree with your conclusion, and a great deal has to be done to rehabilitate and resurrect this great agency. Thank you very much.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chamberlain, I believe 4 telephone companies received these subpoenas for the phone records, the metadata of 20 members of Congress. Is that your understanding?
That sounds right to me, yes.
Okay. I don't have time to talk about all of them. Let me just pick one. Verizon. About 90,000 employees, I think. $140 billion worth of revenue. Does Verizon hire dummies to work in its legal department?
I should think not. They've probably got a good reservoir of lawyers to pick from.
Okay. I suppose you were one of the lawyers at Verizon. And you don't strike me as a dummy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
And you got a subpoena from Jack Smith with an NDO, non-disclosure order, signed by Judge Boasberg. Do you think a reasonably competent lawyer at Verizon would know who Jack Smith was?
Yes, I think so.
Do you think a reasonably competent lawyer at Verizon would know who Judge Boasberg was or would inquire about him?
Yeah, I think you could pretty quickly Google him, and if you were concerned that maybe he wasn't actually a federal district judge, I think it's pretty obvious that you'd be able to figure out what's going on.
I mean, it was pretty widely known that President Biden instructed the Attorney General to sue President Trump, and that he hired Jack Smith, wasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, that was
Yes.
on the front page of every paper. If you were an attorney at Verizon and you got a subpoena like this, wouldn't you say, maybe I need to check and see who Mr. Smith is subpoenaing here?
Yeah, and especially once I found out it was a representative, it would immediately raise that flag of like, maybe there's a legal exception here that doesn't apply in other cases.
Do we know if the employee who received this subpoena at Verizon even sought a legal opinion from an attorney at Verizon?
I do not know.
Well, let's just assume for a second that Verizon, sophisticated company that it is not so incompetent that they wouldn't have had a lawyer look at this. Lawyer looks at it and says, Jack Smith. Lawyer looks at it and says, NDO signed by Judge Boasberg. Lawyer looks at the names as a reasonably competent lawyer would. Says, they're members of Congress. If that was you, what would you do?
Well, I'd make a few phone calls. I'd do legal research to confirm that, complying with this order was obviously lawful, and I might, gently try and push back on the subpoena to try and understand,
Well, and
what was going
in
on.
fact, you would probably discover the law, being the very competent lawyer that you are, that said no judicial order can bar Verizon from picking up the phone and calling the member of Congress, wouldn't you?
That's right.
You'd probably find that statute. And if you did find that statute, in order to protect Verizon, as you're their lawyer, wouldn't you have filed a motion to quash?
That's exactly what I do, yeah.
But Verizon didn't do any of that, did they?
Apparently not.
They just sucked all this information up like a Hoover Deluxe.
Yeah.
They didn't even look at, that we know of, to see if these were members of Congress.
Yes, that's right.
What kind of liability does Verizon have here?
That's a good question. I need to read the statute more clearly to see what what the actual penalties are. But my guess is there would be some pretty reasonable civil penalties for having done so.
What kind of remedies, if any, are there for the fact that Judge Boasberg said that he had reasonable grounds to believe that these members of Congress would destroy evidence, and that he made that conclusion without holding a hearing?
I mean, I think the only remedy to that is political and impeachment. I don't think there's a unique. You can't sue Judge Boasberg for damages for his judicial decision making. So the only remedy is political.
Would you consider it to be grossly incompetent if Judge Boasberg had not even inquired who these people were, and whether they were members of Congress?
Oh yes, extremely incompetent.
Okay. That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirono.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, here we are once again. Once again, with a hearing espousing Republican conspiracy theories, and once again focusing on Jack Smith. How many times do we Democrats have to say, why don't we just bring Jack Smith before this committee? Why do we not put him under oath? Why don't we just ask him questions? The witnesses this morning are speculating as to what Jack Smith knew or what he told the judge, speculating about what the judge was told by Jack Smith. I mean, instead of all these speculations, why don't we just call Jack Smith? See, that has never been adequately answered in my view. I think it's time, rather than continuing to go down this rabbit hole. And really, the term milking a dead cow or beating a dead horse comes to mind, because this is what this exercise is. It is milking a dead cow, which describes, I looked it up, describes a completely futile, pointless, or waste of effort that will yield no results. It implies trying to extract value, information, or result from a source that is already dead, exhausted, or incapable of providing anything further. So the further providing of information should come directly from Jack Smith. So, I'm going to repeat what some of my colleagues have said. There are three things that we can focus on with the work of this committee, rather than wasting our time like this. First is call Jack Smith. Second, he has already offered to testify, so we're not going to get much resistance from him. He's already testified before the House. And he issued some reports, and we should get access to volume 2 of Jack Smith's report. So not only should we call him to testify, but we should get our hands talking about getting information that would be good for us to have. Volume 2 of Jack Smith's report. And then thirdly, there's been a focus on Kash Patel. After he received immunity, he did testify to the grand jury, and we've been trying to access that testimony. And Director Patel has stonewalled and lied to this committee, saying that he can't provide that testimony. Yes, he can. And once again, my Republican colleagues don't seem to care that he lied to this committee. So we have, as far as I'm concerned, a refusal to confront the truth. And I'm really disheartened by what is happening to an institution called the FBI, not to mention the Department of Justice, but the FBI that had, I would say, a reputation for doing the work that protected the American people. And that is not the case. What we're seeing are people being fired, not for lack of competence. In fact, they were very, very competent, not for misconduct, but because they happened to question the leader, Donald Trump. This continuous effort on the part of my Republican colleagues to just bow down to this president who does not believe that the rule of law applies to him is amazing. And you know what? The American people are getting it. And that is why millions of them.
Awaken to a world of wonder in Final Fantasy XIV Online.
In fact, I think this Saturday, there's going to be another rally, No King's Rally. Millions of Americans are saying, hey, Donald Trump, you are not our king. You cannot run this country through executive orders. You cannot act as though the rule of law does not apply to him. And by the way, no thanks to the Supreme Court. I think their decision on his immunity was one of the worst decisions that this court, and there are many. So let me just ask one question of Mr. O'Leary. Thank you very much for testifying. In your experience, and I know there are some very fine FBI agents who either were fired or left, over 1,000. Can you go over again, the fact that all of these very, very experienced people who were engaged in white collar crime investigations, cyber attacks, etc., their departure, tell us how their departure is making our country safer.
Senator, the loss of agents and analysts and professional staff across the FBI is impacting a variety of programs, from white collar crime, protecting the integrity of our financial markets, and public corruption. Cyber, the head of the cyber division was fired, an exceptional agent that I served with for years. The head of the critical incident response group, who was the acting director in the beginning of the Trump administration, Brian Driscoll, was fired just this last August because he refused to fire one of his employees without cause as directed by Kash Patel. Brian Driscoll demonstrated the courage and the integrity that you would expect from a leader, and he refused to do so. He in turn was fired himself, thrown out of the FBI after years of service. He's a recipient of the Shield of Bravery and the Shield of Valor. Shield of Valor for being on a joint hostage recovery operation in Syria with the Special Operations Task Force to rescue an American citizen. These are the kind of individuals who are losing, and those who are not being fired.
Thank you, Mr. Leavitt, for standing up for an institution that deserves our support. And instead, we have a director who parties around, who flies around in a plane, who visits his girlfriend. Give me a break.
Senator Blackburn.
Oh, how dare he visit his girlfriend? This lady's a joke. Luckily, there's a few minutes left. Everybody stick around when this is over. I got all these meteors. I've got it lined up. Dude, there's a whole... This isn't a coincidence, you guys, but we'll finish this out. That lady was trash. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Leary, I want to stay with you, if I may. Now, my colleague across the aisle seems to have a problem with Kash Patel, and you made a statement that you think he's made our country less safe. Do you own that statement?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
You do own that statement. Have you heard of Memphis, Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am. I've been there many times.
Good. Are you fully aware of what the FBI and the federal government has accomplished in Memphis, Tennessee?
I think using FBI agents as part of a joint task force to reduce violent crime is very important, and I'm aware of their effectiveness there. Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that Director Patel has been very involved in planning, organizing, implementing this. Is that correct?
I'm not personally aware of that, but if you say
well,
so,
let
yes,
me
ma'am.
make you aware. of that. Are you aware that there have been over 9,000 arrests of violent criminals?
If you say so, yes, ma'am.
And would you say that arresting 9,000 violent criminals makes the country more or less safe?
It certainly makes that jurisdiction, Memphis, a safer
Makes
community.
the entire country more safe. Would you say that finding 150 missing children helps make this country more safe?
Yes, it does, and the FBI has been doing that for decades, ma'am.
And in Memphis, it's 153. You can stop being snarky too. That would help. There have also, we've seen a 43% drop in overall crime, 36% drop in murder, and a 68% drop in carjackings in Memphis. Now, I wanted to bring all of this up because I think it's important that we focus on what we've been able to accomplish in the line of public safety when we appropriately use resources from the federal government, and when we are not having the DOJ weaponize itself and go after private citizens like Susie Wiles and Kash Patel were, when all of their records were subpoenaed in 2022 and 23. When we don't see the FBI going after 400 different conservative organizations, which they did, simply because they didn't like Donald Trump and they didn't like a lot of us, myself included. But you seem to be fine with that weaponization. You seem to think that it is okay. And Mr. O'Leary, I find it unconscionable that you would sit there and defend them going after the records of private citizens, of elected officials, and weaponizing the Department of Justice. But that is what they did. I think it is really unfortunate that this type of weaponization appears to what we had come to expect out of the Biden administration. Mr. Chamberlain, I want to come to you. Talk for a minute about that danger of the expectation of weaponization, the effect and the impact, pardon me, that has on conservatives, and what Congress needs to do to make certain this doesn't happen to anybody, whether it's a liberal or a conservative. It seems that we have a witness who is fine with it happening to conservatives, but I'm sure he would not be happy if it happened to a liberal.
Well, it's a very big worry that you're effectively, demeaning the First Amendment because you're crushing the rights of people to engage in political advocacy. If the underlying threat is, if you do this for the wrong side, we're going to bring federal law enforcement to bear upon you.
And Mr. O'Leary, are you okay with it being weaponized to go after conservatives? Does that suit you? Did you think that was a justifiable use of taxpayer money and time?
Senator, absolutely not. And let me just tell you, politics in the FBI workspace are absent. Nobody understands or knows.
It's absent?
Or cares.
Do you want to
Let me
own
finish,
that
Senator,
statement? No, it's my time. Ms. Cleveland, what do you have to say about that?
That's laughable.
It is laughable.
It is absolutely laughable that it has no place after everything we saw with Crossfire Hurricane, after what we're starting to see in the Arctic frost from the prohibitive files. It might be that you worked with the very few who are not political, but it is replete everywhere. We had Ray Holsler, who wrote an op-ed, I believe it was in the Washington Post, after he was fired, complaining about him being fired for no reason. But what do we now know? He was the one who refused to investigate the Clinton Foundation, and he's the one who turned over to the U.S. attorney who was actually doing the investigation, a abbreviated summary of what was going on so that it hid all of the DOJ and FBI's protection and what they were doing to stop the investigation. It's laughable to say that there's no political weaponization of the FBI. Or maybe there isn't any more because they fired the groups that were doing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was great. Those two women deserve a round of applause. They tore your ass up, boy. One more time. Let's go. That was nice. All right, let's get off this politics stuff real fast. I'm going to do my best to present this to you guys. I have no voice. I am really trying here. What's up, Stacy? What's up, Benjamin? What's up? Oh, I already booted you, bro. Bye. Hi, Daniel. How you doing, brother? Muhammad, you got to go too. Goodbye, Muhammad. Allah, Allah. So, all right, check it out, y'all. As you all know, there's been meteors and sonic booms across America and other countries. A lot of people are caught. I've been very much questioning the sonic booms on what they really are, okay? And people were laughing at me. Oh, whatever, conspiracy, this or that, laughing. Now, let's just go ahead and take a journey down the road of the past week. And you tell me if this is normal, okay? Let's start. We're going to start with Ohio to Kentucky. We're going to work our way down to Houston, to the Pacific Northwest, to Texas. And no, this one is, I think, Portland. I got California. I've got Vancouver. I've got Michigan. Yeah, real normal, guys. Check it out. Let's go. So let me get this started so I can get out of here because I have no voice and I'm really trying to watch the Cavs game. But this is so necessary. This is so necessary to show you guys what's going on. I wish Hugh was here. Hugh, if your ears are burning, get in the chat, bro, because this is for you, buddy. I'm going to redo it again if you don't come in. I'll do it again tomorrow because there will be more. But if I don't get these out the way, then I'm just going to have so many piled up that I got to get this out the way. Like, I have no choice at this point. I've got no choice but to get these out the way because they're happening at an alarming rate, you guys. So let's get this party started.
It's a 7-ton meteor shooting across the sky. The sonic boom heard over multiple states. The meteor 6 feet in diameter, the ground shaking. Here's Rhiannon and Allie tonight.
Tonight, NASA says this bright red fireball streaking through the sky, moving at 40,000 miles per hour and seen from at least 10 states, is a rare daylight meteor crashing into Earth.
Oh, what the was that?
The asteroid bursting through the Earth's atmosphere, sending loud sonic booms, rattling homes from Ohio to Kentucky. The blast so powerful it shook the ground, the rumbling registering on a seismograph.
It was just like a boom, like that.
The meteor seen just before 9 a.m. for barely 5 seconds, traveling more than 34 miles in the upper atmosphere before breaking apart above Medina, Ohio, and seen across the Northeast.
Anybody see or hear what blew up? Definitely too big for fireworks. We felt a shockwave. We're not sure what it is, but it was big.
NASA says the meteor, nearly 6 feet in diameter, weighing roughly 7 tons, lit up the sky. It was even spotted by a NOAA satellite in space, unleashing the same amount of energy as 250 tons of TNT.
This thing just broke apart violently, scattered fragments everywhere. And this explosion generated a shock wave or a pressure wave that traveled to the ground. And that's the explosions people saw.
Aisha Jones lives in Maple Heights outside Cleveland and had just put her small children down for a nap when she says her house shook.
I immediately thought that somebody ran into my house or something big had hit the house.
David NASA says what makes this so uncommon is that it went over a populated area. And while 40,000 miles per hour is really fast for a human, it's actually slow for a meteor. David?
Yeah, it's all perspective. Imagine being one of those drivers today who we heard in that piece, Rhiannon. Thank you.
Okay, here's the next one. Sorry, guys. This is going to be, they're kind of short videos, so they're going to be like quick. Hold on, y'all. All right, now here's the next one. We're getting there. All right, hold on. Here we go. Sorry. There we go. Here's the next one. We're gonna, dude, there's so many of them.
Tonight, I'm Tracy Carlos. That asteroid clocking in at nearly 6 feet in diameter, weighing about 7 tons, and traveled at about 45,000 miles per hour before breaking up and landing across parts of Medina County. Now, people are trying to find pieces of this rare rock. News 5's Maya Lockett with that story tonight.
Meteorite hunters have flocked to North Meteor hittings.
It took me 9 hours to get here.
Roberto Vargas came all the way from Connecticut and hit the ground running, spending his first day looking for meteorites.
As I was walking around the cul-de-sac, I looked to the ground and there's a little fragment. It's a 12.2 gram fragment. The crust is just gleaming in the sunlight.
And for the last few days, he's continued on his search, finding a few more pieces.
That black shiny stuff on the outside, that rind, is called fusion crust, and that is only found on meteorites because the only way to make that is to burn through the atmosphere.
But what makes this particular meteorite special?
90-something% of meteorites are what are called ordinary chondrites. They have a little bit of metal in them. They have chondrules. They're kind of what's left over from the creation of the planets.
Yeah.
This is not that.
Vargas says this meteorite did not have metal inside, the crust looks like glass, and they believe this meteor is what they call a eucrite.
The United States hasn't seen a eucrite fall since, I believe, 2004. So it's the first eucrite fall in 22 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, kind of a big deal. This is historic for this event, for this area.
Ohio hides a lot of secrets beneath its soil. This weekend, people had a chance to find out what they may have unearthed at Fireland's Archaeology Annual Artifact ID Day.
One gentleman brought in an artifact that's probably 13,000 years old.
Wow.
And it's one of the oldest artifacts we find in Ohio. It was made by the first people to come to Ohio at the end of the Ice Age.
Amongst the group, a few brought in what they believe to be pieces of the meteor.
They had 4 or 5 people that brought what they thought were meteorites, but it turned out he didn't think they really were.
But like Vargas, people plan to keep looking.
These rocks are like 4.56 billion years old. They come in from outer space. They tell us about like the origins of the species and the creation of the planets. And
this guy right here is literally an agent. He's here to give you disinformation straight up. You'll watch, you'll see there's disinformation agents in every one of these. And here he is, your meteorite hunter. This is my hometown. I know a bunch of people, and not one person do I know found one, but this guy drove 9 hours and found it. Wait till you see the next story and how they find these things.
I'm not like a super smart guy, but like I can contribute to science.
Vargas plans to donate some of his pieces to Arizona State University, and if you want to go out looking for pieces of the meteor, he suggests using NASA's map. Maya Lockett, News 5.
Yeah, use NASA's map because NASA is so trustworthy. Now here we go. Let's go to Houston. It's getting better as we go, guys. Don't worry. Trust me. It's just going to keep going. And it's very interesting because many people say this is a very rare meteor, sonic booms. But it was so rare in Ohio. But why is it happening everywhere? Let's see.
The flash of light in the sky experienced by a lot of folks across the Houston area this afternoon. And then there was this, a home in Northwest Harris County hit by something that crashed through their roof. Good evening to you. I'm Tom Ziska. We're glad to have you with us. While scientists work to determine what this was, we begin with the impression that it made, particularly for a family that saw it up close. Fox 26's McKenna Earnhardt explains.
Tons of questions on social media about a loud boom heard across Houston. Well, those same questions are brewing in this home right here in this Ponderosa Forest neighborhood, because this rock came flying through their roof, through the ceiling into their daughter's bedroom, onto the floor, bounced off the floor, and hit the ceiling over here, and then fell onto the bed. Now, they called the Ponderosa Fire Department, who said they've never seen a rock like this and think it might be part of a meteorite. Here's what the family of this home had to say.
I'm like, oh my goodness, I just didn't know what it was. And I was like, and I saw the rock. And the first thing come to my mind was it's a meteor.
You hear this loud noise, you run up to your daughter's room, and you see a rock on the floor. I was holding it. I would say it's probably like 6 pounds.
Yes, it's very heavy. It's very heavy. And it don't look like cement or like a normal rock or anything, but it's just the weight of it. You could tell there's something different. But the first thing I looked, I saw the hole in the ceiling, the impact on the floor. So it had to be coming down with force to come through the roof. I got my grandson again to go in the attic. I say, look at the roof to see if I got a hole in the roof. You got a hole in the roof. So I called the they looked, the meteor. They said a meteor exploded over the north part of Houston, and it came out, fragments came from it. And he said, we believe that is what this is. It's a meteorite. So when I saw the rock on the floor, that would really scare me. I'm like, what is that? Constable, actually, it was the one that picked it up and put it in the bag because I didn't want to put my hands on it.
You're thinking I'm going to turn into an alien.
Exactly. I don't want no alien bacteria to get on me, or no radiation or whatever.
Some people have to be thinking you're crazy. What would you say to them?
No, I'm far from it, far from crazy. But this is, I mean, like I say, it is exciting, and it's scary and exciting at the same time. But
proof,
you know, it could happen
in the meteorite, right?
Yeah, it can happen to anybody, I guess. So it traveled. It definitely traveled
to your home.
Yes.
Of everybody.
Yes.
Of every home.
Of all places, mine.
Let's just be honest. This could just happen to anybody, right? A rock just falls through your roof magically, bounces off the ground, hits the ceiling, and lands on your bed magically. It could just happen to anybody because that's just so normal, right? That's just like so normal. That just happens to everybody. But mind you, the last 2 stories I showed you, it was the most historical thing ever. But now it's just normal for it. Dude, these people are
a whole new roof.
We're still waiting to hear from NASA on what they think, but this rock is pretty heavy. It's like 6 pounds. For Fox 26, I'm McKenna Earnhardt.
So this is not the first time there was a loud boom in the skies over the United States. Tuesday, a large meteor shot across the skies above northeastern the U.S. and Canada. NASA says the 7-ton meteorite exploded over northeast Ohio with a sonic boom that shook houses in the Cleveland, Ohio area. They say it was about the size of a car, traveled around 45,000 miles an hour when it entered the Earth's atmosphere and then fragmented. People even reported finding pieces from that meteorite as well.
Okay, now we're going from Houston to the Pacific Northwest. Portland, Oregon, to be exact. Alien, if you're listening, we are now in your backyard. Don't worry. We got plenty of y'all. Don't feel left out. There's plenty more. Don't worry. Let's see what happened in Oregon in the last day. Let's see. This is rare, guys. Rare stuff is happening here. Real rare. A lot of rare stuff.
Welcome back to Good Day Oregon Plus. Hello, everyone. And it is Monday, but take a look at this from earlier today. This is a video sent in by one of our viewers. Look there in the right-hand corner. What was that? A lot of people saw it. We've been getting a lot of videos of this, so we're going to be discussing that here. Again, we are live streaming out of the Fox 12 Oregon newsroom. We're here every weekday. We start at 11 a.m. Go all the way to our noon news. Just like to remind everybody that. But that meteor, we have heard from so many of you, and we encourage everybody to send in your photos, your pictures, your videos, whatever it is that you have to the Fox 12 Oregon app so that we can take a look at those. But let's talk about what it is that happened over the skies here in the Portland area early this morning. We've got Jim Todd from OMSI, who is our expert to go to talk about this stuff. And Jim, I mean, I got to say, I did not see it myself. I wasn't up at this time, and I don't think my camera would have caught something, but a lot of people did get something on video of this meteor. Can you tell us what it is that happened here?
Well, that's the first time I've seen that video myself too, Greg, and I didn't see it either. But I'm getting a lot of questions about it and reports, which is good. That means there's a lot of people up that time of day in the morning, at about 6 o'clock. And what exactly what's happening is that there's a what's called meteoroid, and in the Earth's atmosphere ended up as a meteorite. And we could see it clearly in the video and the photograph. It is a classic fireball.
I'm sorry, alien, but I gotta make fun of your guy. Your Portland, Oregon guy can't speak very well. Alien, isn't it ironic my buddy's name is Alien and we're talking about aliens and asteroids? Alien, you need to teach your guy over here how to speak some English, or is that how they talk in the Portland area?
And we encourage people to send you pictures and videos. And the reason for that, we can triangulate the location of this particular fireball, which is actually about 60 to 80 miles above us. If you look at the report, they've been seen almost up and down the West Coast, all the way down to Northern California, up to Washington, along the valley. It's highly reported because it's so high up. There's one little fireball, and it looks like it's really close, but it's actually pretty far up, and that's what put on that great show. And it's important to also note whether or not you heard the sonic boom, or you also see the color. Now, this is a classic fireball because it only lasts for a few seconds, just as it's shown in the video. And it's also green. And the green color is a classic example of magnetism. Okay, and so you can see the color is green. That's clearly green. And so that tells what kind of element it is. Now, the biggest question of all, of course, will we find any meteorite? Well, that depends on that's where we want to get the location and narrow it down. 2/3 of the Earth is water. So a lot of the time it will evaporate long before it hits the ground because 60, 80 miles up. And based on that image there, you could see it drop from the sky, and then it had kind of a short explosion because it's traveling several thousand miles per hour. It got in friction and pressure and in the atmosphere, and then
They keep showing it over and over. Do you not, like, bro, come on now.
It basically, in a way, boils, it breaks up, and then put on kind of like a little burst that we just see there in that video. That's a great shot.
And so that burst that's happening, so that's it essentially, as you said, because there's so much water in it, it's boiling and blowing up, I suppose?
In a way, blowing up. The internals of the meteorite, it gets so hot at traveling 7,000 miles per hour, and kind of the atmosphere. Look like also you could see there's little tiny little fragments. You see a little what's called the train. And so you could see a little fragment there. So this probably was a solid object and then broke up in several pieces. Now, again, I don't know that I don't want to speculate whether or not there's going to be meteorites.
I am having a really hard time taking this guy serious, yo. I mean, for real. The meteorites are coming, guys. The aliens. Here come the aliens, guys. Everybody, if you have a speech impediment, I'm just joking. I'm sorry. I'm just joking around. Don't get very offended. It's okay. I still love you. It's just very funny to hear the guy talk about meteors and he can't even speak wide.
It's there. Just in the last month, we've been hearing reports about meteorites found in Ohio and Texas. There's a buzz going on right now about that. Getting people excited. They actually found the meteorites for both locations. And I wouldn't want to put a guess whether or not there's going to be a meteorite on this particular fireball as well.
And so you said this was seen all up and down the West Coast?
I'm sorry?
Was this one seen up and down the West Coast? Is that what you were saying?
Up and down the West Coast. So if you go to the American Meteorological Society fireball log, and you'll see all the reports. They're literally just littered with sighting, which means because the weather was clear. And we also saw a little bit of the moon.
Do you hear that? The West Coast was just littered with sightings. You remember Trump was saying there was drones, that there was entities and things over California that they're looking after. Remember that. Remember these things that they're saying.
Right there in that video. And so that means it's somewhere towards the south. My guess is it probably fell over the Pacific Ocean from my information that
How ironic. It fell right over the Pacific Ocean. No proof. No proof. How ironic. All right, I'm skipping this guy. He's dumbing us down. You get the point. It happened in Portland. Next. I want to get up out of here. I'll be here all day if I sit here and listen to this guy take 18 years to friggin' tell us that what the hell's going on in your state, buddy. All right. All right. All right. Next one. Which one is this? This one's Washington. But this one's Washington. Hold on. I got to put up a different tag because I put up California next. There's another one on top of California. All right. So now we got. Here we go. Hold on. What am I doing here? Okay. There we go. Check it out, guys. This one's in Ridgefield, Washington. This one's going to be quick. I'm not even going to pause it or mute myself because this one's going to be quick. Here's another one now. Remember, we just went from Portland. Now we're going to Washington State. Remember, this is all normal.
Was like just a bright flash, and so it kind of catches you off guard. It was fun to see, but there was a slight bit of fear for a short time, thinking, "What was that? Is there more of this going to happen?"
it was bright, it was green, it was spectacular. Yeah, people need to remember there's about 80 to 90 miles above us, and that's why it's such a widespread visibility for one tiny little piece of rock put on such a show. We just had a recent report.
This guy has to be working for NASA like hardcore, you guys. Dude, for real. Dude.
Someplace in Texas that a meteorite actually hit a house. Unfortunately, nobody was hurt, but that's extremely rare.
There's a hole in the ceiling, a big dent in the floor, another little piece broke off in the ceiling, and there's a big rock on the floor. And it just scared me to death. And I was like, everybody back out, get out the room. I said, I don't know what.
That looks like the Nutty Professor. I'm not even gonna lie. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
This is, but I said, this might be a meteor. This is a brand new roof, so I had to find somebody to come and patch it. It was just a little scary. Then it was exciting.
Yes, I can.
That it might be a meteor, but again, I'm just thankful nobody was hurt.
All right, so let me go to the next one now, guys. Next one. All right, that was Washington. Let's stay on the West Coast for a minute, shall we? Should we stay on the West Coast? Let's stay on the West Coast. Then we'll work our way back to the Midwest and my area again, because we got more. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. So now let's go to California. Oh yeah, don't worry, California. You're not left out here. So now we did Washington State. We did Oregon. Now we're going to go ahead and head to California. Okay, this isn't the same. This isn't the same damn one that you guys saw. Now I wonder if we're going to have the same guy telling us what it was. But here we're going to California. Sonic booms and sightings all across California. Okay, now let's see what we got here, guys. I mean, wow, I thought this was historical, but we not even halfway through. And then, you gotta hear what these people say in Chicago, talking about the aliens are coming and shit on the national news, bro. No lie. Get ready. Here we go.
Look at this. A green fireball was spotted in the skies of California, Arizona, and Nevada last night. NASA and the American Meteor Society confirmed it was indeed a meteor, saying they received...
Oh, Arizona and where else? Nebraska? There's 2 more states that I didn't even get on here. That's why I said I need more time to compile even more, because they keep happening.
More than 200 reports of sightings. Many people also say they heard sonic booms. The American Meteor Society says it was likely an asteroid fragment the size of a baseball or basketball entering Earth's atmosphere and breaking apart. It apparently aligns with a phenomenon known as the February fireballs.
And it's kind of this increased activity of fireball meteors that...
Chat, help me out. Have you ever heard of a phenomenon called February fireballs? Have you? I've never heard it in my life. It's the first time I've ever heard this term in my entire life. Help me out in the chat. Call me stupid. I'm down. Tell me I'm stupid.
Happens in February. Just year to year when we're maintaining this database, we see...
But, dude, you're talking about February, but we're almost in April, dude. We're March 25th. You're talking about February, dude. We're damn near April 1st. Rent's due in a week, y'all. And he's talking about February showers. Come on, guys. California, of course, coming with that heat. Coming with the heat.
More activity in February. There's no meteor showers in February, and there's really no explanation scientifically for why this occurs. But we do see it, anecdotally, we're seeing it right now.
Although NASA says they are unrelated, this is the 3rd fireball spotted in the U.S. in just 6 days. They say the first was seen over Ohio and heard across the Northeast, and another was spotted in Houston, Texas over the weekend. Just goes to show Mother Nature full of surprises.
Oh, yeah, it's just Mother Nature.
When
guys.
your phone plans is good.
Nothing to see here, just Mother Nature. All right, let's move to the next one. Let's move to the next one, guys. We're not done. There's so many of them that it's hilarious. We're like, yeah, it's just so normal. It's just so normal. Everybody just take a look at the beautiful skies. It's so normal. Where are we at now? Here we go. Vancouver. Vancouver, step up to the plate. It's your turn. Vancouver, Canada. What do you got to offer us today? Since you got something, maybe you got something historical here. I think maybe you do. Let's see. A lot of history this last week or two.
Sonic variety suddenly drops in on Metro Vancouver. This is what it sounds like.
Hold on.
Just after 9 o'clock Tuesday.
Explains.
When a guest of the supersonic variety suddenly drops in on Metro Vancouver, this is what it sounds like. Just after 9 o'clock Tuesday, the night sky lit up. Then, nothing. Not for a couple of minutes. Until...
Felt a large boom. It sounded like an explosion.
Searched the house, upstairs, downstairs, didn't know, looked outside.
The public, puzzled, called the police, not sure if there'd been an accident, an earthquake.
The sound waves from the explosion were actually recorded by our seismographs.
For such a big bang, somehow some didn't hear a thing.
Not till I got home and talked to my husband. He said, boy, you should have heard this boom last night.
Who heard it?
I did.
And who didn't?
We did not.
Now, BC's surprise visitor was a meteoroid, roughly 10 to 100 centimeters large. Big enough, say astronomers, to be considered a fireball, or what's known as a bolide.
They come in with so much energy, hitting the atmosphere, the denser parts of the atmosphere causes the rock to just break apart.
They begin to vaporize, melt, and dump an astounding amount of energy.
We just heard like a big boom, and then like our front door was shaking.
You know, when you feel a large boom and it just reverberates in your body.
Meteors are constantly bombarding the Earth, so it's not that unusual. The treat is that it was big enough that we got to see it and hear it as far away as Washington State. Now, it's possible some pieces survived and may have landed around Whistler or Pemberton.
However, it's a very mountainous area, and I don't expect any pieces.
Mind you, he said that they felt the boom all the way to Washington State. That wasn't the same meteor. It's just the same boom. It's just a different boom on a different day.
Is to be recovered.
It was very nice this morning to figure out what that sound was.
Anyone who missed it needn't worry. Another cosmic guest will drop by soon enough. We just won't know when. St. John Alexander, CTV News, Vancouver.
The guy said, don't worry, it'll pop by again. We just don't know when. Oh, yeah, you guys are waiting to bust out this alien stuff on us, aren't you? So now we're going to go across the pond now, back to the Midwest where we started, okay? We went to Canada. Now we're going to go across the pond. We're going back to the Midwest, and we're going to go ahead and now go to Michigan. Detroit, Michigan. Huh. What happened in Detroit, Michigan? Let's see, guys. I'm just wondering. I could, maybe nothing. Maybe just something historical. You know.
And check this out. A CBS Detroit viewer in Macomb Township recorded video of a meteor streaking across the sky Monday night. Did you guys see it? If not, don't worry. Our Next Better team says we may see more amazing sights like this. So exciting. That is so fun to see. It is so quick, though, Vetus.
Yeah, that was the USS Enterprise. It was just scooting by, you know. But
don't tell anyone. I didn't think people knew about that.
Yes.
Did that guy just say what I thought he said? Did he just call that the US something Enterprise? Is he telling you something he shouldn't have told you? It's starting to sound that way. I'm starting to, he just called it the USS Enterprise. See, there's truth in every lie, you guys. There's truth in every lie.
Spock called me. Anyway, it looks like, yeah, we could see some more things out there. I mean, it's, you know, we get through these different meteor showers once in a while, but it's things that may be just discovered, which that was. It's the area that has a recurring meteor shower each year, possibly. So we'll see around the March time frame. Could we see that? Well, next weather getting answers. Here's what it is: Puppis constellation, Puppis. And that was just recently discovered last year. So we're talking about small meteor showers with that. That's what that is. So it could be ongoing during that March time frame, and it's between the 21st through the 27th. So a couple more nights maybe as we're crossing through that little field of debris in the atmosphere and out in space, but they're small, so hard to see. And that's one of the other reasons it could be hard to see. Mostly cloudy skies kind of each night for the next few nights. So the chances are kind of slim because sadly they're random. Small meteors, difficult to track. So, you know, if you get a nice clear day or a clear night, it's bright enough, well, you can get.
Okay, now this guy is sitting here saying it's just like normal. Mind you, the Ohio people were saying how rare it was. People were traveling 9 hours to get there. Now Michigan is right on the border of Ohio. And this guy's over here talking like it's normal. We're just going to see him all day, every day. You hear it. Y'all hear it. Trust NASA. Trust NASA, guys. NASA would never lie to you. Never. Never would lie to you. I would never think it. NASA would lie to me. Ever, 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 ever. All right, now here's kind of what they put in. Here's like a little thing of it put together, and then you guys got to see the last piece I got, and then I'm done. But it's just, I had to get it in because I don't want it to get outdated if more happen. You know what I'm saying? So just bear with me. Bear with me. Don't worry. Oh, yeah, that was Michigan. Now we're here. Bear with me, guys. The last piece is pretty nuts. It's all about aliens over Lake Erie and all these different things coming from Chicago. Over the Great Lakes coming from Chicago news. And I think that's the foreshadow of what we're seeing here. But it's not the same aliens you think. I'm not going to sit here and talk about it today because I have no voice. But tomorrow, dude, I will have this put together righteously for you guys.
I'm like, now I saw the rock. And the first thing come to my mind was it's a meteor.
Oh, well, she was read up on that, and she was correct. Joining us now with more on the recent space phenomena, the celestial activity, right? We have Mike Hankey with the American Meteor Society. Mike, thanks for hanging out with us on Weather Command. I have to admit, on Monday, Stephen goes, we should talk about the meteors. I mean, what's been happening? And then more occurred in Michigan and California. So let's start with the most obvious question. What's happening?
Well, there were no meteors last night, so that's
Thank
good.
goodness.
Okay. I kind of wish there was now.
You know, I actually worked on an article yesterday all day with Claude AI, in which I uploaded all of our data going back to 2011. And it was very much an interactive experience. It wasn't just like a single prompt or anything. But we ended up compiling an article and putting it on our website, amsmeteors.org, that really dives into this. For those who are interested, you can read it. It is a complex topic, so it's like hard to get all into the nitty gritty of it on TV. But essentially, we are seeing more fireballs at this time of the year than we have in past years. Almost double the larger events, which are the ones that get a lot of the witness reports sent to us. And also produce the meteorites.
I think too, when we look at the episode in Houston, maybe that gave a lot of people pause, because for this to actually crater the woman's home, the floor, it speaks to how fast. I mean, does one event of note, maybe it wasn't the meteorite, maybe it was just the meteors that we saw. Does one stand out to you compared to this flurry of activity that we've had, Mike?
Well, anytime there's a meteorite associated with the fireball and that meteorite is recovered, it is a very special thing. That recovery, that meteorite fall that only happened 1,400 times in the history of mankind, dating back to like the year 700 in Japan. Every time it happens, it's logged, it's studied, and it's put into this database of events. So either way, we've had a meteorite in Ohio, we had a meteorite in Houston.
Did I hear what I just thought I heard? Did he not just say it's only happened 1,400 times? And they're all written down? I swear he just said that.
We've had a meteorite in Ohio, we had a meteorite in Houston, and the week before the Ohio meteorite, we had a meteorite in Germany, and that also hit someone's home. And then
I didn't even know about the Germany one, but I did see the video of it going through his home. I didn't know that was Germany. I couldn't find the video because I was looking in America. There was another one that went through this dude's house. He was black dude. I thought he was from America, but it was Germany. So there's a whole nother one, dude. It's not just happening. I just find it so ironic. This is happening right right while there's a war going on. And as they're talking about aliens and everything else coming in, if you don't believe me, the last piece will prove it, and I'm out of here. Trust me.
Many of these other events that have occurred might be suspected meteorites, or they're meteorites, but they just burned up in the atmosphere because they were too small. But I kind of forget what your question was. Just like there's
if
one
one
event
stands out, the one in
Yeah.
Germany I hadn't heard of, but is there one? Because that was a big space rock. If in fact that was that meteorite, I mean, the woman, seems reliable.
Well, the one that stands out the most to me was the Ohio event, because that was also studied by NASA. It occurred during the daytime, and it was 2 meters wide. I think the estimate was 7 tons before it hit Earth. It was also a very special type of meteorite called a eucrite, which only less than 2% of all meteorites are that type. It was also interesting because the German meteorite the week before was, I want to pronounce this right, but it was a diagonite, but it's part of this class of meteorites that comes from the asteroid Vesta. So just by the type of meteorite, they're both HEDs, they're both very rare, they both fall within a week of each other. I'm not saying it means anything, but these are just the observations that we're making. The purpose of our website and our Fireball programs to log all of these things so that over time we can see trends or, make discoveries and so on.
It's like trying to find the pot of gold at the end of a rainbow when these things go crashing down, and how fortunate that we've had a couple that we could study. Okay, so if people are hoping to be able to see this again, to witness it, are we finding ourselves in a time when, because it's been so prevalent, it's occurred so many times, do you think we'll have more chances? Is there a way to forecast that?
There is a way to forecast it, but that in and of itself has only happened about 8 or so times in the history of humans. But when an asteroid is detected in space with a telescope before it impacts Earth,
There is a way to forecast it there, Fox Lady. It's just only happened 8 times in the history of human mankind, but we can do it. Nothing to see here, folks.
Earth, you might have a window of 4 or 5 hours where you can get an alert, and they say, hey, an asteroid's going to hit Earth in this part of Earth at this time, and people will actually go out and watch the asteroid as it happens. That happened in 2024, also in Germany with Ribic. But typically, if you just want to go outside and wait for an asteroid or a fireball to occur, you're going to be waiting a long time. It's very much a lucky thing, and it only lasts for 5 seconds too. So if you're looking in the wrong part of the sky or you blink, you might miss it.
It's a conversation I could have all day.
Unless you're in Ohio or any of these other states where it was felt 9 states around you, how would you miss it? How are you going to miss it? People felt it 9 states, the booms. You guys are out there. This is not normal. I just showed you guys, 10 different ones. And this is just in my research in one day. One day. 1 day of research, I came up with 9 different ones, 3 different countries. Yeah, this is very normal, and NASA involved, and one of them's in my hometown backyard. How ironic. And I also want to make it clear, Ohio has NASA, Ohio has Patterson-Wright Air Force Base, and Texas has NASA. How ironic.
I think that one of the most important questions, though, that we haven't tackled yet, are we all meteorologists, or are you a meteorologist as well? Because that is the joke that just is, it transcends this conversation.
Right. So the root word meteor means of the sky, I believe, in Greek, you know. So I guess anyone who looks at the sky, loves the sky, studies the sky, is in their heart a meteorologist.
You
heard it there. I'm a meteorologist now because I've been studying and looking at the sky for the last 15 years. So that makes me a meteorologist. I'm a professional. I can see it just as well as you, according to your word. Now, I don't know. I'm not dumb. I mean, I guess I might be dumb, guys. I think this could be normal. It very well could be. There's no agenda here. I'm telling you, this is just natural stuff. It's very natural. Now, let's see what the chat says before I get into this alien thing and I get out of here, because I want to watch the Cavs, but dude, I got to finish this off. So what are you questioning? I'm questioning the fact that these things are happening all around the world at the same time when it's supposed to be rare. That's what I'm questioning. I'm telling you that this is not, they're not meteors, bro. I'm questioning if it's what it is, actually what it is. What do you think it is, bro? Honestly, what do you think these booms are going on? I just produced, I don't know how many different ones. What do you honestly think is going on, bro? Is this just all natural? It just happened out of nowhere? It's all just happened? You're acting like at the very beginning, this is just normal stuff, or it was historical. Now it's just normal stuff. This is what this is what Chicago news people are saying. This is on Chicago news. Let's get into it, and then I'm out of here. Look, bro, if you think that this is all just meteors giving you guys a show, and NASA's just beautifully great, and this is all just cool. Cool, enjoy your life. I love your rose-colored glasses. They're beautiful. All right, now check this out before I get out of here, dude.
Everybody.
Yes, right? So this comes from Kelly Kane in Naperville, Illinois. She asked, where does March 2026 rate for windiest March in terms of most days with high or highest average velocity? Ooh, Kelly.
Yeah, it's a very tricky question.
Yeah.
And it would certainly take some research to figure this out, but I did do a little quick and dirty research based on the data that we have right now.
What'd you find?
And I looked back for the last few years, and it's been fairly windy, but we were actually had strong.
Can get to them too. Tonight, 10.
Hottest temperature we've seen across the last weekend. We've seen up to 20 inches of rain for parts.
Structures and, flood mitigation for the future and drainage issue.
But you need a lot of support, and that's what the state should do.
Congresswoman Jill Takuda, who toured flooded communities from Waialua to Maui, says federal agencies will play a critical role in recovery.
We need Army Corps to be looking at the dam structures and, flood mitigation for the future and drainage issue. We need National Health Corps here to be supporting our community. I want EPA out there doing water testing, soil testing, because we know a lot of that erosion went straight from farmlands all the way right through communities. And so there's a lot of fear and concern for that.
State Representative Sean Quinlan saying they're looking into unlocking the rainy day fund to meet the immediate needs of the community.
And also businesses in the area that had to shut down for several days already and presumably for several days more. We are going to make the major disaster declaration and hopefully unlock FEMA funds, but those always come later. So for now, it's going to be state funded.
Governor Green says he will be asking the legislature to advance at least $200 million to expedite recovery. At the same time, Representative Sean Quinlan is asking visitors to avoid the North Shore, as there's already been so much traffic following the devastating floods. Reporting from North Shore, Nikki Schoenfeld, KHON2 News, working for Hawaii.
And the space show continues. There's been another meteor sighting. This one also including sightings right here in Illinois. This video was recorded by an Ohio Turnpike camera on the western side of the about 9:30 last night. The event was also captured by NASA's cameras. The agency.
Oh, whoa, wait. There was one in Illinois too, spotted by Ohio? Yeah, bro, this is super normal, dude. It's another state. Book it. Another one.
Confirms it was first detected 42 miles above Hope, Michigan, before eventually disintegrating 23 miles above Saginaw Bay.
Finally came apart. It was so bright. It was almost 40 times brighter than the planet Venus in the morning sky. How cool is that?
That was pretty cool, man. In addition to Illinois and Ohio, sightings were reported in Wisconsin, Indiana, and Ontario. The space rock was estimated to be traveling at about 29,000 miles per hour.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah. So last Friday was something called Alien Abduction Day.
Of course it was.
Right?
Bill.
I know.
Mhm.
Well, it gained popularity about 15 years ago following an alien festival in Toronto.
Cool.
Now a Canadian.
Say what? Alien Abduction Day? Are they talking about ice? Are they talking about what? Like my hat? I put my NASA hat on for all you believers.
Gambling website has compiled a list of places where, get this, you're most likely to be abducted by aliens.
Of course. All right.
Delaware takes the top spot on the list with one reported UFO sighting for every 928 residents.
Interesting.
Washington State is second,
I
and
believe that.
Louisiana is third. Surprisingly, Nevada, home to Area 51, the classified United States Air Force facility rumored to house aliens, is fourth on the list. Illinois came in at number 44. The folks at casino.ca who created the list say it comes from an analysis of data from the National UFO Reporting Center and social media discussions.
Ah, of course.
Maybe we should bet on that now.
Yeah,
Demetrius and
you know, those vital social media discussions.
I'm telling you.
That's where you want to find out about the alien sightings,
Right,
Bill.
right.
Key
Yeah.
key source.
Right. yeah.
Nice. All right. Let's get back down to earth here.
Sure.
Senator Dick Durbin is once again trying to keep plastic pellets out of our waterways. The plastic.
Hey, Senator Dick Durbin can do what he needs to do, and that's, go somewhere with that. No one cares about you, Dick Durbin. You're a horrible senator. We really don't like you, bro. I'm sorry. Dick Durbin, the only thing good about your name is Durbin. I like me some Durbin. Other than that, screw you, Dick. Wait, I think homie might like Dick. Dick, do you like Dick, bro? Should I not make fun of it? Do you like it? I'll stop making fun of it if you like it. Dick Durbin was a great politician. I won't hate on Dick Durbin, but look, I'm wearing NASA for F's sakes. Look at me, dude. You can trust me. I'm wearing a NASA hat. Meteors are real. Meteor showers are real, guys. Trust me. I got a NASA hat on. You could trust me. Don't worry. I would never lie to you. NASA would never lie. Don't you dare doubt NASA. Here, you can see it better now. Here you go. Yeah, you don't doubt NASA. Don't do it. Don't doubt NASA, guys. All right, let me pull up my screensaver real fast. Look at the look on her face. Look at the look on her face. That's going to be my thumbnail. Look at the look at this. Look at the look of Pam Bondi's face or Caroline Leavitt's face. That's going to be my thumbnail today. I was going to play Corn Pop for you guys and not talk, but I had this lined up. I wanted to show you guys all the damn things that are happening across our country at one time. And I will do a better piece. I literally have no voice. I'm literally need to eat. I need to smoke and watch the Cavs game and get my mind right, lay down. So tomorrow will be a better day. Let me say what's up to everybody in the chat before I dip out real fast. Kenneth, man. Don't know Dick. I was just joking. I was just messing with you, bro. NASA will definitely lie under this current administration. Oh, yeah, just under this administration, Kenneth. See, you lost me. NASA will definitely lie under this current administration, but not under any other one, right? Yeah. Kenneth, you're a funny guy, bro. I think you do like Dick Durbin. Pretty sure you might choke on a few Dick Durbin jokes. Don't choke on too many Dick Durbin jokes, buddy. Don't. He might leave a little, make you a little choke a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Who else we got in here? Craftsman, you stuck around through this whole thing. Much love, much love, much love. Anybody else? Rai, if you're still here. Much love. Who's left? Who we got? Who we got left? Just because they definitely lie on this administration doesn't mean they have lied. Dude, just stop, bro. They've lied under every administration since the day they were formed, Kenneth. Everyone. Think about it, dude. Are you kidding me right now? You got to be trolling me. Kenneth's got to be trolling me right now. There's no possible way he's being serious. There's no possible way Kenneth is being serious. I don't think they make it that dumb. And I'm not calling you dumb, Kenneth, but I'm definitely not calling you smart, brother. You think about it. What do they gain? $63 billion or $1 million a day? What do you mean? What do they gain? NASA makes more money than anything you could think of. What do you mean? What do you think that why else do you think it's around, dude? We've not gone to the moon. We've done nothing. What is it? Well, what else is it for, dude? No, not 63 billion, 63 million. Here, let's look it up. I'll look it up real fast. Let's see how much funding they get a day. How much funding does NASA get? I'm just going to go ahead and go each year because it popped up right away. $24.4 billion a year, bro. That's how much they get. They got $24.4 billion. Okay? You're telling me $24.4 billion to tell us what, dude? Here, I'm going to show you so you can't sit there and deny it. I'm going to show you, bro. Say they're not getting money. This isn't a money thing, but let me guess. Everything's an oil thing, though, right? Nothing to see here, guys. No, nothing to see here at all. Nothing. Nothing. What does that say, bro? NASA receives its funding from the annual federal budget passed by the United States Congress for the fiscal year. NASA's budget is 2026 is $24.4 billion, which represents 0.35% of the total federal budget allowed to the U.S. That's damn near a third of our budget. It's over a third of our budget goes to NASA. For what? You just talked to me like this is like good. I just did. Look at the damn thing. No, you just saw it, bro. You just see it right now. It's up on the screen. It's up on the screen right now, dude. How much money is that? How much money is that? $24.4 billion, dude. And what have we got to show for it? What do we have to show for it? It doesn't matter. You want to nitpick on the 0.35, whatever? Tell me what we have to show for it. You dumb shit. What do we have to show for it? What do we have to show for it? If you can't answer it, then I'm blocking you because you're stupid. Okay. Kenneth, lick these nuts, bro. Goodbye, Dick Durbin lover. Who else? What else? You have a lot of this how for whatever, Christopher. Goodbye. Christopher, go love NASA. It helps you. It's good for you, Christopher. NASA does stuff we don't even know of. Exactly. Like what? Tell me what they do. The answer is NASA does stuff we don't even know of. That's your answer? They do so much we don't even know. They do so much we don't even know what they do. Did you not just hear how dumb your damn answer was? NASA does stuff we don't even know of. Like what? Go to the moon? Go to the moon? Really? Go to the moon? Go to Mars? Huh? Maybe Canada, Mars? Is that what they do that we don't know of? Go to Canada, Mars? And film videos underwater? Yeah, that's what they do, bro. That's what they do. What are they going to go to? Pluto? Wait, don't exist no more. What are they going to come to Ohio? Oh, they're already in Ohio. Right where the meteor landed. Right where it landed in Texas. They were already there. How ironically clear, normal, and great that is. Because that happens just to everybody, everywhere. NASA would never lie, bro. It's not funded by the Nazis. Don't worry. Don't worry. Meanwhile, exactly. Meanwhile, we're struggling and we don't know dick about our own damn world. Literally, we don't know nothing about the ocean. NASA quit their aquatics to study space, and you see me, space. They literally, what's at the ocean? Why, if any UFOs were ever seen, go into the water? This is a joke. Dude, that's a lot of money for no answers. The only answer that you could come up with is stuff that we don't even know of. And then I gave you a couple of jokes, like go to Mars, Canada, and film the moon landing and film videos. What have you come up with? Remember the space station expedition when those stupid idiots were stuck up in the space station for a whole year? Did NASA save them? Did NASA save them? Answer my question. No. NASA couldn't even get them out of the space station. So what have they accomplished? What? I want to know. I'm going to end this as soon as you can tell me what they accomplished. They sure as hell couldn't get them people out the space station. So how are they going to Mars, bro? Please explain it to me. I got my NASA cap on. I'm ready. Let's go. I want some water. I want some water. So no answers? You just want to troll? Is that it? You're just trolling? You don't know? Brian seems to get it. Brian seems to get it. No, they didn't get the people out of the space station. Who did it? Who did it? Who rescued the astronauts from the space station? The NASA space station. By that, it was SpaceX's crew, Elon Musk, and what other country was it? It was another country too. Hold on. Germany. Okay? It was SpaceX in Germany that supposedly landed these people out. It wasn't America. It wasn't. I don't understand. I don't understand the yeah, it was Elon and it was Germany. They teamed up and they went and got these people out. Had nothing to do with NASA at all. So if Boeing sent them up, what is NASA doing, bro? That's my whole point. What are they doing for $24.4 billion a year? Think about how much money that is. $24.4 billion a year, dude. No, I'm not yelling, bro. I've lost my voice. If I don't yell, man, I literally won't be able to talk because my chest hurts so bad. I have nothing left in my voice. I am yelling because that's the only way I can get it out. And I definitely don't care what you really have to say anyways. I'm not trying to bring you up anyways. I care, but I really don't. Like, actually, I don't need to hear propaganda. I know enough. Yeah, that's exactly what I was referring to. The Butch Wilmore and Son Williams case. So Boeing sent them up, which means that means NASA has done less than I even gave them credit for. They didn't even launch them, and they didn't rescue them. They did absolutely nothing. They did absolutely nothing. So you were right, though. They had a rescue plane. It took them over a year, and they never succeeded. Trust me, I know. I covered it. Go watch all my old shows. I made fun of it every day for the whole time. This isn't new news to me, dude. This is nothing new. That's why I put my NASA hat on for you guys. This isn't new news. That was solidified before they were involved. Wait, they already had a rescue. Dude, you're capping, bro. You're capping. They already had a rescue plan. It only took them 1 year to execute it. Literally a year to execute it. What a good plan they had intact. Please send me there. Please send me there, dude. And while you're at it, send me to the bottom of the ocean too. No, I don't. I think it's corny. I don't think it's that easy. That's why they went to Mars, Canada. That's my whole point. Trust me, if they were, look, again, I'm asking you, you're defending stupidity. What has NASA done? You said Boeing sent them up. We already proved, SpaceX got them, and another Germany space program got them. What has NASA done, dude? What has NASA done? I want to know. You guys can't answer the question. You guys have nothing but excuses and no answers. Do you want me to tell you what they've done? Nothing. But lied to you. I mean, you guys talk a lot about Donald Trump and how he's, from a Nazi regime, but yet the founders of NASA are actual Nazis. Isn't that ironic? Yeah, aeronautics. That's what they did at the beginning until Wernher von Braun got involved. So sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. That's what happened. Yeah, they were studying the ocean until Wernher von Braun got involved. And then the propaganda went straight to the moon. Don't forget about it. Don't forget about the race to the moon, just like we're having the AI race right now with China. A step towards supersonic vehicles. Yeah, a step towards. So if they accomplished it, bro, that's a real question. Have they accomplished it? A step towards is nothing. A step towards something is just like an idea put into place. We're a step towards going to Mars too, but we're so far away from doing it. We're so far away that it's never going to happen. Ever. Ever in a million years. In our lifetime, we will not see it unless it's propaganda and it's CGI. We will not see it. I'm sorry. Tell me you believe in the moon landing too. Please tell me. Tell me that happened too, right? It's the moon landing, right? That's how it goes. The moon landing did it. It happened. We went to the moon. We had fun, but we can't go back because we lost the telemetry. Ain't that a shame? Ain't that a shame? All that work, time, and effort, and we can't go back because some dummy recorded over the telemetry, and we just can't do the greatest feat in human mankind again. But we can fund them $24.4 billion a year, though. We could fund them $24.4 billion a year. For what? For what? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. A supersonic vehicle? Is that what they're getting $24.4 billion a year for? A supersonic vehicle? Huh, interesting. Interesting. A supersonic vehicle. Yeah. That's worth $24.4 billion a year. Absolutely. Everybody, let's just pitch in all of our tax money to just see what type of supersonic vehicles NASA can create. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Maybe they want to use the moon for a giant movie screen. Right, Brian? Brian, I mean, dude, this is hilarious to me. I'm laughing. I appreciate that there's somebody based in the chat that sees what I'm saying here. I think I've asked a pretty basic, simple question. What have they done for us? And the best question I've gotten or answer, and it's not even a real one, is dun 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 supersonic vehicles. Corny. But it's so worth the fantastic lies. Congratulations, people. We are all stupid. Exactly. Henry, much love to you, brother. Much love to you. The lies are just so worth it. 2% of defense budget. Yep. And that also, what does that take away Space Force? Because that's a joke too, right? Nope, it's 24 billion. Yeah. Dude, if it was like 24 million, we could, I guess, justify like 2 million a month. We're talking $2 billion, over $2 billion a month. And the dude's like, no, they don't. They don't get billions a month. It's over $2 billion a month, dude. I way underestimated. I said 63 million. It's all the way up to $2 billion. No, I don't think it does either, Brian. It doesn't include Space Force. That's a whole nother entity, just like SpaceX. They're all different entities, all of them. Yeah, I agree, bro. $2 billion a day on wars, $2 billion a month on absolutely nothing. But yet we've got hungry, starving people here in America and even across the world. Like, really? We can't fix that? I think we see the problems. I just sat there and showed you all this. I'm quite sure 24 billion doesn't scratch the surface of SpaceX. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Well said. The dollar's gonna implode. It's bound to happen at some point. That's part of the agenda. It's gonna. Definitely part of the agenda, bro. I hear you, Robo. I do. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is, y'all. Can I end this on something funny? Because look, dude, I want to keep talking to you guys, and I'll do this tomorrow. I need to let my voice, what's it called? I need to give my voice a break. Can I put this on for you guys to laugh? Can we all laugh together real fast and then I get out of here? Because I want to just chill. But I don't like ending streams where I'm ranting. I like to be chill at the end. So let's get a good little laugh. And then I'll end this. I wish I would have done this earlier, but I had to let everybody see what was going on with these sonic booms. I was gonna end it with this, but my mom brought me some homemade soup, and she brought me some stuff for my throat and for my chest and stuff. So it gave me a little bit extra oomph to get my NASA scene in. So let's watch this. I'm gonna pop in. I'll say goodbye, but let's watch a little bit of comedic relief before I get.
Mouse, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Can I, before we start, hey, all the kids, you want to come up here and listen? Come on up here. Come up behind me. Because I'm not holding up between them and the pool, man. Come on. My name's Joe Biden, Vice President Biden. Everybody come on up and stand with me. What's your name? There's okay, Cherry. Look, folks, I want to set the record straight in a couple things. I'll wait till everybody gets up here.
Hi.
You're on television, so be good. Okay? You are? Yeah. See the television camera?
Hi,
All right. Can everybody be quiet for just a minute? You're on TV, so you got to be quiet a little bit. Folks, look, I've received, because of the people of the state of Delaware, I've received an awful lot of wonderful honors all my career. The greatest honor was serving you for so long. But this does mean more to me than anything that's happened. My daughter Ashley's with me. My daughter Ashley got her first job down here at Kingswood out of school. She's a social worker. Bo is associated here. Anyway, the point I want to make is I owe you all. I owe this neighborhood. I learned so much I was a kid from suburbia. I lived out in Mayfield in a split level home with my bedroom home with 4 kids, my grandpa. And folks, when it's a whole 100 years ago, but I was a senior in high school, and Przicki turned out to be a great athlete at the University of Delaware, but I was runner-up the state scoring championship here in football. I wasn't bad either. And but I wanted to get more involved. And I realized I live in a neighborhood where I'd turn on the television and I'd see and listen to Dr. King and others. But I didn't know any black. That's the truth. So I wanted to work here. And there's my daughter, Ashley. Come on up here, Ash. And so what I did was I came down and I applied to the city of Wilmington for a job. And I was the only white employee here. And I learned so much. I learned that folks that I work with, like Spencer Henry and Lafayette Jackson and a whole range of people, Jamie Rolls, a lot of great people who were my fellow lifeguards. There were 13 of us. I learned that they treated me as an equal. We used to go in what was not as modern as that. We used to go in the key room at lunchtime after a free swim and sit on the floor because it was nice and cool. And remember Boom Boom Cannon and a few other guys that worked here as well. And we sit there and we talk, and they'd ask me questions because I really was the only white guy they really knew. And they'd ask me questions about everything. I mean, things that just startled me. I remember one time, I won't mention which lifeguard, said, "Do I have a jerry can, a 5-gallon can for gasoline?" And I said, "No, I don't." I said, "But what do you need it for?" He said, we're going down to see my grandmama in North Carolina. We can't stop at most gas stations. They won't let us stop at most gas stations. I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and there was a 3-meter board. And if you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And
You heard him. Corn Pop was such a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
I did. And back in those days, to show how things have changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, "Hey, Esther, you, off the..."
He said Corn Pop had a bathing cap on his head and was on the diving board. He said, "Hey, Esther, that's
board, or I'll come up and drag you off." Well, he came off and he said, "I'll meet you outside." My car, these were all public housing behind it. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, "I'll be waiting for you." He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors. Not a joke. There's a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, "What am I going to do?" He said, "Come down here in the basement where all the pool filter is. You know the chain, there used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up. He said, "You walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, 'You may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head.'" I said, "You kidding me?" He said, "No, if you don't come back." And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And they had, in those days, you used to remember the straight razor. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart then. I said, "First of all," I said, "when I tell you to get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again. But I shouldn't have called you Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work." He said, "You apologize to me?"
Is that racist if you call a black man on the diving board with the swimming cap on Esther Williams, is that racist when his name is Corn Pop? I think he literally just used some racism and nobody said nothing. Meanwhile, he's the only white person in that whole area. What a...
I said, I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said. He said, okay, closed a straight razor and my heart began to beat again.
Your upgrade is ready, Miss Langley.
Thank you so much.
You're not eating onions wrong. You're destroying them before they help you.
I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw that made me aware when I was in law school. Proudly for Holloway. Proudly for your dad. First African-American state senator in the state of Delaware. Everything about. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
Wait, what they do? They like to get in the pool. Are you talking? He's still talking about little black kids. Wait till what he calls them. But they like to rub his legs down and hairs. And they call them what? Hold on. What did he call them? A bunch of what?
So it was trained and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap.
That's right. He called them roaches. And he learned about kids jumping on his lap. Oh, liberals. Oh, liberals. This is the guy you cry for. Oh, liberals. We didn't even get to C-SPAN. And we're not going to today, but this is funny. This was who you guys are defending.
And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And I tell you
what did he say? Break that down real fast. You what? You love kids jumping on your lap? And you like to smell them too while you're doing it, right? Hold on. Yeah. According to NASA, Joe Biden likes kids jumping on his lap, little roaches, and he likes to sniff them. According to NASA, they get $24.4 billion to give you some sort of information, and all we got was Corn Pop was one bad man.
what? The men, they're now all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time. They're all good men. Most of them made an awful lot of themselves. And Earl Larkin had a rough time. And some of you knew Earl. I came back as a public defender. I came back to Delaware and I got a fancy job with the oldest law firm in the state. But the city was burning. It was burning down here. And I couldn't do it. So I quit and became a public defender. And the first trial I had, I walked into court as a public defender with another guy named Eddie Sobosinski, a defender. I'd only been admitted to the bar 1 week. And Earl Larkin was in chains around his ankles and on his wrist, and they were chained together, so on a belt. And
Jerry, hey Jerry, what are you saying here, Jerry? Jerry says, love Joe. Honest, sincere, honest Joe, right? The same Joe that said, I won't pardon my son, even if I lose. Pardons his son. Honest Joe, the same Joe that had his son doing business deals with Ukraine and China. Honest Joe, the same guy that had cocaine found in the White House more than 5 times. Honest Joe who pardoned his own wife, kids, Anthony Fauci, and Big Pharma. Honest Joe, yeah. Honest Joe. The same guy we watched on C-SPAN sniff little kids for 2.5 hours. Honest Joe. Pizzagate Joe. Okay.
He said, who's going to try the Larkin case? I just got started. And he was aptly named. His name was Judge Stiftel. And he said, Sobocinski said, well, that's my colleague. He just joined the public defender's office. He said, will you in fact defend him? So he turned to Larkin and said, he'll defend you. I said, whoa, Your Honor. I know nothing about the case. He said, I'll give you till tomorrow, but you draw the jury today. And he looked at Larkin and he said, you mind if he represents you? And I'll never forget what he said. I learned a lot. He said, and I mean it sincerely. He looked at me and he said, one hunky's just as bad as any other. I'll take whoever you send me. And here's what I want to tell you about Earl. Here's what I want to tell you about the neighborhood and the heart.
They said nothing could fix it, but wait till you see this.
Please tell us, Joe.
If your
Please
back is
tell
slouching like this,
we can't wait
watch.
to hear. We can't wait
I
to hear.
defended
Joe.
him.
Tell us.
He got beat up right on the other side of the field here. He walked along the tracks. He was a sailor in a sailor's uniform, the guy who he beat up and robbed. And so I thought he was innocent. I kept the jury out 5 hours, but they convicted him. And I felt so bad. So I go down to the old prison all the time. They had little wooden tables and two little chairs in a big dome you'd sit under where you'd be interviewed. And I was sitting there, Councilwoman, and the third time saying, I'm appealing this case. And finally he took the table, he flipped it up, and he said, jumped up, and the guards came and grabbed him. He said, don't you understand, Joe? I did it. But here's the point. He cared about me. This is a man who saw me bleeding because I saw this guy going to jail and I thought he was innocent. There's character, even in great problems. There's so much character in this neighborhood. There was so much character back then.
You guys always talk about how much Trump rambles. This is what you got from Biden. We listened to Trump, dude, he's done 3 press conferences since I've been live. This is what you get from Joe Biden. This is what you get. This is very, very high IQ. I understand. The talking of calling another black man a woman, that was okay. The talking of Corn Pop being a bad guy, that was okay. The talking of little kids rubbing his legs in the water and calling them cockroaches, nothing to hear, nothing to see, nothing.
Two, so many people didn't get a shot. So many people didn't get a shot who could be standing right where Lisa's standing today, a lot earlier, could be standing where I'm standing today. Let me end by saying, I was a pretty darn good lifeguard.
Listen, when he says, let me end by saying, this is the top off his whole entire racial slur of a speech. He's now going to say, back when I was younger, y'all couldn't even vote yet. He's going to remind them all that they couldn't even vote. Mind you, all he's talking to is a bunch of little kids. It's such gaslighting these kids. He's talking down to them. Remember Joe Biden? Yeah, white kids are just as smart as you guys, or whatever he said. You ain't black if you voted for Joe Biden. I could go down the whole entire line. I don't got time to do it. I just wanted to leave on something funny with Corn Pop because it just shows how low IQ we dealt with for 4 years and why we sit here and laugh at you guys. I had to do it. But yet 59% of the people support what? Want this back?
Yeah, man. I taught swimming too. And I remember going over, we used to play the other pools and we played basketball at lunchtime. Remember? We went over to Riverside, we played. And someone on the other team threw the ball to me by accident. And they looked at me and said, "Oh, God, I thought you were on my team." I'm thinking, I'm the only white boy within 20 miles. Remember, I get invited down to Baby Grand. I walk in and say, "Who's this guy?" And they say, "He's ours. He's ours." You've always had my back. The neighborhood's always had my back. And God willing, I've always had your back. And I'll always have it as long as I'm around. I love you.
Oh yeah, don't forget he just spoke at Jesse Jackson's funeral and he told the whole entire stadium of people that he was smarter than them all.
It's a great honor. Thank you very much. And if I were still a lifeguard, I'd say, time to get in the pool. Thanks, everybody.
All these poor little kids are like, who is this cracker? And why is he talking to us guys? Why does he keep calling us roaches? And who's this corn pop guy? Why is he calling us roaches? And no way would I want to rub on his legs. Who's this cracker white guy? Somebody explain to me. This is weird. But don't worry, Joe. Why don't you remind them that they couldn't vote, though? You've done everything else in this speech. You might as well remind them about how they couldn't vote either. Let's go.
And Councilwoman, thank you so, so much for this honor. Thank you. So how you guys doing? Who here is going to be president someday? Raise it. All right. I'll tell you one more story on their way out. You know what? There was a guy, when I first started.
When I used to think about taxes, I would just cringe. I used to use a CPA.
Black folks weren't even allowed to vote very easily.
Did you hear him? Black folks weren't able to vote very much, or at least very easily. You're talking to a bunch of 12-year-olds, dude. Which one of y'all are going to be presidents? Just remember, back in my day, y'all couldn't even vote yet. Bro, you sound like a real cracker, dude. It's amazing to me. You sound so cracker.
That's how long ago it was. And guess what I got to do? 8 years ago, I got to be in the Wilmington train station, looking over the 3rd Street Bridge that had been burned to the ground, most of it, thinking nothing was ever going to get any better 40 years ago. Waiting for a black man to pick me up, to take me 124 miles to be sworn in as president and vice president of the United States. That's progress. We can make more. God love you all.
What a joke. What a joke, dude. That was just such a joke. That's got to be one of the most famous jokes ever. Tammy, why don't you shut up, dude? This dude talked about his daughter Ashley, the same one he said he took showers with. Okay? Like, really, dude. You are so corny, Tammy. Go in the corner, make this whole chat a sandwich, go run the vacuum, do what you should. Woman power. Let's go, Tammy. I'm not worried about Biden. I'm over here showing y'all what I want to show before I end it. I said, let's laugh at this asshole before I end the show. Yep. I told Tammy to go make some sandwiches and stop talking. That's what I told her. I told her she needs to shut up, make sandwiches, and go clean the house. Toots. Sweetheart, hey, sweetheart, go clean the house and make me a salami sandwich with mustard, Lay's potato chips, and Coca-Cola. Don't F it up. You bring mustard, woman. I swear to you. I swear to you. Just remember, Just remember, don't let me leave it up to Joe Biden because you wouldn't be voting either. He probably remind you, don't worry, women, black men were able to vote before you. Sorry. Let's remind you that one. You're further down on the list, but that's okay. That's not what this is about. But Biden would tell you that. But it's okay. He's just an innocent dumbass. Let's just give him a pass because he's dumb as hell, right? Is that it? We're just going to give him the pass, bro? That's it? Oh, bro, I don't love Trump. See, that's what you don't get, Tammy. That's what you don't get. I don't love Trump. I just respect our president. And that he's our president. I don't love that man. You clearly your love for Biden exceeds your common sense. The dude sniffed little kids for 2.5 hours on live television, but yet you're arguing for him. What does that tell you? That tells Tim that you have problems. Let's bring up new wars while we're talking about Biden sniffing little kids. Let's change the subject, Tammy. Tammy, why are you still here? Go make a sandwich, woman. Why are you still here? Do something good for yourself in the chat. Hey, Mimsy, I'm sorry, bro. I got to put you in timeout because I don't like the orange man shit. That is the corniest stuff. And if you're corny like that, then you got to deal with it. But if you say orange man, that's how corny you guys are. Orange man and taco. That's like the corniest thing y'all can say. I'm just being real. Oh, yeah? How about this one? Wow. F that one. Mimsy, don't use that orange man shit on me, dude. I don't play that role. That don't work with me. It's corny. At least say something funny. Which she's probably just joking, and I probably misread her comment because I'm on fire right now. But it is what it is. If you think any politician cares that you have a gallon of milk in your fridge, you're wrong. Exactly, Red. Exactly. If you think anybody gives a damn, you're crazy. I don't know what to tell you. I don't care who it is. But if you think that dude that we were just watching is any better than anything that we've seen in the last decade, you're out of your mind. I couldn't even imagine if that dude was in the White House right now. He was embarrassing then. Yeah, no, I brought it up. Yeah, don't cocaine under the carpeting in the White House. Do you know how many times that they found cocaine in the White House? It wasn't one time, and it wasn't the only time they found drugs. Watch this. How many times were drugs found in the White House during Biden's term? Ready? Check this shit out. You ready? It wasn't just one. It wasn't just two. It was 3 times. Check it out, yo. See, that's what the media covered up so much for you guys. That it wasn't 1 time. It wasn't 2 times. It was 3 times. And that's just what they're telling us. I bet it was more than that. But here, I'm going to pull it up for you guys so you can see it for yourself. Don't worry. Got you. I got you. Here you go. What is the... Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Oh. Uh-oh. My laptop's getting a little tired now. Look at this. What does this say? Hold on. Drugs have been found at the White House 3 times since 2022. Secret Service confirms marijuana was also discovered during the Biden administration, sparkling more questions about security. Oh, wow. Marijuana was found by Secret Service at the White House 2 times. Lawmakers were told about the pot during Thursday's cocaine briefing. Do you see this? Secret Service said cocaine investigation was closed. Why do you think? Because we know damn well whose it was. Okay, look, there's your Secret Service. Instead of worrying about terrorists and illegals coming in the country, they're doing investigations on Hunter Biden's cocaine in the White House. Let's not worry about America here. Let's just talk about Hunter Biden's cocaine problems. Nothing to see here, guys. Nothing. We just won't say nothing. It doesn't matter, Mimsy. It's still weed. It's still drugs in the White House. There's places for everything, and the White House is not the place for weed and cocaine. Okay? That's why they are so slow. Clearly. That's why the dog was so stupid. That's why his kids were so stupid. Because they were just a bunch of dumb addicts. Even the Secret Service thought they were jokes, dude. Their dog bit the Secret Service 29 times. 29 times, dude. They had to literally deal with cocaine in the White House and getting bit by their dog. Has nothing to do with protecting the president or our country. Just worrying about cocaine and the dog alone. Like they got to get up, put on their gear and say, damn, I got to go to work. I hope this dog doesn't bite me today. Maybe I'll find some cocaine under the rug. Give me a quick little pickup. Hunter, please spend the night at the White House. He's going to be mad, though, when he gets back from Ukraine and it's all gone. Why didn't the media report it, though? That's the real question. Why didn't the media report it? It took the cocaine for the rest of it to get reported? Imagine if they found anything in the White House right now. Are you kidding me? The people in the White House are the ones selling coke in the nation. We can't be that stupid. Listen, Red. Yeah, you can be that stupid. If you bring cocaine, the kid, you bring little it was like 0.9, and you leave it under a rug in the West Wing where nobody goes? Are you joking me? Okay, bro. How many sources do you want me to pull up, you cock? Seriously. There's a million sources in here. I pulled up the first one. Do you want me to go to the actual, like, freaking Fed website? Would that make you feel better? Because this is common knowledge at this point. Only a cokehead knows where to get coke from. Yeah, under the damn rug at the White House. Really simple. There's another source that divides the country media. Yeah, okay, bro. That's why there's 30 different damn sources. No, what I'm telling you is cocaine is I understand all that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that this dumbass president's son was bringing it into the White House. That is what I'm telling you. That is what I'm telling you. I don't know why you're trying to twist it around. You're corny, bro. We obviously know the CIA brings it in. That doesn't mean that the president should be having it in the White House. You're defending that? So if Trump just has cocaine in the White House, that's cool with you, bro? Oh my God, dude. Dude, this dude just said, no, not after the Hunter laptop. I would never put it on Hunter. Let's blame Secret Service here. Let's not blame Hunter. I mean, we didn't see like, I don't know, hundreds of pictures of crack rocks and Hunter's pee-pee. No, it wasn't him. It was the Secret Service. All right, at least you put your bet down on Hunter. We're back on the same page, Red. We're back on the same page. God, man, y'all are working me up for no damn reason. I'm just, dude, I wanted to end it on the corn pop note because corn, the dog was biting them because the dog was special. Yeah, absolutely. But this is not what we're talking about. Another Democrat, though. But this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about Joe Biden right now. It's the worst dog in the world, dude. Literally the worst dog. Check this out. Check this out. And I don't know why I'm still talking about Joe Biden. But check this out. Hold on. I mean, it just shows the IQ because your dog is a reflection of you. Okay? Your dog is a reflection of you. I'm going to use the most liberal website I can for you liberals. So you can't say, oh, he's using a biased website. I'm going to use the most liberal one as possible. Here you go. Here you go. You ready? Hold on. Here you go. This is your president's dog. Now, mind you, his kids are dumb. His dog's dumb. His wife is dumb. This dude really knows how to pick them. He's a good one. He's a good one. Hold on. This will be cute for all you guys. I got you. Here we go. Huffington Post. Is that liberal enough for you? Huffington Post. Here you go. President Joe Biden's dog bit Secret Service agent 24 times, document shows. February 22nd, 2024. Joe Biden's dog commanders once again making headlines for biting people. The German Shepherd, who was removed from the White House in October, bit U.S. Secret Service agents at least. So it says 24. I swear to you, it was more. I remember 29. At least 24 incidences at the White House and other locations. According to internal documents and emails released under the Freedom of Information Act, that doesn't include Commander's previous attack, which reached more than 10 known incidents by January of 2023. Told you, there's 10 more. Now we're up to 34 times. The newly reported cases involved multiple members of the Secret Service, none of whom were bitten at Biden's home in Wilmington, Delaware, or Nantucket, Massachusetts, or Camp David. They've been heartbroken over this. You read this, CNN reports. They've been heartbroken over this. They apologize to those who have been bitten, taken flowers to some. They feel awful. Kami, the commander dog, was overprotective. That's it. Overprotective. And even though they tried to work on it, they had to let him go live with other members of their family. Yeah, because it was too stupid. You had to get rid of your dog like you had to get rid of your son. Look how you did, bro. You raised a bunch of drug addict, dog biting lunatics. Good job. Way to roll. Way to go, liberals. I'm glad that you are so proud of your votes. It was a German Shepherd. It was a German Shepherd. Yeah, bro. It probably found something under the rug, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, definitely I'll do an open panel one of these nights. I'm getting ready to get out of here. I'm just sitting here showing y'all, like, bro, people keep wanting to talk, but y'all don't want to mess with me when it comes to these topics, dude. I'm telling you. Here we go. The email advice: give lots of room for the dog. A terrain feature away if possible. Keep it away from everybody is what they're saying. Be creative to ensure our own personal safety. This is what the agents were talking about. We need to be creative to ensure our own personal safety. That's scary, yo. In April of 2023, an unnamed Secret Service employee said Commander jumped at me and bit me in the left arm. Sustained 2 puncture marks and the skin was broken and bleeding. Dude, according to CNN, the Freedom of Information Act that produced the documents appears to have been filed by California-based bloggers. And here is your favorite. You know what? This is going to be my screensaver today. This is my thumbnail. There's my thumbnail for the day. Commander the Cokehead Dog. So now when y'all see this video, remember this bit. Remember this bit, y'all. I wonder if there's like a dumb picture of Biden, because that looks, I wish there was one of both of them together. That would make my day. I want a picture of Biden and Commander together. I wonder if I can find one. Hold on. That would be hilarious. Images. I bet there's pictures of them together. Oh, yes. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. This is perfect. Look at how he has to, dude, you guys, just wait till I show you the picture. Just wait till I show you the picture, dude. They both have the same look on their face. Yo, they both got the exact same look on their face. And he has to hold it by the collar like it's going to attack the world. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, Lord. Thank you for blessing me with some laughs before I got off of here, dude. Look. Look. They got the same look on their face as he grips the collar of death. Dude, most dogs should just sit next to you. Gripping that dog. Its mouth is ready to attack. Nobody's safe right now. That dog is like the cocaine bear. It's Cocaine Commander. Cocaine Commander. That's what we're going to call him. Cocaine Commander. That is hilarious, yo. Oh, you can't get no more funny than that, dude. I'm sorry, liberals. I'm sorry, but you need to take that and just suck on it and go talk to Dick Durbin. and hope he supports you. Because this coked out dog looks just like the president. Look at the looks on their faces. Brian, welcome back, buddy. Look at the look on that dumbass dog in Biden's face. Tell me they're not the exact same thing. They're both looking like, who can I sniff right now? Who can I sniff right now? They're both just gleaming with sniff. Their nostrils are just flaring with, who can I sniff right now? Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Who can I sniff? Give me a picture of Trump doing something this stupid and I'll pay you. Goodbye. God bless America. And if you don't like it, you know what you can do. NASA can lick these thick turbans. But other than that, God bless y'all. I'm out. Peace.